This is a mega compilation of the most disturbing crimes that happen at various places and communities, starting with crimes that happen at Disneyland. On May 31st, 2025, a video surfaced on the internet showing a violent brawl between some visitors at Disneyland. Although the video ended with an adult woman almost naked as a result of the fight, it all started with a family of three, which we will call the Lees, and a couple who we will call Ming and Lan, for the man and the woman, respectively. According to reports, they were all in line for the ride known as Crazy Animal City at Disneyland, Shanghai, China. When Ming and Lan decided to take a photo together, the Lees then tried to move ahead, but obstructed Ming and Lan in the process. And this led to an exchange that went from subtle to heated, and within seconds, the conversation then went from heated to a physical confrontation. Before anyone knew what was going on, Ming, who was wearing a black t-shirt in the video, had already grabbed Mr. Lee, who was wearing a white t-shirt, and when the men wrestled each other, Lan joined in on the fight by yelling and pointing at Mrs. Lee, who was holding her daughter at the time. But before Mrs. Lee could make any moves, Lan decided to join Ming in hitting Mr. Lee, and this made Mrs. Lee move closer to the fight, trying to separate all three of them while still holding her daughter. Now soon Lan turned to Mrs. Lee, and in annoyance struck her daughter in the face. This caused Mrs. Lee to break down into tears and crouch on the ground, and as she cried, Lan went back to the two men to join in on the ongoing scuffle and helped to wrestle Mr. Lee to the ground. And as soon as Mrs. Lee saw her husband hit the ground, she pulled herself together, moved closer to the brawl, and reached out her arm to her husband to help him get up. Now at the time, the fight had already attracted a large audience who watched in shock, with some of them making an effort to end the fight, but all of their attempts to end the brawl ended in vain until the security personnel who worked at the park arrived at the scene to put an end to it all. Now at the end of everything, no one was actually critically injured, and so no one was actually arrested. However, these particular guests may later get punished by Disneyland itself, and that is because the park of course frowns at violent behavior from guests and has even added several rules about tourist behavior on their website. Please show common courtesy both on-site and online. To fellow park guests are cast members, including but not limited to staff and performers and the Disney characters, and do not use profanity or offensive behavior. Another rule states, please respect fellow guests while queuing. Be careful not to bump into and push others in the queue. Guests are not permitted to use personal belongings of any kind, including but not limited to strollers, raincoats, and blankets, etc. To reserve viewing places while waiting for shows. The entire party should wait together. Obviously, some of these rules have been broken, which is why the involved guests in the brawl could lose their access into the park for a limited or even an unlimited period of time. And this penalty is known to all guests through the Disneyland website, where it says, we reserve the right to deny admission to any person or to require a person already admitted to leave the park immediately without refund or compensation for failure to comply with any of the park rules, relevant rules, for unsafe, illegal, disruptive, or offensive behavior that causes suspension or attractions of entertainment performances, to ensure safety, security, or order, or if you consider that the circumstances so require. While this crime involved a possible ban, this next case is worse, since it saw a guest go crazy in the most disturbing way.
A man is in custody after trespassing at Disneyland and roaming around naked.
On April 14th, 2025, some Disneyland guests had their dinner at Tiana's place completely ruined when another guest decided to be the main character in the most unsettling way. It was around 10 p.m. that night when the Anaheim police suddenly received a call to help Disneyland security kick out a man we will call Matthew, who was disturbing other guests at the restaurant. But before the police would arrive at the scene, a video of Matthew had started making rounds on the internet, and Matthew can be seen nakedly parading himself around Tiana's place and eventually climbing onto the roof of the restaurant. He also made gestures towards other guests and eventually threatened to check himself out of this world, leaving a little girl terrified and in tears. Which made this even more disturbing was that Disneyland is generally considered a family-friendly theme park that welcomes people of any age. Specifically, Tiana's Palace is known to be one of the places of attraction for kids in the park, and this is because it is a quick-service restaurant modeled after the fictional eatery owned by Princess Tiana in the 2009 animated film, The Princess and the Frog. Now, immediately after the park management learned about Matthew's behavior, they closed the restaurant completely and briefly evacuated the guests from the park's New Orleans Square. The park security then forced Matthew to come down from the roof at the restaurant before detaining him inside the park and then calling the police. After the police arrived, they started investigating the case and discovered that Matthew had engaged in substance abuse and that it was the substance that was responsible for his misbehavior. Although his name wasn't disclosed to the public, an Anaheim police spokesperson told CBS that he's a 38-year-old man from Calgary, Alberta, further revealing how grown Matthew actually was. Now eventually he was arrested for being under the influence of narcotics, trespassing, and public nudity. But while this was a crazy case for everyone involved, it wasn't the first time Disneyland had a guest ruining other people's experience. The It's a Small World attraction at Disneyland is one of the most loved and most patronized attractions in Disneyland history due to its endearing message of global unity and its large capacity. But on March 25th, 2023, this loved attraction would become a place of a disturbing public spectacle. It all began with guests having fun at the It's a Small World ride, when a man whom we will call Peter suddenly jumped out of one of the attraction boats he was riding in and started displaying erratic behavior. he started by stripping himself naked in the presence of everyone, and then proceeded to wade in the water around the park where boats exited the ride. From there, he went on to sit on the ride of the canal as he watched everyone look at him awkwardly. According to one Disneyland guest named Hunter Coast, who posted a video of Peter online, Hunter was in line for the ride with his family. When his aunt directed his attention to the naked man, Hunter generally thought Peter was only being funny, but he soon realized that his behavior could ruin the beautiful experience for children waiting to get on the attraction. And this very concern made adult guests report Peter to Disneyland employees, who immediately stopped the ride and escalated the situation to the park security. Now they responded, but it still wasn't an easy task to get him off there. According to reports, it took about 45 minutes for 5 security guards and the Anaheim Police Department to have Peter contained. And after he was taken away from the attraction, the police conducted an investigation and determined that just like Matthew, he was also under the influence of a controlled substance. So Peter was then taken to the hospital as a precaution to be sure his condition wouldn't get any worse. And although his real identity was also kept secret, the police stated that he was a 26-year-old man who came to the park just like every other guest and actually had no ill intentions. This, however, didn't stop the police from arresting Peter and charging him with indecent exposure and being under the influence of a controlled substance. And while this case made the ride stop temporarily, this next one caused a massive evacuation since it involved thieves hiding in the park.
Searching for at least 2 suspects after a high-speed chase ended at Disneyland.
In 2000, Disneyland launched the largest parking structure in the US with a capacity of 10,000 cars, and then followed it up with an additional 6,500 space garage in 2019, making visits and parking easy for guests to flock in and out of the park. However, what no one knew was that in just 6 years, this massive structure would become an almost perfect hideout for criminals. On March 24, 2025, around 7:50 p.m., the Orange County deputies received a report about a stolen vehicle at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel on Pacific Coast Highway. But it wasn't just any vehicle, it was a Camaro ZL1, considered to be one of the coolest cars in the world, with a price tag of about $70,000. After compiling every information they needed about the missing vehicle, the deputies began their search, and in no time, they spotted it speeding at over 100 miles per hour on Interstate 5 through Irvine, California. Immediately, the police initiated a pursuit with cars and a helicopter in the air, and as the chase got more and more intense, the police kept closing in on the stolen vehicle, and it almost seemed like the alleged thieves had nowhere to go. But that was until the driver made a turn that left the officers on the edge of their seats. The driver would flee to Disneyland's 6,500 Pixar Palace parking structure without pausing for a second, and although it wasn't clear how he was able to swiftly drive past the garage attendant without getting stopped, his arrival at the park alerted the Anaheim and California Highway Patrol officers, who instantly took over the chase. The thieves were now somewhere inside the structure, which delayed the whole thing for hours. But by 8 p.m, the thieves decided to abandon the car, and the two then decided to run away on foot. Now the police actually continued the chase, and the parking structure, entrances, and exits were locked down for a thorough search. Unfortunately, this caused a significant inconvenience to the guests, as many of them would neither access their vehicles nor leave the park. Now thanks to a TikTok user named Danny McDuck, who made and uploaded a video of the scene on the platform, we were able to see what the park looked like while the investigation was going on. Now after the search, the two alleged thieves were caught, but there was still one more twist to the story, as the two suspects turned out to be children so young that the driver was taken to the juvenile hall, while the passenger was released into the custody of a guardian. Thankfully, this case ended with nobody getting injured or killed, but this next one isn't as simple, since it left bloodstains on Disneyland. 2023 was a special year for Disney fans, as their favorite entertainment company turned 100 years old. And to celebrate, Disney built and placed a 100th anniversary sign in several Disney World parks to mark the milestone and also to be used as a photo op. Now this triggered a wave of euphoria among fans who trooped to every Disney park to partake in the celebrations. But at the Magic Kingdom theme park, Walt Disney World Resort, some fans would cross the line, leaving behind horrific stains that would require a massive cover-up from Disney. It happened on May 15, 2023, when a family we will call the Taylors asked another family who we will call the Browns to move over so they could have a family picture in front of Disney's 100th anniversary sign. But for unknown reasons, the Browns simply didn't want to move, prompting a member of the family to punch one of the Taylors in the face. From there, a serious fight ensued, attracting the attention of other guests in the park, and one of them decided to make a video that shows two families throwing punches at each other, with one man being wrestled to the ground and other family members pulling and shoving each other. The video, which lasted for about 37 seconds, ended with Disney workers and a security officer arriving at the scene to split them up. But by the time the intervention occurred, at least one person had been badly injured, and according to reports, that person was eventually given medical treatment. This was confirmed by a video shared by TikTok user Jay Frosty, showing the aftermath of the brawl. In the clip, Disney custodial teams can be seen spraying and covering what appears to be a huge bloodstain on the ground, indicating that at least one member of the two families had lost a lot of blood. Although no arrests were made, two identified people were given a trespass warning, which means that they will never be allowed into the happiest place on earth. But while this brawl only got those involved banned, this next case is even more intense since it involves multiple people getting arrested. Back in 2022, another intense brawl broke out in Magic Kingdom between two sets of families, leading to fans questioning whether the park was ever truly safe for its guests at all. According to reports, the fight ensued between a family wearing matching red and white outfits and another family we will call the Petersons. The two families were having a good time at the park until a member of the Petersons tried to rejoin their family in line for Mickey's PhilharMagic, a 3D musical attraction at Magic Kingdom. Now at first, no one knew what started the actual fight, but later one of the people involved, whom we will call Mike, reached out to a news agency called WDWNT to share the side of his story and submitted additional footage of the brawl, revealing shocking details about the incident. According to Mike, it all started with both the red and white family and the Petersons standing in line for Mickey's PhilharMagic. But then somewhere along the line, a member of the Petersons realized she left her phone in the electric conveyance vehicle and left the line to retrieve it. When she then got back to the queue and tried to join in with her family, the red and white family refused to let her join the line. She'd left, and instead they started pushing and shoving her. And although that wasn't enough of a trigger for a fight, the brawl didn't start until the end of the event they had all attended. After the Petersons exited the theater, they met the red and white family waiting outside, and from their hostile glare, it was obvious that they were waiting to confront the Petersons. Now, in an attempt to de-escalate the situation, one of the Petersons allegedly said to the red and whites,
"Listen man, we don't want trouble. We don't appreciate you guys pushing my younger sister."
And while it's not clear how the red and whites responded, the situation quickly went from a normal conversations to a shouting contest. And before anyone knew what was going on, the two families were already locked in a serious altercation. And not long after the brawl started, some bystanders caught it on camera and posted it on different platforms. Most of the uploaded videos lasted about 45 seconds, with no indication that the fight was coming to an end, and no security officers were seen trying to put an end to it. And this very fight made people start questioning the effectiveness of Disney's security system, with concerned guests making different posts emphasizing the need for them to improve their commitment to the safety to the fans. But according to a witness interviewed by Fox 35, she mentioned that security personnel did arrive at the scene when the fight was almost over, saying,
"We came upon it, and it appeared as though it took about 2 minutes for 2 security personnel to arrive. Deputies arrived probably about 5 minutes after that."
However, Mike's footage, which is about a minute and a half long, only shows other guests along with 2 cast members intervening to end the fight, and it was them who eventually broke it up successfully. According to reports, the security officer later came to escort everyone involved in the brawl to separate secure locations where they all gave their statements. But by then, a lot of damage had been done. The Petersons reported having some of their items broken or missing, with one member of their family taken away in an ambulance due to a large laceration on his chin. Other members of both families also suffered cuts and bruises, which were treated in the park. But that didn't stop the authorities from slamming them with appropriate punishments for disturbing the peace. After the deputies conducted their investigation, they found 3 people guilty of misdemeanor battery and arrested them, while Disney banned everyone involved in the fight from visiting the park ever again. But that still wasn't enough, as the company would take it a step further by adding a courtesy drop-down tab on its website under the section that says "Preparing for your visit." This section reads,
"Be the magic you want to see in the world. You must always remember to treat others with respect, kindness, and compassion. Those who can't live up to the simple wish may be asked to leave Walt Disney World Resort."
And although this case ended with arrests, this next one is terrifying since it involves explosions.
A scare at the happiest place on earth. Investigators this morning are trying to find out who set off a small explosion at Disneyland in Anaheim, California.
On May 28, 2013, the day at Disneyland started like any other crowded summer afternoon, with families filling the walkways and music drifting through the air. But within moments, that illusion of perfection was shattered by an unexpected blast that forced thousands of guests to evacuate in fear. It all started when a Disney employee named Christian Barnes, who works at a vending cart outside of Toontown, concluded his shift and was going to be relieved by a colleague, whom we will call Harry. When Harry got to the vending cart that Christian had just left, he opened it to check what's left, but suddenly it exploded. While Harry and everyone else around were still trying to figure out what was going on, Christian took a water bottle from what was left of the exploded cart and found his way to the park exit. And before he left, he dropped the bottle in a trash can. Now, several minutes later, a cleaner removed the trash bag from the can and placed it on the floor and left it there to empty another can. But before he got back, the trash bag too had exploded. Although no one was injured in either explosion, they were enough to cause panic to the guests, who described the explosion as a
loud boom.
And the sound was also loud enough to alert the park officials to shut down Toontown, which is the affected area of the park, for about 3 hours, and decided to contact the police department and the bomb squad. Up until this point, nobody knew what caused these explosions, so it could be a simple prank or an actual attack on Disneyland waiting to escalate. To get answers, the officers investigated the case and found out that the explosions were from 2 dry ice bombs. One was placed in the cart and the other one in the trash bin. Fortunately, it wasn't a serious danger that could have led to any significant loss. And at Disneyland, finding dry ice isn't actually that difficult, as the park uses it a lot for storing food, creating special effects, and outdoor vending carts like the one Christian managed. Also, crude dry ice bombs are actually common in Anaheim, as police have reported sightings multiple times in the city. So this means that the culprit didn't actually have to look far to get what he needed to make the actual bombs. Now, once the police determined the source of the explosions, the next job was to find the criminal behind the bombs. And due to Harry's account detailing how the first explosion occurred and the surveillance footage that showed Christian around the 2 explosion sites, the officers determined their first suspect. And so on May 29, 2013, Christian was actually called in for questioning. Now, at this point, it was pretty clear that Christian was behind all of this. But initially, it was unclear if Christian actually intentionally set off the explosion or if it happened by accident. But almost immediately after the interrogation started, he he admitted to setting off the 2 dry ice bombs, and also explained how he used the water bottles to make the bombs and left them at the sites of explosions, and also explained how he used the water bottles to make the bombs. And as much as most explosions come with serious motives, surprisingly Christian mentioned that this was just an isolated incident with unexpected impacts, which in other words means it was just a one-time silly thing that he never expected would trigger a full bomb squad response. Now after his confession, Christian was immediately arrested and was charged with a misdemeanor count of possession of a destructive device. This was actually a serious crime that would send Christian to jail for about 6 years, but before he was charged to court, he was held on a $1 million bail while he waited to appear before a judge. Now Christian's father, Raymond Barnes, seemed to be displeased with how his son's case turned out, as he said in an interview with NBC4 that his son is the best kid anyone could ever ask for because he's never been in trouble and had no criminal record. He also mentioned that the authorities were blowing things way out of proportion, saying,
"It's just a little ice, hot ice. They're making a big deal out of nothing. I'm sure when the smoke clears, they'll see he's just like any other person. They just made a little mistake."
But unfortunately, according to Susie Brown, the director of media relations and external communications for Disneyland, cases like Christian's are taken very seriously, and so Christian may face actual jail time for his actions after all. Now at the time, Christian still didn't know what would happen to him, but before long, Disneyland released a statement about the situation, including an insurance of safety, saying,
"Reviews complete. Mickey's Toontown has been deemed all clear by local authorities. Guests are welcome to return."
And so on April 3rd, 2013, the attraction center opened normally once again, like nothing happened. And the next day, Christian appeared in Orange County Superior Court and pleaded not guilty to his charges. And there, the prosecutors requested that his bail be reduced to $500,000, which the judge allowed, and afterwards set his bail hearing for June 13th, 2013. Now after the bail hearing, the judge first lowered Christian's bail to $50,000, and then ordered his release on the same day, stating that he believed Christian had no malicious intent. And so on November 4th, 2013, Christian would plead guilty to his charges and was immediately sentenced to 36 hours in jail, 3 years of informal probation, and 100 hours of community service, and a lifetime ban from Disneyland property. While this incident caused a few hours of panic within Disneyland, this next case is much worse, since it involves a violent offender and a smaller human.
The park was booked over the weekend for what was supposed to be a genuine wedding ceremony, but Disneyland staff and security called police when they noticed the so-called bride wearing a wedding dress was too young.
Disneyland Paris is not just Europe's most visited theme park, but also one of the most popular venues for beautiful beginnings. But without realizing it, the park once made a terrible decision of hosting a wedding that will only be remembered for horror. This story takes us to June 21st, 2025, when Disneyland Paris opened its gates to a groom, his bride, orchestra, a giant cake, and 100 guests in attendance before the opening hours. The ceremony kickstarted like every other weddings, until something really disturbing would catch the attention of some staff. The employee monitoring the events suddenly noticed the wedding had a very unusual type of couple, which included an adult groom and a small human as a bride. This led to the staff alerting the police, who came to put an end to the wedding immediately. Now the police decided to arrest the group, the bride's biological mother, a 55-year-old Latvian man hired to be the bride's father, and a 24-year-old Latvian woman hired to be the bride's sister. And after the arrest, the police began investigating the situation and found out that the bride was in fact a smaller human who we will call Natalia. Now more disturbingly, they also discovered that the groom had actually arranged a staged wedding by hiring Natalia to act as his bride and every other person in attendance. But the 100 paid extras thought they were attending a real wedding. Now this was a very weird situation, but because the groom was the sole organizer of the event and had left everyone else ignorant of his plans, he was charged with fraud, breach of trust, money laundering, and identity theft. As for the other people involved, they were eventually let go by the authorities. And while every other charge is pretty self-explanatory, the groom was charged with money laundering because hiring Disneyland Paris for a wedding before the opening hours cost up to $153,000, which shows that he must have spent a lot of money to pull off the fake wedding. Also, the identity theft was a result of the groom fooling Disneyland by telling them that the wedding ceremony was real, taking things even further by booking the park with a fake Latvian identity. And on top of that, on the morning of the wedding, he used makeup to change his face, so as to look entirely different from himself. Fortunately, Natalia was not harmed both physically and intimately, but still staging a wedding with a person that wasn't of age is very weird. And it wasn't just Disneyland staff who found it strange, as one of the hired guests at the party would later express their shock during an interview with France Inner Radio.
"I saw the panic of the Disney people. Then through the window I saw a small human that was not of age with a wedding dress on. A woman was carrying her in her arms. That's when I understood that the bride was really young."
But while the investigators thought nothing else could be more shocking than the bride's age, they soon discovered that the groom was a well-known British intimately violent offender named Justaniano, popularly known as Jackie Josh. And the French investigators found about Jackie's past records through the BBC, which had previously published investigations into him. And although the police and prosecutors didn't immediately name him, the BBC soon realized another article about him, stating that back in 2016, Jackie was found guilty of being intimately inappropriate with 2 female small humans in the United Kingdom after he lured them with alcohol while claiming to be a Hollywood film producer. And after he successfully lied to these innocent victims, he exploited them and even went ahead to filming the intimate moment without their consent. He then uploaded this video on a now deleted YouTube channel that stayed up for 4 years. One of the victims' family members said to BBC that it is very unfair for YouTube to allow such a video to stay up for that long, considering considering that the video destroyed the victim's life. Now for this crime, Jackie was arrested and would eventually be sentenced to 4 years in prison, and after serving his jail time, he would be released in 2020. Now in 2025, the French judicial authorities were notified of Jackie's previous convictions, but his rap sheet was even longer than they initially thought, as it would turn out he'd also been listed as a wanted man for breaching a harm prevention order and a breach of an intimate violent offenders register notification requirement by the Metropolitan Police in London. This was because after Jackie's release in 2020, he was placed under supervision by the London police. But even though he was under constant watch and his movement was restricted, somehow Jackie managed to pull off another massive stunt in London several years later. On October 17, 2023, Jackie faked a fake movie premiere at Leicester Square, and to make things worse, he hired hundreds of young people to act as his fans. According to reports, these people, who were aged were hired by an organization known as Project BRT from an agency called Jam 2000. These people were instructed to scream for Jackie and make an effort to touch him as he walked by, and some of them were reported to have freely touched his hands and back as he paraded up and down in different outfits. In addition to the small humans, Project BRT also booked about 100 young women between the ages of to 24 from another company known as Universal Extras to also act as Jackie's fans. Now this is so extremely weird that the BBC reached out to the older cast of the event to ask questions about how they got hired, and at the end of the interview, text messages sent by Universal Extras showed the actors were paid £85 to act as Jackie's diehard fans, who cried, tried to reach him, and passed out from loving him excessively. They were also asked to appear in different costumes, including clubbing high school uniform, Harry Potter type of look, and pajamas. Now while this sounds like a simple task to perform, the story became really troubling when the cast members mentioned that throughout the event, no one actually knew Jackie's true identity. It wasn't until the fake premiere was over that Universal Extras sent a couple of shocking emails to the actors. The emails stated that they just found out that one of the cast members may have had a criminal conviction in the past, and warned them to never speak to the media about it, claiming that it would be considered breach of their contracts. While the actors remained tight-lipped throughout the event, the agency would later send yet another email on November 2nd, 2023, saying that it had conducted an extensive investigation and had reported every concern to the police. The agency also assured the actors of their safety by attaching the alleged response of the police that says,
"There's no cause for concern in relation to artist safety, and there were no restrictions placed on this individual, preventing him working with or being near any of our artists, including those under 18.
But it turned out that this wasn't the case, because after the BBC found out about these emails, it reached out to the police for confirmation, and what was discovered was nothing short of shocking. The BBC was told that Jackie had been charged with 2 counts of failing to comply with the notification requirements of the Intimate Violent Offenders Register, which means he didn't register a new passport and failed to notify the authorities of his trip 7 days before he departed. In addition, he was also charged with breaching his harm prevention order because he didn't provide a mobile phone for inspection. And after the BBC spoke to 2 young adults who attended the fake premiere, it was revealed that they were also clueless about the nature of the production they were paid to attend. All of these were documented in the BBC's article, and just as expected, it went pretty viral. But nothing would be heard of Jackie until June of 2024, when a parent saw him sharing gifts to young people outside dance auditions for another production. This parent recognized him immediately and reported him to the police, prompting his immediate arrest. However, Jackie was soon again released, since his offense was considered minimal, although it ended up attracting further investigation by the BBC. And then Jackie moved from the UK to France, where he would organize the infamous Disney wedding that landed him in much bigger trouble. Now at the time of this video, Jackie remains in custody and hasn't been sentenced yet. But while this violent offender was just a one-time guest at Disneyland, this next case takes things up a notch, since the criminal is a Disney employee.
The legal action is aimed at Disney and its employee accused of taking video up a girl's skirt.
On March 31st, 2023, a female cast member at Disney Studios, Florida, whom we will call Aurora, made a report to the Orange County Sheriff's Office about a male employee who she caught filming a female guest inappropriately. After receiving this report via a phone call, the officers called in Laura to give them details of how the incident occurred. In a redacted video, Laura told the sheriffs that she was in dog owner's shop, standing next to the register when she saw the male employee acting strangely. The man was there to direct a queue of guests waiting to buy lightsabers while holding different menus of the product, and at the time, a female guest, whom we will call Amanda, was next in line to purchase the lightsabers. But before she could actually buy anything, the employee suddenly dropped one of the menus he was holding, which fell directly in front of him, and that was the moment the unimaginable happened. Laura told the sheriffs that she suspected that the employee was taking pictures of Amanda's underskirt, and when the sheriffs asked why she thought so, she said,
"You know he was taking photos."
Well,
did you see a light flash?
I did not see a flash,
okay.
but
You hear it clicking, or
no, it was very
just
loud
assumption,
in there.
right?
It is my assumption,
Right.
yes.
Okay.
Especially because there was no need for him to reach that way.
Of course.
To pick up his menu.
Right.
And it was no need for him to have his phone out either.
Okay.
And there's no phone in that position either, so
I
it wasn't
understand.
like a work phone or anything.
Right.
Laura was also asked if the employee knew that she saw him, to which she answered,
I don't know if he knows that I saw him, but as soon as he did it, he like put his phone back away, and then he turned around and made eye contact, and then he turned back around really fast. And then that's when I called my peers and reported.
After the interview, the officers then went down to Disney Studios and searched for the said employee, and in no time they found him, informed him that they were there to question him, and conducted a thorough search of him. They confiscated his personal possessions, including his phone and his ID card, revealing his identity to be a 26-year-old man named George Diaz Vega. Afterwards, he was then led to a vacant room in the studio where he was interviewed by the sheriffs. One of the officers started by telling him the reason for the meeting with them and proceeded to ask them about the reported incident. Now, for a while, he wasn't really cooperating with them, but later told them that he had a confession to make on one condition.
Can you close the door? I wanna express. I wanna tell you. Okay.
Sure. Hang on a second.
If you close the door.
Oh, sure. Come on in, Chris. Close the door. I mean, you don't have to talk to me if you don't want to. I'm just saying. Okay.
Have a confession for me.
Okay.
Although his confession part was redacted, according to an arrest statement,
we know that George admitted that he's been taking videos of dresses/skirts of unknown females in the Disney World theme parks for approximately 6 years.
This was a very shocking revelation, but George's immediate request after his admission is even weirder, as he expressed concern for his mother and longed to be home.
I don't mean this in a bad way, but because I love my mom a lot. You think I'll get home?
Well, we're just gonna have the detectives. It kind of depends on how long you sit and talk to the detective. Once they come out and talk to you, because they're gonna want to see if you can write everything out and all for them. So that'll be up to them. But we're not going to say anything to your mom.
Now, when the actual detectives arrived, George told them everything he just said to the sheriffs, and in addition mentioned that he had over 500 illicit videos on his device, which he'd filmed by himself for personal gratification, because he could no longer find similar videos on online websites. Now, to probably bail himself out of the situation, George then apologized for what he'd done, and told the investigators that he had a mental health condition, saying,
I know what I did was wrong, and I do not mean to cause any harm. I have autism, and the times I was doing it, I didn't know the consequences.
But unfortunately for George, the information wouldn't save him, as the officers actually soon connected another reported incident to him. Now, a day before this interview, on March 30th, 2023, the sheriff's office received a similar report about a male Disney employee, who was of course later identified as George, intentionally making a doll fall so he could film another female guest's underskirt. And now initially it felt like George's legal case started right here, but according to reports, there was yet another case prior to the March 30th case, because George was actually at the time accused of recording up the skirt of a female co-worker with his phone, which led to an internal investigation at Disney. But eventually the company didn't actually fire him though, but instead just changed his role. Now, even before that, on March 25th, 2023, George allegedly captured an upskirt video of a female smaller human, whom we will call Ivana, while she was buying a toy from the gift shop. Ivana was there with her grandmother, who caught George in the act and confronted him, and George didn't even deny his crime, but instead begged Ivana's family to keep it a secret, saying,
I've been fired for this before, please don't call the police, I promise I won't do it again.
And even once Ivana found out what happened, she began crying, screaming, vomiting, and would eventually suffer a panic attack. And now, barely a week later, who didn't spare him this time around, but went straight to the sheriff's office instead. With that, the officers located the victim, Amanda, to inform her about the incident, and asked her if she wanted to prosecute George. Now, Amanda actually hesitated initially, but would soon agree to press charges in order to save the other people from being George's victims. And so the officers arrested George and charged him with 2 counts of video voyeurism, which means to secretly film another person's or intimate activities without their consent, especially in areas or situations where the victim expects privacy. And immediately after his arrest, Disney would also completely terminate his appointment, rendering him jobless once again. Now, in court, George pleaded not guilty, and he was eventually released on a $2,500 bond, waiting for the actual outcome of his case. But before he could actually know his punishment, in June 2023, officers responded to a report about a man later identified as George, who was engaged in lewd behavior at Publix. According to a witness, whom we will call Diane, who spoke to the deputies, she initially noticed George when he started following her and her husband, whom we will call Peter, around the store. George's movements became concerning when he moved behind Diana and knelt to her side with his phone in his hand. Afterwards, he simply left the area. Now, Peter was worried that George would have taken pictures of his wife, so he and Diana followed George just to be sure. And eventually, the two found George at the checkout point and confirmed their suspicions right there. George was allegedly filming another woman underneath her dress while standing behind her in the queue, and so Diane immediately yelled at George to stop, which made him try to leave the store hurriedly. Peter actually caught up with him and seized his phone. Now, at the moment, George began to plead with them not to call the police, saying he had a record and was previously sacked for the same offense. And in the process of talking himself out of the situation, George would then actually suddenly run away in his car, leaving Peter and Diane with the phone he'd used to commit a crime. And so while the couple waited for the deputies, Peter actually looked through the phone and found pictures of his wife's dress, her underwear, and her face, confirming that George had indeed taken pictures of her. Once the officers arrived, they also looked through the store's CCTV CCTV footage and affirmed that George filmed Diane and another woman inappropriately. And even though George was now gone via his car's plate number, the deputies were actually easily able to locate George, who was once again arrested. Now he was sent to county jail on a $5,000 bond this time. In addition to that, the court ordered him to stay away from every public store. Now after George was actually released on bond again, the case proceeded slowly until March 21st, 2025, when Ivana's family decided to file a civil lawsuit against Disney and George for negligent hiring, negligent retention, invasion of privacy, and more, seeking at least $50,000 in settlement. Now up until this video was made, the lawsuit remained active, with no indication of settlement or dismissal, and George is still yet unpunished for his crimes. And while it's not common for cases like this to stay pending for a long time, the next case is much worse, since it sent the whole country into a state of great fear.
We just had some kind of explosion downtown.
On April 12, 1995, a padded envelope labeled videotape with no return address arrived on the desk of the Disneyland executive secretary. At first, it seemed harmless, until curiosity led her to play the video, revealing a message that would set off a nationwide panic. The 8-minute and 51-second video opened with an anonymous person behind the camera, filming a newspaper from the Orange County Register with the date April 1st, 1995 on it. The particular report filmed was headlined,
"Man charged with spraying irritant in Disneyland."
And it detailed an incident that happened in the month where a 21-year-old man allegedly released a harmful substance in the Space Mountain ride that made about 33 people sick instantly. The caption on the videotape in relation to the news article says, "Good boy," and the camera soon moved to a table of old black and white photographs of unknown people captioned "Dead Guest" before the screen went blank. Immediately the words "Nerf gas" and "Made Easy" appeared, and the next thing we see is what looked like a temporary and low-quality chemical lab. On the table was a pair of tongs, an aluminum pot, and bottles of liquid, and a clock on the table was pointing to number 9, with a date underneath that reads April 14th, 1995, which was 2 days after the arrival of the tape at Disneyland. A glove hand then eventually started to work with the chemicals, and eventually pulled out small glass pots of a pink substance and another colorless substance. Next thing that appeared on the screen was a refrigerator. It had a yellow container of antifreeze and other unknown items wrapped in tinfoil. Towards the end of the video is a shot that was filmed from a motel across the street from Disneyland, close to where the parking lot used to be, and once again the words "Dead Guest" appeared on the screen before the video went blank. At the end of the video, a Spanish TV show from 1988, Camera Infragante, played, and it made the whole video seem like it originally contained the TV show, which the anonymous person recorded on. Now this content immediately sent chills down the secretary's spine and prompted her to immediately remove the tape, all while being careful to ensure any potential fingerprints were preserved. The secretary then took the tape to the security manager, who then informed the higher authorities. Immediately, the FBI, Anaheim police officers, Orange County bomb squad, and public health officials were deployed into the park in anticipation of a possible attack. And what followed was a tightening sense of fear as everyone involved braced themselves for the uncertainty ahead. Now the officers involved were all given chemical warfare gear, including gas masks from stockpiles off the Marine base at El Toro, showing the magnitude of the situation. And from the moment the officers were in position, the security at the park was tightened, as everybody was thoroughly searched who went in during the period. Now being an Easter weekend, it was one of Disney's busiest weeks, with a lot of guests in attendance, which at the same time seemed like the perfect time for perpetrators to penetrate into the park by blending in with the crowd. Now the tension was intense around that time, not only because of the videotape itself, but also because 3 weeks before the tape arrived at Disneyland, a Japanese cult known as Om Shinjinko cult unleashed a lethal nerve agent called sarin on commuters in Tokyo. This attack sent 13 people out of this world, and as a result made law enforcement around the world be more careful. Now while the news of this attack generated a widespread panic, now some sources capitalized on it by spreading rumors that the Tokyo police said that the 2 men associated with the cult had flown to Los Angeles shortly before Easter, and the same sources also claimed that both men were arrested upon arrival in LA, but no one actually knew their whereabouts at the time Disneyland received the threats. But the rumors would do more damage than good to the public. The FBI debunked the story but never commented about the reason for deploying the officers and bomb squad to Disneyland. And of course the guests didn't know about the VHS tape, which simply left the public unconvinced that the cult members weren't roaming around freely in the United States. To worsen the situation, a Japanese National Police Agency official also declined any comment concerning 2 Japanese men who were reportedly questioned at the Los Angeles airport. Now another reason for the internal panic of the Disney company was the result of Disney receiving bomb threats because of a movie the company released around the same time named Priest. The Catholic organization was really pissed about the movie and protested against it because it featured a homosexual priest. But while Disneyland was packed with the US military troops and guests roamed around the park wondering why the security was tightened, danger loomed in another part of the country, and what happened next was far more tragic than anything imagined.
We just had some kind of explosion downtown.
Now 5 days actually passed after April 14th, the supposed date of the attack, so all was good until now. But instead, the city of Oklahoma witnessed a domestic terrorist attack when a massive truck bomb detonated outside of the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in downtown Oklahoma. And the attack sent 168 people out of this world and injured another 680. And on the same day, an anti-government extremist, Timothy McVeigh, was arrested, convicted, and later executed, whilst accomplice Terry Nichols was sentenced to life imprisonment. And while President Bill Clinton was addressing the attack, he also hinted at the videotape threat, saying,
There was one recent incident with which I was intimately familiar, which involved a quick and secret deployment of a major United States effort of FBI and FEMA and Public Health Service and Army personnel. We went to the place and we were ready. We were ready to try to prevent it, and if it occurred, we were ready to respond.
And while the president never explicitly mentioned Disneyland, the White House would actually later confirm that he was referring to the park threat. Now, after this press conference, the authorities decided to keep the details of the incident under wraps, so the general public still wasn't sure what to believe. However, on April 22nd, 1995, the FBI finally announced that the VHS threat was a hoax, since nothing happened on April 14th, which was the targeted date, and even 8 days later, the situation remained the same. The announcement finally marked the end of this potential threat. Now, until now, the public actually never saw the actual VHS tape recordings, and the mysteries around this would only grow stronger as days turned into weeks, weeks turned into months, and months turned into years, with nobody knowing what exactly was said in these tapes. And eventually, those looking for answers started to lose interest as time went on. But in 2019, this exact videotape would come to life once again after a VHS collector named Todd Berkhoven stumbled upon it while looking through a Goodwill thrift store in Portland, Oregon. Todd generally collects old videos that have been lost to time and posts them on his YouTube channel named Dr. RPVHS. And as soon as he found this video and watched it, he knew he had found something different from his usual finds. He then wrote in the video description,
"Of all the haunted VHS tapes I've ever found, this one is the most haunted."
And Todd then asked the online investigators to help him solve the mystery. In the video, the name Jerry Hill was written on the tape, together with the printed label 199MNY252958. And once again, this discovery sparked curiosity among those who knew about the hoax, with the new generation joining the train of intrigue. And more than the question of
what happened decades ago,
were other questions like,
who is Jerry Hill? Why did he have the tape? And what do the numbers mean written on it?
And before long, the internet, specifically a channel named Barely Sociable, were able to provide some answers, including the first 3 digits. 199 likely being an FBI classification known as Foreign Counterintelligence Terrorism, while NY suggests that the case was handled by the New York field office. And it was later revealed that the location was one of the reasons the authorities didn't take the threat lightly. And this was because the Japanese cult had a base in New York City, which of course made the FBI believe that this tape might have ties to the group. As for the name on the tape, it belongs to a former FBI agent named Jerry Hill, who worked in the Portland area. According to Jerry Hill's relative, who spoke to news outlets, Jerry used to work on terrorism cases, which explains why it was possible for him to have his name on it. But by 2017, Jerry died, and the tape ended up at a Goodwill store. And while no one visits Disneyland with the fear of explosions, this next case made the guest experience extremely traumatic.
A wild brawl breaks out inside Disney Concert Hall Thursday evening during a graduation ceremony.
When it comes to graduation ceremonies, they usually begin with a lot of excitement and end in the same way. But on June 13, 2024, what started as a celebration at the Walt Disney Concert Hall ended in the most horrifying way. This wasn't a regular graduation ceremony, but a program known as Operation Graduation, which is a collaborative ceremony organized by the Los Angeles County Probation Department and the Los Angeles County Office of Education. It celebrates high school students who've earned their diploma in juvenile detention, probation camps, and community schools. The ceremony was organized for over 100 Los Angeles County high school graduates, including more than 24 youths who are on probation. And the actual graduation ceremony began on a good note, as expected, with the detained probation youth being closely watched and eventually escorted out of the auditorium. They were then placed in a secure holding area after their program had been concluded. But things were just about to take a dark turn. While the ceremony was coming to an end, someone from the audience suddenly jumped over a second-story balcony at the concert venue and attacked a community graduate. Instantly, things got even worse when someone else leaped off the stage into a group of people, resulting in a massive brawl. And Brianna Valdez, one of the graduating students who just climbed the stage when the fight started, expressed her shock in an interview, stating how intense the fight actually was.
It was really scary. They were all jumping. They got on top of each other and they fell off of the stage.
Now, before the situation would get even worse, the security personnel at the venue contained it, and eventually no serious injuries were reported. But while everyone tried to catch a break and return to their homes, another fight broke out inside the concert hall, and this time it involved a firearm. According to witnesses Raul Valdez and Javonte Jameson, the second fight started just as suddenly as the first one, but with multiple gunshots being fired, leaving everyone scared to death.
Coming out of the ceremonies, and there was a car right on the other side of the cars that were parked, and we just saw shooting, and then saw the smoke and everything, and everybody just got down on the ground.
Once again, law enforcement reacted swiftly to the situation and had 4 people arrested, bringing peace to the chaotic situation. And although the report stated that the fight was between students from different communities, some witnesses believed it all happened for a different reason.
It's like we're here for a happy moment and it's just ruined with gang activity.
Despite the rapid shootings, no life was actually lost. But the same can't be said about the next case, since it involves someone losing their life in the most unusual way.
Well, you know those terms and conditions many of us agree to without even reading them? Disney is trying to use them to fend off a wrongful death lawsuit.
On October 5th, 2023, Jeffrey Piccolo had dinner with his wife, Dr. Kanak Porn Tang Swan, and his mother, Jackie Piccolo, at Disney Springs, after which the three went their separate ways. Now, approximately 45 minutes later, Jeffrey would receive a disturbing call, stating his wife had just collapsed and died from food allergy. Jeffrey couldn't believe his ears, not only because his wife was young and healthy, but because he was sure about an hour ago that they wouldn't be having any food allergy issues. That was because Jeffrey and his family carefully and intentionally chose the Wrongful Road Irish pub restaurant because they believed the restaurant, and especially Disney, wouldn't be careless about food allergies. For context, Disney is known as one of the most allergy-safe places to visit, at least since 2015, when Disneyland and Walt Disney World Resorts introduced allergy-friendly menus. And fast forward to 2017, Disney would even get recognition from the Food Allergy Research and Education Group as an industry leader in providing safe, quality dining experiences to guests with allergies and special diets. And this is even boldly stated on the Disney website Food Blog for anyone who wants to actually read it. This was really important to Jeffrey and his family, and it in a way influenced their choice of restaurant because Canuck Porn was highly allergic to dairy and nuts. This means that one wrong ingredient, without them knowing, could very well mean chronic pain or even worse, death for Canuck Porn. Now once they settled in, they informed the waiter about her allergy, and he assured all of them that they would prepare dishes that are safe for her. And so they ordered a vegan fritter, scallops, onion rings, and a vegan shepherd's pie. Now when the server actually returned with the food, some of the items didn't actually have the allergen-free flags in them, which made Jeffrey and Canuck Porn question the waiter again about the allergens, to which he responded with an assurance that the food was safe. And after assuring them again and again, the three decided to eat their food and went their separate ways after. Jeffrey took the leftover food to their room while his mom and Canuck Porn went out to shop. Now outside, Canuck Porn and Jackie actually decided to shop separately, and as soon as Jackie was done shopping, she called Canuck Porn on the phone to know if she was done as well, but Canuck Porn wasn't actually responding, and so Jackie thought that she had simply headed to the hotel, so Jackie decided to do the same. But when she got to the room, Canuck Porn was nowhere to be found, and so Jackie called her again, and this time it was answered, but not by Canuck Porn herself, but by a stranger who told Jackie that her daughter-in-law had just slumped at the store and had been taken to the hospital. Jackie and Jeffrey would then rush to the hospital, where the witnesses who followed Canuck Porn told them that she suddenly began to have difficulty breathing and eventually collapsed. According to the observers, Canuck Porn actually self-administered an EpiPen before one of them called 911. But unfortunately, after a period of waiting, Jeffrey and Jackie met the doctor in charge, who told them that Canuck Porn had died. According to them, her death was a result of a severe and fast-acting allergic reaction due to the elevated levels of dairy and nuts in her system. This news, of course, made Jeffrey was shocked because of the conversation he and his family had with the waiters who served them at the Raglan Road Irish pub. And so Jeffrey decided to file a lawsuit against the restaurant and Walt Disney Parks and Resorts, accusing both of negligence. Raglan for preparing the food improperly, and Disney for failing to train their employees to make sure they prepare allergen-free food when requested. Now initially, Disney actually argued that the restaurant is neither owned nor operated by the company, saying in their email statement that they're defending the company against any attempt to include them in a lawsuit meant to be solely against Raglan, because in reality, Raglan Road is not owned and operated by Disney, but by the Great Irish Pubs Florida Incorporated. However, Jeffrey's attorney countered that the lease agreement between the parties is in part evidence of Disney's right of control over the actions of Raglan Road, and with that, Disney was still forced to remain in the case. But this is when Disney decided to pull out their ace card. On May 31st, 2024, Disney attorneys devised another means to dismiss Jeffrey's lawsuit, and this time they chose to dig up the terms and conditions he agreed to when signing up for the Disney Plus streaming service in 2019. According to Disney, Jeffrey created a Disney Plus account on his PlayStation and agreed to the terms of use that states users agree to settle any disputes with the company out of court via arbitration. And the company also claimed that 2019 wasn't the only time Jeffrey agreed to such a contract, but also in 2023 when he bought Disney Plus theme park tickets using his Disney account. And Jeffrey's attorneys actually confirmed that truly Jeffrey did create a Disney Plus account in 2019, but he actually canceled the subscription during the trial and never used it afterwards. They then responded to Disney's claims, saying that it is wrong to actually state that a person who signs up for a 1-month free trial without expanding beyond the trial period will have to waive the right to a jury trial forever, and instead will agree to arbitrage any dispute against Disney and its affiliates. In addition to that, Jeffrey's lawyers also argued that Jeffrey agreed to these terms on behalf of himself and not his wife, whom the lawsuit is actually about. Now, when it became public that Disney was trying to use this tactic as a get-out-of-jail card, they faced a ton of backlash, with different tweets and posts, like the one from a user named Evan Loves Worfs, saying,
"Remember that a woman died in Disney World, and Disney argued in the wrongful death lawsuit that they weren't liable because her husband had signed up for Disney Plus. They're an evil company."
And another user said,
"The tragic death at Disney World due to a food allergy shows it's evident that Disney does not prioritize guest safety. Now they're reportedly using Disney Plus terms of service as a legal loophole to dismiss the lawsuit. This negligence is unacceptable. It's time we hold Disney accountable and demand they take real actions to protect their guests. No more excuses."
And besides the call out tweets, some YouTubers also made videos about the situation, condemning Disney. One of them was Penguin Z, who said this concerning the situation.
"I've said for years now, one of the most evil companies on the planet is Disney. I imagine the board of directors is a who's who of supervillains. You probably got Mickey Mouse right next to Lucifer in that seat. It is always shocking to see just how low they'll stoop for the sake of a couple extra doubloons.
Now it soon became a widespread issue, and Disney knew that their reputation was totally on the line. And so to salvage the situation, the company filed a notice to withdraw the motion in an email to the Associated Press saying,
"At Disney we strive to put humanity above all other considerations. With such unique circumstances as the one in this case, we believe the situation warrants a sensitive approach to expedite a resolution for the family who've experienced such a painful loss."
Now currently the case is still ongoing, with no guarantee that this will actually end soon. Now this was a disturbing and unexpected end to a person's life, but it's nothing compared to the next case, since it involves a person's life ending mysteriously. It's late June 1974, a time Disneyland was exceptionally buzzing with people for its recently debuted variety show known as America Sings. Unknown to anyone at the time though, just 1 week later, this same show that brought smiles to thousands of faces would end up taking the life of an employee in the most disturbing way. That employee was 18-year-old Deborah Gail Stone, the first child of Bill and Marilyn Stone. Deborah was described as an athletic and smart kid who graduated from Santa Ana High School in the top 10 percentile of her class. After graduation, she then enrolled at Iowa State University with so much excitement and enthusiasm for her future. However, what Deborah truly needed was far more than her inbuilt abilities and euphoria. She needed money to live through college, since she was far away from home. And being a teenager, Deborah of course only had her gaze fixated on the coolest place any person would want to work at, and that place was Disneyland. Now once Disneyland started taking applications for summer jobs, Deborah and her friends decided to apply, hoping they would be selected. And surprisingly, Deborah actually got the job she desired, and so in no time she was already functioning in one of the most exciting spots. Now Disneyland had just debuted the animated variety show known as America Sings.
Yankee Doodle traveled south, riding on a riverboat, playing a tune and sang it out. It sounded like a...
It was a show that paid tribute to America's musical history and performed it by rotating the theater where guests sat around a central stage in 6 steps, just like a ride. Altogether, the show lasted 24 minutes and featured 4 acts, each of which was a medley of tunes performed by audio animatronic animals. Now, unlike many other rides in the park where Disney workers only stayed behind the scenes, certain rides required someone beautiful and smart enough to welcome patrons before the start of the show and bid them goodbye after the theater had completely rotated around the 6 musical scenes.
Welcome to our presentation of America Sings. We have a few last reminders before we start. Please, no smoking or eating, and especially no flash photography here in our theater.
And so for American Sings, Deborah, a pretty young and upbeat woman, seemed like the ideal cast member, and so she mastered her job as the show hostess. And on July 8th, she was placed on the evening shift. But before the show could actually start, Deborah had something else to be excited about. Her boyfriend had just proposed to her earlier that day, and so she called her parents to ask if it was okay to get married. Now according to her parents, they were happy for her, which means they gave her their blessings. After the positive response, Deborah went ahead to do her job, and the show began like every other of its kind, but its end came with a tragic twist. Around 10:30 p.m, the guests had just experienced the last musical scene, and the stage was moving into the position to begin a new cycle, when one of the guests, Daniel Robinson, and saw what looked like a little child was being pulled between the moving walls. And once the stage stopped moving, the guests informed the operators to rush to the scene, only to be met with a gruesome sight. Somehow the 2 passing walls had crushed Deborah to death, leaving her remains almost unidentifiable. Now, why Deborah was between those walls has stayed a mystery for over 5 decades, with loads of speculations and myths being passed down from one generation to another. While some believe Deborah's hair might have been caught in the moving walls, other hosts of the show had claimed that it wasn't unusual for staff to playfully hop from one wall to another. But in Deborah's case, no one ever saw her doing that on the night of the incident. Now to Deborah's family, the ride's safety features weren't enough, and so they filed a lawsuit against Disney. And during the course of the investigation of the case, it was revealed that American Sings had a dangerous flaw, which could have made it easy to become a victim of the moving walls. According to reports, the American Sings Theater was initially used for Carousel of Progress, which was a rotating theater show about the history of American technological progress. Now the difference between those 2 shows is that the Carousel of Progress was a rotating theater, while American Sings was a stationary theater with rotating stages. So in other words, Carousel of Progress rotated in a clockwise direction, in a way that allowed the center stage to rotate without the walls colliding, while American Sings rotated in an anti-clockwise way, which means that the walls would clash as the center rotated while moving guests from one stage to another. Now eventually Disney settled out of court for an undisclosed amount, which Deborah's parents called a small settlement. Now according to reports, the company added safety lights that would alert someone if they were getting too close to the danger area, ensuring the safety of other employees, until the eventual shutdown of the show in April 1988. And while no one witnessed how Deborah lost her life, the next case is more troubling since it involved a guest sending another one out of this world in the most brutal way.
Disneyland was about to witness a dark incident that would shake its image and expose serious flaws in its safety system. For the first time in its 26-year history, someone lost their life inside the park.
Long before 1981, Disneyland had launched a grad night program that brings every Southern California high school senior together to celebrate their graduation. This event is one of the reasons Disneyland had a lot of teenagers in the park on March 7, 1981. However, at the same time, the Roar Corp, a defense and aerospace firm, was also hosting a private after-hours party for their employees and their families at Disneyland. One of the attendees was 18-year-old Mel Christian Yorba, whose father, Edward Joseph Yorba, was an employee at Roar Corp before his death in 1978. While Mel and his friends were having fun around the park, he crossed paths with 28-year-old James O'Driscoll, who was there with his girlfriend, Julie Holdener, at the Tomorrowland section. Now suddenly, for whatever reason, Julie told James that Mel had either pinched or fondled her unprovoked. And this got James really mad that he had to confront Mel about it, and from there the situation turned into a scuffle. Now during this fight, Mel and his friends later managed to run away, but James just simply wasn't satisfied with that. According to Julie, she told James to let go of the situation, but James instead ran after Mel and his friends. He got a hold of Mel again and continued to fight it, but before anyone could stop them, James actually pulled out an 8.5-inch knife and stabbed Mel in the chest. As expected, Mel started bleeding profusely, leading the security guards off the park to rush to his aid. And at that moment, it dawned on James that he'd landed himself in serious trouble, and so he decided to flee the scene. He first paused at the Sleeping Beauty castle to toss the knife he used into the moat and proceeded to hide his blood-soaked shirt in a women's restroom trash can. And from there, James ran to the Adventure Railroad, where he curled up in a fetal position to hide himself. Now at first, the attention was actually divided. While some officers were looking for James, some had their attention on the dying Mel, who was unconscious from bleeding so heavily. The security guards called a nurse employed by Disneyland named Elizabeth Micco for intervention, but instead of actually giving him first aid and calling an ambulance, Elizabeth suggested that Mel be taken out of the park to a hospital immediately. And so Mel, who'd already bled for about 20 minutes, was then taken into a park van without any first aid kit and driven to the hospital. And it took actually 10 minutes to locate one named Palm Harbor. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, Mel already bled out and was pronounced dead on arrival. Now while all of this was going on, the officers who stayed at Disneyland kept looking for James and eventually found and arrested him. And Julie, who was not reported to be in hiding, was also arrested. However, the next day, she was then released without getting charged due to lack of evidence. James, on the other hand, was charged with taking a life, to which he pleaded not guilty. On April 13, 1981, while James awaited trial, Mel Yorba's family would file a lawsuit against Disneyland, seeking $60 million in damage. According to the family lawyer, John Luedo, the suit was not intended to punish the amusement park, but to ensure that a similar incident would not be handled the same way in the future. And by handled the same way, Mel's family meant that Mel's death, although was from his stab wounds, would have been avoided if the park called 911 or an ambulance to take him to the hospital right away. Mel's stepfather, Clarence Reynolds, and his mother, Ellen Reynolds, claimed that Disneyland had a policy of not calling paramedics and ambulances onto park property, and that municipal police or security agencies aren't actually allowed in the park. According to Mel's attorney, if an ambulance was called to transport Mel, paramedics would have given him blood and oxygen, placed him in a pressurized unit to stabilize his heart, and have been in contact with a trauma doctor who would have guided them on what to do more, hence saving his life. In addition, the lawsuit also claimed that Disneyland didn't allow paramedics on its property because it would tarnish the park's perfect image, which was actually confirmed by the nurse Elizabeth Micco, who testified that she decided to take Mel to a hospital herself because of an unwritten policy to not call paramedics into the park. John Luedo also criticized Disneyland security guards for not preventing the fight between Mel and James, and for not discovering that James actually had a knife on him right from the beginning. Disneyland, however, denied these allegations, contending that emergency services in the park were adequate enough. Now eventually, the jury found Disneyland negligent in Mel's treatment and was ordered to pay $600,000 to the family of Mel. And although the lawsuit ended with a settlement, Mel's, or in this case now James's case, was far from over. It would drag on for another 2 years as James's attorney, Olson, argued that Mel had been drinking heavily and accidentally threw himself on the knife while attacking James. And although Olson agreed that James was found with Mel's blood all over him, he argued that James never actually attacked Mel, saying whatever happened after the fight was unclear. But despite that, after the whole back and forth, James was eventually given a 16-year to life sentence for taking the life of Mel Yorba. And although this lawsuit didn't reverse the damage, it helped prevent future problems like this. Now let's move on to the most disturbing acts that happen in the DC Universe community. It's May of 2011, around 1 AM in Petoskey, Michigan. Police get a call about someone on the roof of a downtown building, and when they arrive, they find a man in a full Batman costume hanging off the side of the wall. His name is Mark Wayne Williams, and yes, his middle name is actually Wayne. After pulling him back onto the roof, officers search him, and what they find in his utility belt isn't exactly what you'd expect from a neighborhood watch volunteer. A collapsible steel baton, a canister of chemical irritant spray, and a pair of fleet-lined gloves. Mark's arrested on the spot and charged with trespassing and carrying concealed weapons. And when he's brought in for arraignment, still in full Batman costume, he tells the court, quote,
"I realize this is a serious offense. I honestly had no idea the items I was holding were illegal. I did not intend to harm anyone with these items. I swear that."
Now here's where it gets amazing. Mark isn't just some random guy who decided to dress up one night. He's part of an actual community of self-proclaimed real-life superheroes or costume activists. People who put on costumes and patrol their neighborhoods, feed the homeless, escort people through dangerous areas. And Mark, he took it very seriously. He even had a partner who dressed up as Batgirl. Now he ends up pleading guilty to obstructing a police officer, but the weapons charges at least gets dropped. The judge sentences him to 6 months probation. But there's a catch. For the entire duration of his probation, he's banned from wearing the costume. And you'd think this would be the end of it, but it wasn't. A year later, in September of 2012, Mark is back out on patrol. He and his girlfriend, dressed as Batgirl, spot what they think is suspicious activity near a hit-and-run scene, and so they call 911. But when state troopers arrive, they find Mark already walking around the crime scene in full Batman gear once again. The problem was that the police had a K9 unit searching for the suspect, and Mark's scent kept throwing the dog off trail, and so he's arrested again, this time for obstruction of justice. And when asked about it later, Mark said the trooper told him,
"People are scared of you. You're 33 years old. You need to just give up."
Despite a petition being launched by another fellow superhero dressed up as Robin, Mark was eventually sentenced to 30 days in jail, though most of it was later suspended. He was ordered to only wear his costume within city limits, and shortly after, he decided to auction off his original suit on eBay to pay for his legal fees, and it sold for $152.50. Now at least his intentions weren't bad, which is something that can most definitely not be said for the next person.
You have someone out there that has said, hey, there is a serial harasser.
In September 2018, DC Comics launched the first title in a major relaunch of their Vertigo imprint. Vertigo is basically DC's adult-focused mini-brand for the more mature and darker stories, made for grown-ups, and the title was called Border Town, which was a magic realist series about immigration and Latino identity set in a fictional Arizona border town. The book was written by Eric Esquivel, a Latino-American comic writer who'd spent years working his way up through the industry. The series was an instant hit. Critics loved it, with some even calling it the Mexican-American Stranger Things. The first issue sold out so fast that DC rushed it back to print just to meet the demand, and by the end of the year, Border Town was already on multiple Best of 2018 lists, and Eric was even named Breakout Writer of the Year by Multiversity Comics. And DC had bigger plans for him. They were preparing to hand him the keys to one of their most beloved characters, Nightwing, and Eric was about to become a major name in the DC universe. But in December of 2018, everything came crashing down. On December 9th, a toy designer named Cynthia Noggle published a detailed account on her blog, describing years of abuse at the hands of someone she called X, a man she identified as working in the comic book industry, living in Tucson, who had a Vertigo comic launch that summer. And of course, it didn't take long for people to connect the dots. According to Cynthia, the abuse started back in 2012 or 2013. She'd just gone through a rough breakup with her long-term boyfriend and was in a vulnerable place. And at the time, she was working at a comic shop in Tucson called Heroes and Villains. And the owner just decided to expand the marketing department, so she became the new assistant to the new marketing manager X, a man she would later identify as Eric, of course. At first, Eric acted like a friend. He was there for her during her breakup and listened to her, and even provided emotional support. But then during one of their conversations at his apartment, where Cynthia opened up about her physical relationship with her ex-boyfriend, things changed. He got closer and put his hand on her hip and kissed her. And what happened next, according to Cynthia, was not consensual in any meaningful way. Cynthia described being unable to stop shaking as he forcefully started to take off her clothes. And she would keep on repeating, "I'm nervous," over and over, unable to even look at him, to which he would respond by slapping her across the face. And she then said she couldn't do anything after that. She just let it happen. The same night, after the thing he just did, Eric brought his girlfriend over to the Heroes and Villains during work hours. Eric and his girlfriend were in a polyamorous relationship, so she knew about Cynthia. And later when Cynthia went into the shop back room, Eric followed her and pushed her against the wall and started to repeat the same pattern. Cynthia rejected his advances and said that she isn't comfortable doing this with him with his girlfriend in the next room, but Eric wouldn't take no for an answer, and according to Cynthia, he still removed her clothing and grabbed both of her wrists, dragging her into the room where his girlfriend was sitting at. He wanted to show her off to his girlfriend and desired to have a 3-person physical activity with the two of them. Now his girlfriend actually just sat there and complimented Cynthia's body, but said no to Eric's idea, and this was when Cynthia took the chances and ran out, grabbed her clothes, and then left alone crying. But this was just the beginning. This behavior would continue for months, and whenever she refused, he would threaten to go after her friends instead, including students that weren't of age working at the store, who he called minions. And after just a few refusals, Eric did exactly what he said he would. He would soon start pressuring Cynthia into being intimate with him during work hours in the shop's back room, and if she refused, he would become impossible to work with, judgmental about the comics she read and what food she ate and who she was friends with. And this got so bad that Cynthia soon started only bringing vegan food to avoid his criticism and only read books that he approved of. She also stopped talking about her male friends entirely, scared that he might do something to her or them out of anger or jealousy. She was losing herself without realizing it, until she did. Eventually, Cynthia started distancing herself from Eric and started dating again. Now on the night of her first date, she had to bring a change of clothes to work and got dressed up, ready to leave. Her date was already waiting outside, but to her horror, Eric would see her and stop her entirely. He wouldn't let her go until he had marked his territory. But despite that, she managed to get into her date's car, feeling disgusted with herself. Now at last, Eric moved from Tucson to Los Angeles, and Cynthia got back together with her ex-boyfriend. But she actually kept in contact with Eric, trying to convince herself that if she could just see the good in him, maybe she wouldn't feel so bad about what happened to her. But that didn't work. The manipulation continued. He would continue to send her explicit photos and have inappropriate conversations with her. He would also tell her things like,
"We should have ended up together, and you love me."
But the final breaking point came over a year before she published her account, when Eric bragged to her about meeting the parents of a student who was of a protected age group he was planning to sleep with. He'd been teaching writing classes at a comic shop in LA at the time, and so this was his plan. And that's when Cynthia finally decided to cut him out of her life. This is when she truly realized the extent of what happened to her. Now in December of 2018, Cynthia's account spread rapidly through comic book circles, and actually other women came forward saying that they had experienced similar behavior behavior from Eric, and his collaborators on Town were among the first to respond. The colorist working on Town, Tamara Bonvillain, announced that she was leaving the book immediately.
The way he treated her was disgusting and inexcusable.
She wrote on Twitter.
It shames me to have spent so much time and energy working with someone who's capable of such actions.
The artist Ramon Villalobos released a longer statement, expressing his devastation.
I have made it my practice to believe women, full stop. To know the art that I'm so proud of, and the world I've lived and created for the last year of my life, had brought so much pain to individuals, frankly outweighs the joy I know it brought to others.
Both of them quit the series completely, but the worst has yet to come. Within days, DC made their decision. They cancelled Town entirely. Issues 5 and 6 would never be published, and issues 1 through 4 were returnable, which means that the retailers could send them back for refunds. DC even removed all listings for the series from Diamond Comics' website, as if trying to erase any trace that the comic had ever existed. And Nightwing, the book Eric was supposed to take over in March 2019, DC quietly removed his name from the copies, before they were even officially released. And as far as DC was concerned, he was never going to write that book. Now Eric released a statement denying the allegations. He called them reckless and false. He also claimed that their relationship was unconventional, but that they always treated one another with dignity and respect. He also said that he would fully cooperate with any investigation. But his career at DC was over, although his story wasn't. In February of 2020, Eric resurfaced with an announcement that shocked the industry all over again. He was launching a new publishing venture called Alternate Empire, and the first planned release was a comic called El Ronin, set to launch on Kickstarter. He claimed that 10% of proceeds would go to a charity called Restorative Education Services in Los Angeles. But through searches through the IRS, Charity Navigator, and Charity Watch, nobody actually found any organization by that name registered anywhere in the country, proving that this statement was also nothing but a publicity stunt. But the most shocking part wasn't that Eric was making a return in the industry. It was that he wasn't alone in his new business venture. He partnered up with Eddie Berganza, a man very similar to Eric in all the wrong ways, and the person I'll be talking about next.
As you may not know, a DC comic writer had some interesting things to say.
It's December 2006. Liz Geraldine Marsham is 29 years old and she's living her dream. She just started working at DC Comics 3 weeks ago, and she's so excited that she just runs around the office during her first week, taking pictures of everything and anything, sending them to her parents. She can't believe that this is real. But what Liz doesn't know is that one of the most powerful editors at the company has already noticed her, and in a few hours her dream job is about to turn into a nightmare that will follow her for the next decade. The evening after work, the DC staff heads to McGee, a bar near the office. It's a casual hangout, the kind of place where editors and writers grab drinks and talk shop, and Liz is sitting at the bar when Eddie Berganza walks over. Eddie is a veteran editor at DC. He's been with the company since 1992, working his way up through the ranks. He oversees some of DC's most valuable projects: Superman, Batman, and most ironically, Wonder Woman. If you want to work on the big books at DC, you need Eddie's approval. He's known in the industry for being funny, social, and the guy everyone wants to hang out with. And he's so passionate about DC that people around the office call him the Nerd King. Back at the bar, Eddie has a camera, and he suggests taking a picture with Liz. She agrees, and as he leans in, he kisses her on the lips. Liz freezes. She wasn't expecting that, and when she tells Eddie that she wasn't ready, he creepily suggests they take another photo. Still confused and processing what just happened, Liz agrees. This time, as Eddie leans in, he sticks his tongue in her mouth while she's still chewing on a french fry, and all she can think to say is,
"There's a fry in my mouth."
She laughs awkwardly, trying to make sense of what's happening, and Eddie simply then walks away. But later that night, he comes back, and this time he tries to touch her inappropriately, one hand reaching for her hip and the other one going under her chest. Liz dodges him, and Eddie just laughs it off as if it was a joke. Liz has worked at DC Comics for less than 3 weeks now, and a senior editor, who's someone who could make or break her career, just did something inappropriate to her twice in one night. But she decides against reporting it. You see, the comic industry is tiny. DC Comics and Marvel are called the Big Two because they're basically the only major publishers that matter. Everyone who works there knows that they beat out thousands of other people for their jobs, and so speaking up could mean losing everything. So Liz stays quiet and tries to move on. And Eddie, his career keeps climbing. Over the next few years, Eddie's reputation grows even further, and not just for his editorial work. Around the office, people actually start warning each other about him. New female employees are quietly told to watch out, to not get drinks alone with him. And Eddie would continue to make things harder for the female assistants, criticizing their work for no good reason and trying to engage in inappropriate conversations. He would even tell one of his colleagues that the only reason he didn't hit on her was because he respected her husband too much. And soon enough, one of the editors named Janelle, best known for her work on Batgirl, had enough, and she started warning everybody about it. But the warnings didn't stop Eddie, and not long after, another story would spread throughout the DC offices about an editor named Joanne, who was at a staff party at McGee's, the same bar where Eddie attacked Liz, when Eddie grabbed her and tried to pull her in for a kiss. She told him no, but he kept on trying, and finally Joanne snapped at him and said,
"If you don't take that arm off, I'm gonna break it."
Joanne has been at DC for 5 years. She's a veteran cartoonist, openly feminist, and openly gay. She doesn't take stuff from anyone, but even she doesn't report what Eddie did. She tells herself that it doesn't matter because it happened outside the office, and Eddie knew that she was gay anyway. She overlooks it and tries to forget it instead. Now by the spring of 2010, Eddie's being considered for a major promotion to executive editor, and when editor Janelle hears about this, she's terrified. She's already tried her best to warn everybody against it because she knows what Eddie is capable of, and the idea of him having even more power over women at the company scares the hell out of her. And so Janelle decides to do something, officially officially this time. She files a complaint with DC's HR department and encourages others to come forward. And so in total, 5 people speak to HR that summer, and Liz tells them what Eddie did to her back in 2006. Joanne tells them about the attempted kiss, and another employee who saw Eddie kiss Liz that night at the bar backs up her story. And after confessing to HR, they're being told that their complaint is being taken seriously and that they should trust the process. But for a month, nothing happens. No updates, no consequences, nothing. But then in October of 2010, DC actually calls a staff meeting. The company announces a reorganization, and as part of that reorganization, Eddie Berganza is promoted to executive editor. The man 5 people just reported to HR for harassment is given more power and more responsibility. Janelle is devastated, and Liz is horrified. And the message is pretty clear. DC values Eddie more than it values the women's safety. And a few months later, DC launches a massive reboot of its superhero universe. And Liz, now a coordinating editor, is required to attend day-long closed-door meetings with Eddie and other senior staff. And so she decides to go to the editor-in-chief, a man named Bob, who knows about her complaint, and asks if Eddie really has oversight on every book now. And Bob simply confirms that he does. And after that conversation, Liz decides to stop editing comics entirely. She focuses on scheduling and paperwork instead, removing herself from the creative work she loves. And over the next 6 years, she would become physically ill from the stress. She would wake up every morning not wanting to go to work. And by the time she finally decides to leave DC completely, she's completely demoralized. Janelle, on the other hand, had already left DC less than a year after Eddie's promotion, and every single woman who filed a complaint in 2010 would eventually leave the company, but Eddie simply stayed. And then in March of 2012, Eddie does it again, this time at WonderCon, a major comic convention in Anaheim, California. On the evening of March 10th, Eddie again is at a bar, this time in the Hilton Hotel lobby. The lobby is packed with people from the convention, creators, editors, and fans. And a 27-year-old woman who we'll call Diane is there with her boyfriend, a freelance writer who works with DC under Eddie himself. She's just trying to network, hoping to break into the industry too. Now Eddie decides to approach Diane, and in the middle of the lobby, with dozens of witnesses including her boyfriend watching, he would decide to stick his tongue down her throat. People pull Eddie off, and Diane runs to her hotel room, terrified and confused. But despite that, she still doesn't report it to DC. She's scared that it might destroy her career and her boyfriend's work with the company, especially considering he works directly under Eddie. But the incident is so public by the next morning that industry blogger Rich Johnston has already received multiple reports about it. And so a week later, on March 26th, Rich publishes the story on Bleeding Cool. He doesn't name Eddie at first. He just describes him as a senior comic book figure who tried to make out with a freelancer's partner in the middle of a hotel room with dozens of witnesses. But within the industry, everyone basically knows that it's Eddie. And after the article is published, the higher-ups have no choice but to do something about it. And so when Eddie returns to work in April, there are finally consequences. He's demoted from executive editor back to group editor, and his convention travel is temporarily banned. He's also put through behavioral programs mandated by Warner Bros., which owns DC, in case you didn't know. But he's not fired, and he's still given oversight of the Superman titles, some of DC's most valuable properties, even though his behavior is a well-known open secret at this point. Now, over time, something strange happens. No women are actually assigned to work in the Superman office. No female staff report directly to Eddie, and no female freelancers are hired for his books. It's as if DC has decided to, instead of removing Eddie, they just remove all the women, a decision that would soon hurt them, as people from all over the industry would soon start distancing themselves from DC altogether. New writers such as Marjorie Liu, best known for her work on the X-Men and Monstrous, would explicitly tell DC she couldn't write for them because of Eddie. And despite the company trying to reassure her that she wouldn't have to deal with him directly, she would still refuse. And she was far from the only one. In 2015, a writer and artist named Sophie, best known for her work for the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles comics, was offered a chance to work on Supergirl. And this was exactly the kind of project she'd normally jump at. But when she learned that Eddie was the editor in charge, she would turn it down completely. For Sophie, even the idea of his name being on something that she created makes her uncomfortable. And another writer named Amy had a similar experience. In 2015, she was assigned to write a Poison Ivy story for DC, and she was really excited until she learned about Eddie being her editor. But she actually felt like she couldn't object because it was her first possible book at DC, so she actually found a different way to express her anger. In the script, she turned a minor character named Winston, who was based on Eddie, into a workplace creep who would be taken down by Poison Ivy using her famous poison kiss. But then in 2016, DC would make yet another decision that would make the situation even worse. The company goes through another restructuring, and an editor named Shelley Bond, a 20-year-old veteran known for her work on The Sandman, iZombie, and The Invisibles, has her position completely eliminated, while Eddie just keeps his job. And of course, people across the industry would explode with anger. They would openly ask why Shelley was gone, while Eddie, a man with multiple harassment complaints, gets to stay. And so DC finally issues a statement, saying it takes harassment seriously and will review its policies. But Eddie's name isn't mentioned, and he remains employed. But everything finally changes in the fall of 2017. Harvey Weinstein, Kevin Spacey, Louis C.K., across Hollywood, powerful men are finally being held accountable online because of the hashtag #MeToo movement, which is now everywhere. And women who stay silent about Eddie for years start reconsidering whether it's safe to come forward. And they finally do. On November 10th, 2017, BuzzFeed News publishes an investigation. For the first time, Liz, Janelle, and Joanne speak on the record about what Eddie did. The article details everything: the 2006 attack, the 2010 complaints, the promotion, and the 2012 WonderCon incident, and DC's repeated failure to protect women. The article blows up, and the very next day, DC suspends Eddie. And then 2 days later, on November 13th, 2017, 5 years after WonderCon and 7 years after the HR complaints, Eddie is finally fired. But more women actually come forward. A woman named Molly says Eddie forcefully rubbed her feet in his lap at a convention in 2011, then invited her to his hotel room to discuss a job opportunity. And when she declined, he never followed through on the job. And a year later at the same convention, she says he did something inappropriate again. Now another artist named Maya also said that Eddie did inappropriate things to her at a New Year's Eve party in 2012. But despite that, she emailed him afterwards anyways, desperate for a chance at DC, and he sent her a test script. And when she sent him samples of her artwork, he criticized her female characters for being a little thick. And this is the thing that made her never want to work for DC again. A film critic for the New York Post named Jamie also said that Eddie forcibly kissed her twice in 2006 while she was trying to pitch a Lewis Lane series. And after the second kiss, she stopped returning his calls, but he resorted to dirty talk and voicemails and emails, with him ending one such email with,
"Big kiss, hope you're warm, had a naughty dream about you, teehee."
Her dream of writing comics died, and the Lois Lane series, a project inspired by her personal experience with sexism as a young reporter in the 1980s, never happened. None of these women told DC at the time. They were all too scared of what it could cost them. But as we already know, even after everything, the story doesn't end, as Eddie would soon partner up with Eric to start a new company called Alternate Empire. But while Eddie's victims were all adult colleagues, the same cannot be said about this next DC Comics creator.
There's been a string of accusations of young women in the comic book industry.
It's 2009, and a girl named Aviva Mai is living in Canada, and like so many other young artists out there, she's excited about the world of comics. She's very passionate about art and eager to learn, and so she's determined to make connections in an industry that feels impossible to break into. And that's when she meets Cameron Stewart, someone who could help her career or destroy it with a single word to the right editor. Now Cameron isn't just any other creator. By this point, he's already an established name in the DC Universe community. He's worked on major titles like Batgirl, Detective Comics, and Hellblazer, and his art style has caught the attention of editors at the biggest publishers in the industry. For someone like Aviva, just meeting Cameron feels like an opportunity, as he's someone with power and links in industries she's trying to enter. And so they start talking, first at a convention and then through text messages. But what begins as a friendly conversation quickly becomes something else entirely. Cameron, a man in his early 30s at the time, starts flirting with her, and they even go on a date where Cameron would make unwanted advances on her, and even after that he would continue reaching out, sometimes telling her that he's sad he missed his chance to date her. But there's just another problem. Aviva was only at the time, and she doesn't even really know what Cameron was trying to do. And so years go by, and Aviva continues to believe that they're just friends. She doesn't believe what's actually happening yet, but eventually with an adult perspective, she would finally understand. And this very realization would later expose one of the most disturbing secrets in the DC Universe community. But by the time that happens, several years later, it would be too late, as Cameron is already eyeing his next victim. Kate Leth, a cartoonist and writer who would later on become famous for her work on the Adventure Time comics, My Little Pony, and Marvel's Hellcat, met Cameron in the same year, in more or less the same way, and for the same reasons as Aviva, while he was still involved with her. It was a lighthearted and friendly encounter, at the end of which Cameron so generously offered her to join him in his private hotel room, where he so kindly sketched a drawing of her character, Death, from the Sandman comics, and gave it to her as a sign of their friendship. That, of course, was what Kate thought of the encounter at the time. As a 19-year-old, she didn't know any better, and it would be years before she could take a look back at the incident and notice the not so subtle disturbing signs she chose to ignore at the time, which I will get to in a bit. But while Kate's encounter with him in his hotel room ended with just that, the same cannot be said for Evelyn Hollow, Cameron's most tragic victim. In 2011, just 2 years after the incidents with Kate and Aviva, young Evelyn was on one of her favorite artist's Twitter accounts, admiring his work while leaving a few fan comments here and there. And it was Cameron who instantly took notice of the young fangirl, and much to her excitement, reached out to her almost immediately, and they too started chatting, something she wasn't aware would haunt her for years to come. Now right off the bat, the nature of the chats would go from flirtatious to straight up creepy, as when Evelyn opens up to Cameron about her failed attempt to leave this earth, she's met with a chilling response.
"Well, if it didn't work, why didn't you immediately try again?"
As a diehard fan of Cameron's work, Evelyn would force herself to ignore his disturbing behavior and painfully obvious motives of wanting to use her, something she regrettably admits later on, saying that it was the first time someone famous was personal with her, and as someone who has trauma from past incidents of men posing as friends and leaving her as soon as they get what they want, she wanted to believe that Cameron was different and pursued her friendship with him anyway. Now Evelyn turned 18 the following year in 2012, and Cameron decided to visit her home country, Scotland, and ask her out, to which she actually agreed, and the two would quickly arrange to meet in person for the first time at a bar. Now despite knowing him for months by this time, Evelyn is still unaware of Cameron's age, who's 35 now, and has no idea about the concerning age gap of 17 years. And so once fairly drunk, Cameron takes her to his hotel room where he presents Evelyn with a drawing he'd done of her favorite character, just like the one he previously did for Kate. But as it turns out, this was Cameron's way of accelerating things with her and initiating something physical, which is exactly what happened next. Now during their personal time together in the hotel hotel room, Cameron would make suggestive comments on the more girly and younger aspects of Evelyn, who was clearly uncomfortable by his remarks. However, she was still too emotionally invested in him to see him for who he truly is. Now eventually, Cameron would actually move to Evelyn's home country of Scotland and would start seeing her regularly. He would even open up to her about his personal struggles and loneliness, which only made Evelyn fall for him even more. But despite their relationship, Evelyn wouldn't get as physically close with Cameron to the extent he wanted, as she was too scared to actually lose him, believing that he would leave her as soon as he got what he wanted from her, which is exactly what happened in 2016, in what turned out to be the last time Evelyn would ever see Cameron, who ghosted her after they finally made the type of physical encounter he wanted, and then just simply moved back to Canada, leaving Evelyn struggling with depression and completely alone. Now his pattern of inappropriate interest and exploitation of younger girls would continue for years, unchecked, with many more meeting the same fate as Aviva, Kate, and Evelyn. And the worst part is, he's been doing all of this while working on comics specifically aimed at young girls. But all that would change on June 15, 2020. That day, a writer and editor named Katie West posted a now deleted Twitter thread accusing the comic book writer Warren Ellis of abusing his power and engaging in predatory behavior. This tweet opened up a nationwide conversation about abuse and power in the comic book industry, and victims began to speak out. And Aviva, Cameron's first known victim, would finally snap and decide that she's done staying quiet. She would post a thread on Twitter describing what happened to her as a teenager. Now she wouldn't actually name Cameron at first. She just hints to a creator who tried to use her. But later that evening, she would make the decision to name him publicly.
Hey, the post about being taken advantage of as a teenager, I'm talking about Cameron Stewart, the comic book artist.
And this sends the entire comic community into a chaos, as Aviva explains why she was finally speaking up.
I'm only posting this because he's worked on a lot of comics directly aimed at young girls and women, and I want them to know what kind of person he is.
Now shortly afterwards, Kate actually sees Aviva's post, which is gaining a lot of attention, and decides that she too is done staying quiet, and responds to her post with,
I just want to back Aviva up by saying, this happened to me too. I still have the drawing of death he drew me on a piece of hotel stationery. I was 19, he was 32.
But here's the part that makes us even more frustrated. It wasn't a secret, not really at least. Andrea de Monacos, a former convention organizer in Toronto, tweeted,
in the Toronto comics community, it was widely known that Cameron Stewart was a predator, and he'd basically been chased out of town after pissing off too many people. I've warned women away from him multiple times.
And Kate quoted Andrea's statement.
He literally moved to Berlin because he's burned through all the girls in Montreal and Toronto. He said this to me.
Cameron had told Kate directly that he'd relocated because he'd exhausted his options in Canada. And so within days, a total of 14 women had reached out to Aviva personally, each with their own experiences with Cameron. And almost all of them were young adults during the time they were involved with him, with some even saying that they can't even share the details publicly because of how inappropriate they are. Cameron's response to the public backlash was to immediately lock his Twitter and Instagram accounts, setting everything to private and disappearing from social media entirely. He wouldn't issue a statement nor apology. He wouldn't even deny the allegations either. He would just vanish, but not before apologizing to at least Evelyn. But the damage was done. The stories are out there, and now for the first time, the companies that had been publishing Cameron's work for years were now forced to respond. And on June 17th, just 2 days after Aviva's initial tweet, Bleeding Cool reported that DC Comics had quietly removed Cameron from an unannounced project he'd been working on. The project was simply pulled from their schedule without explanation. Image Comics, which publishes the horror series Ice Cream Man, would also cancel a variant cover Cameron had drawn for issue 20, and the series creators would announce that they'd be donating the commission fee for the cover to Save Horizon, a non-profit dedicated to helping victims of abuse. And other projects began disappearing as well. Dark Horse Comics, which had published Cameron's work on Fight Club 2 and Fight Club 3, distanced themselves, and his recent short story for DC's Catwoman 80th Anniversary Edition would become the last thing he would ever draw for them. But while Cameron was able to walk free and face no legal consequences for his actions, the same couldn't be said for this next person.
At the time of this recording, is currently in the middle of serving a prison sentence after pleading guilty to charges related to possessing and distributing graphic material depicting minors.
If you've ever read Green Lantern, Justice League, or Martian Manhunter, there's a very good chance you've read something written by this man, and after this case, you'll never see his work the same again. Gareth Jones was one of the most respected writers in the comic book industry. For over a decade, he wrote for DC Comics and Marvel, and actually a handful of other major publishers, shaping some of the most iconic characters in superhero history. His work on Green Lantern alone spent nearly 50 issues, and he's the reason the Guy Gardner version of the character exists the way he does today. He also wrote Justice League Europe for years, helped define the Martian Manhunter in a critically acclaimed limited series, and even co-created El Diablo for DC. But Geralt wasn't just a comic book writer, he was also a respected author of non-fiction books. In 2005, he won an Eisner Award, basically the Oscar of comic books, for his book Men of Tomorrow, Geeks, Gangsters, and the Birth of the Comic Book, which told the history of the comic book industry. He also wrote Killing Monsters, Why Children Need Fantasy, Superheroes, and Make-Believe Violence, a book all about how fantasy and make-believe violence apparently actually helps young people develop. And outside of DC, Geralt co-created a character called Prime for Malibu Comics. Prime was about a young boy named Kevin who could instantly transform into an adult-sized anti-superhero, and you'll soon find out why this is darkly ironic. He also co-created the character Topaz, who later appeared in the 2007 Marvel movie Thor Ragnarok. So by the mid-2010s, Geralt had built a legacy. He was in his late 50s, married, living in San Francisco, and still working on new projects. He also had no criminal record, no red flags, and people in the industry respected him, and many considered him even a friend. But in September of 2016, Google sent a tip to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children that would change everything. YouTube, which is owned by Google if you didn't know, flagged an account that had uploaded a video to a private channel. What they found in the video was a younger person being inappropriately harmed by two adults, and the IP address of the account that uploaded it was traced back to a single residence, and it belonged to Geralt Jones. And so on December 29, 2016, investigators executed a search warrant at Geralt's residence in San Francisco's Mission Bay neighborhood, and when they arrived, they seized multiple electronic devices from his home, and what they found was far worse than anyone expected. According to court documents, Geralt's devices contained tens of thousands of images and hundreds of videos, all depicting the harm of younger people, the youngest depicted having just one experience level. When investigators dug deeper, they discovered that the email address Geralt used to upload the video to YouTube was literally named 8isthenewEighteen@gmx.com. And it gets even more disturbing. Before the YouTube investigation even began, Homeland Security had already been looking into Geralt for something else entirely. They believed he traveled to London to meet someone he'd been talking to online, a much younger fangirl. According to investigators, he first made contact with this person when she was just... He sent her images around the same time before then traveling overseas to meet her 2 years later when she was... And he had physical contact with her when she turned 18. Geralt was arrested at a coffee shop near his home on the same day as the search. He was booked into San Francisco County Jail on suspicion of possession, production, distribution, and sending harmful material of people of protected groups. And this news sent shockwaves throughout the comic book world. DC Comics of course immediately cancelled the planned reprints of Geralt's Justice League and Green Lantern collections, and projects he'd been working on were frozen. His name, once attached to some of the most beloved characters in comics, was now attached to something horrific. Now when Geralt was arraigned, his lawyer entered a plea deal of not guilty. His defense emphasized that Geralt had no prior criminal record and asked the public to not lump him in with other types of offenders. Geralt himself even posted a message on Facebook shortly after his arrest saying,
"Thank you all who've offered emotional and spiritual support. More will be revealed with time. I'll be okay. I'm still me."
For over a year, Geralt maintained his innocence. He gathered character witnesses, letters from friends, neighbors, and even fellow comic book creators, including writers who'd worked alongside him for decades, all vouching for him. Some of the more notable people who submitted these letters included the now deceased James Huttnell, who wrote the 1999 series Harsh Realm, and Mike W. Barr, who wrote DC's Batman, Detective Comics, and has even worked on Star Trek and the Suicide Squad. In his letter, James wrote that he'd known Geralt for over 30 years and never saw anything suspicious, and that he'd always been a good guy. Mike mirrored James' statements, noting that he's always been impressed by his integrity, not knowing what Geralt was soon going to use his statements for. One colleague even said Geralt had told him he believed his computer had been hacked and used as a server without his knowledge, but that couldn't have been further from the truth. The trial was set for March of 2018, but then, just days before it was supposed to begin, something changed. Geralt's legal team filed a notice that the trial was being cancelled. The reason? There was going to be a change of plea, and so on April 2nd, 2018, Geralt Jones stood before the court and pleaded guilty to 2 felony counts of possession and distribution, and admitted to everything. And despite literally admitting to the crime, Geralt's defense team used those same character witness letters, the ones written when he was still claiming innocence, to argue that he should be allowed to remain free on bail until his sentencing. They also submitted psychological evaluations, claiming that Geralt had a low risk of reoffending and did not meet the clinical criteria for a certain disorder. And the court, unusually, actually granted the request, and so for months, Geralt remained free while awaiting his sentencing. But he attended therapy sessions, and went to support groups and had to wear an ankle bracelet with a curfew. And then on August 14, 2018, he was sentenced. 6 years in federal prison and 5 years on supervised release afterwards, and over $10,000 in assessments, with additional restitution to be determined for his victims. Geralt began serving his sentence on November 30th, 2018, but was released early from prison on December 30th, 2022, after serving just over 4 years of a 6-year sentence. And according to court records, he will remain under supervision until 2027. Now, as for the comic book industry, most of Geralt's work has actually quietly returned to print over the years. But Geralt is actually far from the only big name in DC found guilty of such a thing.
The Sacramento County Sheriff's Office says they found more than 100 photos and videos of abuse.
It's July 16, 2010. At a funeral home called Luz de Paz in Bridgeport, Connecticut, a family is preparing to say goodbye to a man who just passed away. And as most funerals, they went to honor him with a slideshow, photos of his life and his memories. One of the family members hands the funeral home employee a small thumb drive, telling him it contains all of the photos they need for the tribute. But when the employee plugs it in, what he sees makes him stop cold and immediately call the police. Now, the person who handed over the thumb drive wasn't just some random mourner. He was actually the dead man's son, and a man who spent years drawing some of the most iconic characters in the DC universe. His name is Josue Rivera, but in the comic book world, he's better known by the artist name Justaniano. If you've ever read Day of Vengeance, Beast Boy, and even worked through DC's massive 52 event series, you've seen his art. He drew for The Flash, worked on Dr. Fate in the Countdown to Mystery series alongside the legendary writers Steve Gerber, and even did work for Marvel on the Incredible Hulk, X-Men, and What If series. His style was dark, twisted, and perfect for characters that lived in the shadows of the DC universe. He was especially known for his work on The Creeper, a bizarre, unsettling character that matched Josue's artistic strengths perfectly. But on that day at Luz de Paz's funeral home, while Josue was there to mourn his own father, his secret life was about to be exposed in the most accidental way possible. Now when the police arrive and examine the thumb drive, they find 33 files, and every single one of them contains images depicting the hurt of younger people. But what makes the investigators' stomachs turn is not only the content itself, it is the fact that one of the images appears to be someone in Josue's own family, a girl who based on their investigation turns out to be his own niece. And yet that was only the beginning. After the discovery at the funeral home, police obtained a warrant to search his own house in Connecticut. They seized his personal computer and handed it over to a specialized unit trained in digital forensics. And what they find on that is far worse than what was on the thumb drive. 153 files, and 3 of them are videos. Now the investigators run the images through something called the recognition and identification system, and they're able to identify 35 different victims across the collection. And it somehow gets even worse from here. The investigators discovered that Josue hadn't just been collecting these images, he'd been creating some of them. Using a photo manipulation software, he'd taken the face of a sneeze and digitally replaced it onto images depicting hurt. But Josue actually went into hiding by the time all of this was exposed. And for 10 whole months, the police weren't able to track him down. He was gone. Until May 10th, 2011, when members of the US Marshal Violent Crime Fugitive Task Force tracked him down and charged him with first-degree possession. And as this story too hit the news, the comic book community was shaken. This is a guy who'd drawn Batman covers and who'd worked with some of the biggest names in the industry. But what made things even more heartbreaking was what happened behind the scenes. Josue's wife, Maria, immediately filed for divorce and tried to protect their 2 young sons. She went to court with a lawyer and filed for a restraining order, hoping to keep the children away from their father while the case plays out. But on May 12th, just 2 days after his arrest, a judge would deny her request without explanation. She later spoke out saying,
"We have 2 children whom I tried to protect after the horrific incident of his arrest. So much for a court that really cares about the well-being of the children. God forbid I try to keep my children away from their dad, who just got accused of not a traffic violation or even something like stealing a car, but first-degree possession."
On May 25th, 2011, Josue appeared in court and pleaded not guilty, and the case dragged on for over a year. His lawyer Diane Poland called the state's laws draconian and pushed for leniency, but the prosecutors just weren't having it. The state's attorney pointed out the manipulation of his own niece, and the number of materials found on his devices, and the fact that the entire thing only came to light because Josue made a mistake at his own father's funeral. And so finally, on November 2nd, 2012, he changed his plea. He admitted guilty to a reduced charge of second-degree possession, and the judge sentenced him to 10 years, which was however suspended after he served just 3 years in prison, followed by 10 years of probation. And when the judge asked Josue if he had anything to say for himself, any explanation, any remorse for what had happened, Josue simply replied with,
"I think I'm good."
The man who brought the creeper to life on Page turned out to be the biggest creep of all, but he isn't nearly as big of a creep as the next guy I'm going to talk about.
During his federal court hearing, his lawyer said Paul Miller was ready to stay off the internet and wear a tracking device, but the judge determined he was a threat to the community and should not be released awaiting trial.
It's March 2nd, 2021, just before 5 in the morning. A squad of armored FBI agents surrounds a quiet house in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Flashbangs go off and the agents with the Joint Terrorism Task Force order the man inside to come out with his hands up. The neighbors wake up to the noise, and they watch as agents carry boxes out of the house. Boxes that appear to contain rifles. The man they're arresting is Paul Miller, better known by his online name Gypsy Crusader. And for years he's been using the faces of iconic DC villains to do something far worse than anything those characters ever did in the comics. And to understand how it got to this point, we have to go back a couple of years. Paul is a Muay Thai fighter, and a really good one at that. He's the US national champion in the World Kickboxing Association, with a promising future before a car accident suddenly ends his career. And just like that, he really has nothing else to work on. After that, he gets into coaching, training other fighters at the same gyms where he once competed. He also tried his hand at journalism. Nothing major, just filming videos and calling himself a conservative, confrontational journalist. And for a moment, Paul is getting his life back together. But that too would change on the evening of October 12th, 2018. That night, Paul goes to an event at the Metropolitan Republican Club on the Upper East Side of Manhattan. The speaker is Gavin McInnes, the founder of a group called the Proud Boys. Now, the Proud Boys are a far-right organization that's been labeled as extremist by multiple governments, and they're known for showing up at political events, often getting into violent clashes with people on the opposite end of the political spectrum. And on this particular night, the opposite end shows up too. Outside the venue, a group of protesters gathered behind the barricades. These are the members of Antifa, which is short for anti-fascism. Antifa isn't a single organization with one leader or membership card though. It's more like a movement made up of people who show up to oppose far-right events. Sometimes peaceful, but mostly not. Their core belief is that fascism, racism, and hate groups need to be confronted directly, and some members are willing to use force to do it. So you have the Proud Boys inside, Antifa outside, and Paul, who at this point is just a guy with a camera trying to film what's happening as a freelance journalist. But the event is sold out, and so Paul can't get in. So he just stays outside. He's standing there with his camera pointed at the protesters, recording their faces, their chants, and everything. And to Antifa, that's a problem. Now, Antifa members often hide their identities for a pretty simple reason. They don't want to be identified and targeted by far-right groups they oppose. So when they see someone filming them outside a Proud Boys event, they don't see a journalist. They see a threat, someone who might be collecting footage to dox them later, or worse, someone who's sympathetic to the people inside. So they turn their attention to Paul. A group of 6 Antifa members surround him and knock the phone out of his hand. Then as he's heading home with one of his Jewish friends, they jump him, and Paul tries to rush his friend to safety, but it soon turns so violent that the members take an attempt on his life. And they might have succeeded if it wasn't for 2 members of the Proud Boys who quickly jumped in to his rescue. Now the police are notified and soon arrive, and several people are arrested, but Paul himself is never charged with anything. But the Antifa aren't done with him just yet. They would launch a campaign of harassment against him, because he filmed them, and his face is now associated with that night. Other Antifa supporters also dox him and flood his employers with phone calls until he loses his job as a personal trainer, and then his part-time gig at a gas station. They even accuse him of being an and threaten to burn down his house and kill them. And throughout all of it, in Paul's mind, he's been attacked for simply holding a camera, and then punished over and over again, while the people who have destroyed his life walk free. He feels like no one is on his side. But he also remembers the 2 guys of the Proud Boys who defended him. So Paul makes a choice. If Antifa was anti-fascist, he would become the opposite. If they marched against racism, he would embrace it. And if they opposed, well, he would kind of become one. Paul will soon start posting videos on a site called BitChute, which is basically a version of YouTube with almost no rules, where people post content that would get banned anywhere else. And in these videos, Paul would sit in front of a flag and wear body armor with swastikas stitched onto it. And that's not even the beginning. He would then start talking about Jewish people and say that he wants to hurt them. And when people would ask him in live streams if he has any army to carry out what he says that he's building one. He also talks about something called the Day of the Rope. Now this comes from a book that's basically a fantasy for white supremacists. In the book, people like Paul take over and start mass executions, hanging journalists, politicians, and anyone in an interracial relationship. And Paul doesn't just reference it. He talks about it like it's something that's actually going to happen one day, like he's waiting for it. And while he's saying all of this online, he's doing something else behind the scenes. He's stockpiling weapons. He buys hundreds of rounds of ammunition and starts building his own rifle, an unregistered one, and he files off the serial numbers so it can't be tracked. He's also learning how to manufacture guns because he believes that a civil war is coming soon, a race war to be specific, and he wants to be ready for it. And he then finds a way to spread his message to thousands of unsuspecting people. Paul will start logging onto Omegle, a website that randomly connects 2 strangers for video chats. But he doesn't go on as himself. He goes on dressed as the Joker, complete with green hair and face paint from the 2019 film. Sometimes he dresses as the Riddler instead too. He waits for someone to connect, often it's a young person just looking to chat, and sometimes it's someone from a minority group. And the moment they appear on screen, Paul would start bashing them, screaming slurs and threats, all while staying perfectly in character. And one of his go-to lines, delivered in his Riddler costume, went something like this.
Riddle me this before you go. I am loud and obnoxious. I like music that rhymes. I'm a fraction of the population, but commit half the crimes. Who am I?
He would also point a gun at the camera and tell people that they don't belong in his country. And while doing it, he uses the worst language imaginable, and he records all of it. And clips of these interactions will spread across the internet. And the image of Paul as a Joker, gun raised, staring into the lens, would become a meme. Some people share it as a joke, not really realizing what they're actually looking at, and others share it because they agree with him. At his peak, Paul had over 40,000 followers on Telegram and 240,000 on Twitter before getting banned. And he would actually be removed from nearly every mainstream platform there is, but he would just keep finding new places to post. Then in 2021, he would launch what he called Operation Mayhem, where he would make his followers troll the Twitter accounts of President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. Now here's the thing Paul's fans do not know. He has a criminal record. Back in 2006, when he's 18, he's arrested for shooting several people with a pellet gun. He pleads guilty, and a year later, he's arrested again, this time for selling substances. He serves 180 days and 4 years of probation. And under federal law, that means Paul is not allowed to own any gun, ever. But in January of 2018, he would sign up for a firearm training course in Florida. He completes it, fires a handgun during the training, and then uses the certificate to apply for a concealed carry license. On the application, there's always a box that asks if he's been convicted of a felony, and Paul decides to check no, which is a lie and at the same time a federal crime. Now Florida would deny the application because of his record, but the fact that he possessed a gun during the training, that's already illegal, and now it's on paper. At some point during all of this, federal law enforcement starts paying attention, not just because of the gun charge, but also because of his online activity. The Anti-Defamation League, a group that tracks hate and extremism, has been investigating Paul for months, and they flag him as a volatile white supremacist accelerationist. And the last word, accelerationist, means someone who wants to speed up the collapse of society so a race war can begin. They share what they call significant intelligence with law enforcement. And so in May of 2020, FBI agents show up to Paul's parents' house and ask questions about the statements he's made online, but they don't arrest him just yet. Then on March 2nd, 2021, they come back, and this time they bring the Joint Terrorism Task Force, which brings us to the point when the FBI finally arrests him. When they search the place, they find exactly what Paul's been showing off in his videos. The unregistered rifle broken into pieces and hidden around the house. Some of it is stuffed inside a dryer, and they also find over 800 rounds of ammunition. Everything he needed for the war he kept saying was coming. Now Paul admits to all of it, and so on September 28th, 2021, he's sentenced to 41 months, just under 3.5 years, followed by 3 years of supervised release. And just like that, he was gone from the internet, at least for a while, because on January 31st, 2023, he would be released early for good behavior. But Paul just can't help himself. While still under supervision, he would be back online and start harassing people again. He would even sell racist merchandise from behind bars. And when federal authorities find out, they determine it's a violation of his release terms. And so within days of his release, Paul Miller is sent back to prison. And he's then officially released again on July 2nd, 2023. As of now, Paul Miller is a free man, still online, still with a following, still using the face of the Joker to spread hate. But while Paul has yet to put his plan into action, the same cannot be said about the next guy I'm going to talk about.
Now, although today victims and family members are here for a hearing about and pertaining to the suspect in this theater shooting, they're saying they are trying to keep their focus on the victims and those impacted by what happened that day.
On the night of July 20th, 2012, Alex Sullivan, who voiced the character Aardvark in the cartoon movie Ice Age: The Meltdown, is celebrating his 27th birthday, and he's amongst the 400 people packed into Theater 9 at the Century 16 multiplex in Aurora, Colorado, which is buzzing with excitement. This is the moment everyone has been waiting for. The midnight premiere of The Dark Knight Rises, the final chapter in Christopher Nolan's legendary Batman trilogy, is about to be enjoyed by all of these people. Some have even come in costumes, while others, like Alex, have brought friends and family. Around 10 o'clock, Alex tweets,
Hashtag The Dark Knight Rises. At Real Nerds, oh man, 1 hour till the movie and it's going to be the best birthday ever.
And countless other fans were there sitting beside Alex who shared this excitement. Among them is 24-year-old journalist Jessica Gavi, who just 1 month earlier had survived the Eaton Center shooting in Toronto, which she barely escaped after leaving the food court minutes before gunfire erupted. She'd even written about the experience on her blog, reflecting on how fragile life can be.
I can't get this odd feeling out of my chest. This empty, almost sickening feeling won't go away. I noticed this feeling when I was in Eaton Center in Toronto, just seconds before someone opened fire in the food court. An odd feeling which led me to go outside, and unknowingly out of harm's way. It's hard for me to wrap my mind around how a weird feeling saved me from being in the middle of a deadly shooting.
Now back at the theater, 27-year-old Matt and 26-year-old Jonathan are there with their girlfriends. Matt and his girlfriend Samantha had just moved to the area together as a couple, and are here with Samantha's older brother Nick, and Jonathan, who'd served the US Navy for 5 years and just wanted to wind down, and decided to ask out his girlfriend Jansen for a movie date. And it wasn't just the adults. 8-year-old Veronica is so excited for the film that she forces her mom Ashley to take her to the movie, even though Ashley is soon expecting another baby. Everyone is ready to witness the conclusion to one of the greatest superhero sagas ever made. But none of them know yet that just in a few hours, this theater would become the site of one of the deadliest mass shootings in American history. And to understand what happened that night, we need to go back to the man at the center of it all. James Holmes was born on December 13, 1987, in San Diego, California. On paper, his early life looked almost perfect. His father Robert was a mathematician and scientist with degrees from Stanford, UCLA, and UC Berkeley. His mother Arlene was a registered nurse, and James grew up in a wealthy neighborhood, attended a good high school, played soccer, and ran cross country, and by all appearances was a normal kid from a very stable family. But beneath the surface, something was deeply wrong. James began suffering from mental health issues in middle school, when at just 11 years old, he attempted to leave this earth. Throughout his childhood, he was haunted by what he called male ghosts, figures he believed would hammer on the walls at night, and because of that, he would soon become very withdrawn, especially after his family moved from Salinas to San Diego when he was 12. Now, despite these struggles, James was excellent in his academics. He graduated from Westview High School in 2006, and went on to attend the University of California, Riverside, where he earned a degree in neuroscience with highest honors. He graduated in the top 1% of his class, with a near-perfect GPA. And his professors described him as a very effective group leader who brought intellectual and emotional maturity into the classroom. And he was also a member of Phi Beta Kappa, America's oldest, largest, and most prestigious academic honor society. And so on the surface, again, James Holmes looked like a success story. But those who worked closely with him saw something different and knew him as stubborn, uncommunicative, and a socially awkward person. People would often find him staring blankly at walls sometimes, and when asked if he was okay, he wouldn't respond verbally. He would just look at them, smirk, and then look away again. Now in June of 2011, James started his PhD in neuroscience at the University of Colorado's Anschutz Medical Campus in Aurora. He got $21,600 from the National Institutes of Health and $5 grand from his university. But little did they know that James would soon be using this money to buy weapons to fulfill one of his lifelong dreams. In graduate school, James started experiencing visual disturbances, like shadows and flickers at the corners of his eyes. He described seeing figures that would fight each other with weapons. And because of this, his academic performance was being affected and would reach a new low when he failed one of his most important exams in the spring of 2012. But what concerned his doctors most wasn't his grades. In early 2012, James began seeing a psychiatrist named Dr. Lynn Fenton at the university's student health clinic. Over 3 months, she met with him 7 times, and what she heard in those sessions alarmed her. James had been obsessed with the idea of taking lives for over a decade. He spoke about his fantasies of harming as many people as possible, and he started warning his classmates to stay away from him because
I am bad news.
Dr. Lynn grew so concerned that she even activated a campus threat assessment team. She believed that James might have schizoid personality disorder, and she noted his psychotic level thinking and was worried about his refusal to discuss details of any plans he might have, and the fact that he wouldn't let her speak to anyone else about him. But Dr. Lynn knew that she had to do something about it, so she considered placing James on an involuntary mental health hold. But in the end, she decided against it, believing it might only inflame him. But this decision would soon haunt her for the rest of her life. 3 days after failing his exam in June, James dropped out of the program completely without explanation, and then he started planning. On May 22, 2012, James purchased a Glock 22 pistol at a Gander Mountain shop in Aurora. 6 days later, he bought a Remington 870 Express Tactical Shotgun at a Bass Pro Shops in Denver. And finally, on June 7th, he purchased a Smith & Wesson MP15 semi-automatic rifle. All 3 weapons were bought legally. All background checks were passed. And over the following months, James ordered more than 6,000 rounds of ammunition online. 3,000 for the pistol, 3,000 for the rifle, and 350 shells for the shotgun. He then would get a tactical assault vest, a few magazine holders, and a knife. He also buys a first aid kit and spike strips that he plans to use if police chase him. And on June 25th, less than a month before the attack, James emails an application to join a gun club called the Lead Valley Range in Colorado. The owner, Glenn Rodkovich, calls him several times to invite him to a mandatory orientation for his club, but he only reaches James's voicemail. And when James finally leaves a message in reply, Glenn is disturbed. In the message, James is rambling in a deeply unsettling voice. And the voicemail is so bizarre that Glenn thinks James is trying to copy the Joker, which he was, as he had even dyed his hair orange and red, similar to the Joker. James never shows up to the range, and he never calls back. He's busy preparing for something else. In his apartment, James constructs more than 30 homemade grenades. He wires them to a controlled box in the kitchen and fills them with over 30 gallons of gasoline. The entire apartment is now rigged to detonate if anyone opens the front door. And a few hours before the massacre, a neighbor hears loud music blasting from James's place that he left on to attract attention. Now she goes over to his store to tell him that she'll call the police if he doesn't stop the disturbance. And the door seems unlocked, but just something stops her from opening it. This decision saved her life, and the whole building would have exploded if she just opened the door. But James was already on his way to the theater. He'd bought the day tickets in advance and had a front row seat. The movie finally starts at 12 AM sharp, and James puts his plan into action. About 20 minutes into the film, he stands up and walks towards the emergency exit beside the screen. He pushes the door open and sticks a plastic tablecloth holder in to keep the door open, just enough to get back in. Outside in the parking lot behind the theater, James changes into black tactical clothing, a gas mask, a ballistic helmet, and bullet-resistant gear, before picking up his weapons from the car. And then he puts on a set of headphones playing a techno song called Becoming Insane by Infected Mushroom, loud enough that he couldn't hear anything from inside the theater. Around 12:30 AM, roughly 30 minutes into the film now, James re-enters Theater 9 through the emergency exit, and immediately everyone notices, but no one reacts. Some audience members think he's wearing a costume, like the other fans who've dressed up for the premiere. Others think it's a prank, or maybe some kind of special effects stunt tied to the movie's release. A few actually assume it's a publicity stunt by the studio or theater management, but they couldn't have been more wrong. James stands in the middle and throws a canister toward the left side of the theater, right beside the exit, trapping everyone inside. And gas begins filling the room, and people's eyes start to burn, their throats start to itch, and everyone's vision gets blurry. And then he opens fire. Jessica is one of the first ones to be shot, followed by Veronica and Ashley. Both Matt and Jonathan immediately shoot their girlfriends Samantha and Jansen as soon as they hear the shots, and Alex is already on the floor, dead. Meanwhile, James continues to fire a semi-automatic rifle equipped with a 100-round drum magazine as the people try to flee through the aisles. Now when the rifle actually jams, he pulls out the Glock handgun and keeps on shooting. One bullet passes through the wall and strikes 3 people in the adjacent Theater 8, which is also screening the same film. In total, James fires 76 times, 6 from the shotgun, 65 from the rifle, and 5 from the handgun. 12 people lose their lives. Amongst them are Jessica, Alex, Veronica, and Jonathan and Matt, both of whom died protecting their girlfriends who actually survived. Veronica's mother, Ashley, also survives, but she's paralyzed from the neck down, and soon learns that her unborn child is also lost. It is the deadliest shooting in Colorado since Now at approximately 12:45, police officer Jason Oviatt finds James standing calmly beside his car in the parking lot behind the theater. He's still wearing the technical gear, so at first Officer Jason mistakes him for one of their own before realizing who he was, and he arrests him. And weirdly, James doesn't resist. He's described as calm and disconnected, completely detached from what had just happened. So much so that when he's placed in the back of the squad car, witnesses said that he seemed more interested in watching the aftermath unfold than anything else. And then he tells them about the rigged apartment and explosives. Now the police quickly evacuate 5 buildings surrounding his residence, and the next day a bomb squad remotely disarms a device wired to the front door and then sends in a robot to disable the rest. A Batman mask is also found inside the apartment. Now William Reed, the psychiatrist who interviewed James after the shooting, said that James picked the movie simply because it was guaranteed to be full. He'd chosen The Dark Knight Rises premiere not because of any obsession with Batman, but because he knew that a midnight showing of one of the most anticipated films of the year would be packed with people. He'd even considered other targets, an airport for example, but he ruled it out because of security and because he didn't want the attack confused with terrorism. As he wrote in a notebook mailed to Dr. Lin just hours before the shooting,
"Terrorism isn't the message. The message is there is no message."
The note was presented during the trial as evidence, and in most of the 29 pages, James had rambled his thoughts, with stuff like,
"What is the meaning of life? What is the meaning of death?"
And on several pages he just repeated,
Why?
Now during the trial, his defense team argued that he wasn't guilty by reason of insanity. They presented evidence of his long history of mental illness, his hallucinations, his documented psychiatric treatment, and his obsession with harming people. It stretched back more than a decade. But the prosecutors pushed for the harshest possible sentence, and the judge seemed to agree with that initially. District Attorney George Brauchler made his position clear.
"It's my determination and my intention that in this case for James Holmes, justice is death."
And the official trial began on April 27, 2015, and jury selection alone took nearly 3 months. But on July 16th, after deliberating for over 12 hours, the jury found James guilty on all counts. 24 counts of first-degree murder, 140 counts of attempted first-degree murder, and 1 count of possessing explosive, and a sentence enhancement for committing a crime of violence. And so the sentencing phase began on July 22nd. James' father took stand and pleaded for his son's life. He showed photos of his family camping trips and vacations. He told the jury that his son was simply severely mentally ill and didn't deserve to die, regardless of what he had done. One of his childhood friends also came forward and made a statement, where he said,
"He never seemed the type to do something like this."
His old elementary school teacher, Paul Carrer, would back the statement up.
"He was a good, sweet, hardworking kid, and I would have expected him to succeed wildly. He was brilliant."
Paul couldn't believe that the man in the news accused of the Colorado killings was his old student. James himself declined to make a statement. Now on August 7th, the jury announced that they could not reach a unanimous decision on whether to not impose death on him. One person, for example, opposed due to James' mental health condition, and 2 others were uncertain. And so without a unanimous decision, the death penalty was off the table. On August 26th, 2015, Judge Carlos Zamora then finally delivers the sentence. As he hands on the sentence, he says,
"It is the intention of this court that the defendant never set foot in free society again. The defendant deserves no sympathy."
James Holmes is ordered to pay $955,000 in restitution to his victims, and he remains in prison today, serving 12 consecutive life sentences, 1 for each of his victims, plus 3,318 years, with absolutely no chance of ever being released. And you'd think this would be the end of the story, but it actually isn't. Following James's imprisonment, hundreds of young women throughout the country would develop an obsession with him. Not only would they justify his actions, but they would also mail James explicit photos of themselves, so he could enjoy looking at them from prison. And James would proudly put these on display in a cell. One example is a 19-year-old girl who we'll call Julia, who would regularly send James letters and try to befriend him. In one such letter, Julia writes,
"This might get a bit annoying, but I'm going to try to write this like I was speaking to you. You've been warned. So yeah, I'm knitting the scarf thing that is the color of your hair. Coincidence was the main factor in that. It's autumn where I am, so pumpkins and Halloween is about a month and a half away. Most people like Halloween because it allows them to be something they aren't, but I always liked it because it allowed me to be myself. I guess what I'm getting is that, are you a fan of Halloween? You're pretty groovy and you've got great hair. I don't want to assume we like all the same stuff. So what kind of stuff do you like? Books, movies, anything you feel like exchanging notes about? Just go for it and I'll respond. Or won't respond, if you tell me to shut up. Whatever you feel like. Hope you're safe, Julia."
And now that we're already on topic, let's talk about the Marvel community. Regarded as one of the creators of the Marvel multiverse, any fan of the comics and the MCU knows who Stan Lee is. And this is why the whole community mourned the comic book icon when he sadly passed away on November 12, 2018. However, what many didn't know was that the months leading up to his death were littered with betrayal and shocking revelations. Rewinding back to January 2018, a couple of nurses who previously cared for the Marvel legend came out to accuse Stan of indecency, with one source saying,
"Stan is an old man who seemingly lost his way. He doesn't seem to care what people think of him. He's lost his filter. He walks around without clothes and is vulgar towards women. He's also very handsy and has touched some of the women. It's unacceptable behavior, especially from an icon like Stan."
Now Stan's estate denied any of the allegations, with his attorney, Tom Lallis, adding that the accuser did not
file a civil action or report these issues to the police. Instead, Stan received demands to pay money and threats that if he does not do so, the accuser will go to the media.
And adding more fire to the scandal is a massage therapist named Maria Carballo, whose face had been kept from the public. She also accused Stan Lee of inappropriate conduct during a massage session a year earlier. Now, supporters of the Spider-Man creator doubted these accusations, with Reddit users, for example, believing that the nurse's statements sound more like symptoms of dementia, giving Stan's age. Others also pointed out Stan's widely known devotion to his wife, Joanne Bucco, which made them believe that the accusations are likely a ploy to extort money from the aging icon. And these theories seem to be very plausible, since the allegations would later be actually dismissed. And yet, people taking advantage of the 95-year-old comic book legend didn't stop or start there. It all actually started from his own home. With Stan's declining health and the grief of losing his wife of 69 years, his publicist, Jerry Olivares, managed to get the power of attorney over him, which meant that Jerry was legally assigned to make decisions for Stan regarding his health, business, and finances. At the same time, Kaya Morgan, a memorabilia dealer who befriended the Marvel creator, also decided to fire Stan's longtime bodyguard, Max Anderson, for behaving aggressively towards his daughter, JC Lee. And Jerry and Kaya actually continued to fire and replace the staff working for Stan, many of whom had been with him for many years. And the two of them replaced them with their own workers, surrounding Stan with people under Jerry and Kaya's payroll. But their plans for the elderly Stan started getting attention when issues of the Mighty Thor number 700 and a variety cover of Rise of the Black Panther number 1 appeared at a Marvel Avengers station in Las Vegas. This might not sound weird until we see that the comic books were advertised to have been
hand-stamped with Stan Lee's solvent DNA ink.
Now, according to the certificate of authenticity that came with the copies, the comic books, which were being sold at up to $500 per copy, were hand-stamped using Stan's real blood. And just days after these bloodstained comics appeared, fans lining up to see Stan the Man noticed that the 95-year-old looked exhausted and confused, a stark contrast to his usually upbeat convention appearances. And one video even recorded Stan having to be coached on how to spell his own name while signing autographs.
Put him back up. Stanley, S-T-A-N-L-E-E.
Another video also came out where an exhausted Stan was being pushed to make more appearances, and the elderly man then even joked to his Stan bodyguard Max that they were squeezing every penny out of him.
Are you ready to give a riveting speech? You're gonna change lives.
I thought I was finished with that. What do I have to do now?
It's never over.
You what? I said I thought I was finished, but apparently I'm not.
No. Once we're done, we'll get out of here.
Now what do I do here?
Same thing, talk about you. We'll make some new questions.
But I don't have the...
Yes, you will. Yes.
You get your money's worth out of me.
Every single penny.
Penny, like 5 pennies.
Now, the bloodstained comic books and videos sparked rumors that Stan was being subjected to elder abuse, painting the people closest to him as vultures after his money. And this actually included his only daughter, JC, after word spread that she and her father had been arguing over her inheritance. And the claims, which allegedly came from Stan himself through his attorney, suggested that Jerry Olivares, Kaya Morgan, and JC's attorney, Kirk Schenk, had gotten close to his only daughter for an ulterior motive and purpose. And this truly escalated when Kaya made several 911 calls to Stan's home between May to June of 2018. And when officers responded to one of these calls, Kaya claimed that burglars had broken in, but police only found LAPD detectives and a social worker there who were looking into the Marvel Legend's condition. Another 911 call then led officers to keep Kaya away from Stan, suspecting that his manager was manipulating him, giving the repeated emergency calls.
Are you having any problems with Kia? Because I know having problems with Kia. Because I noticed Kia kind of Kia. No.
He's a good friend. We're working together on a million projects.
The retired Stan defended Kaya to the officers at the time, but this wouldn't actually last long. 10 days after Kaya's last 911 call, he was arrested after investigations revealed that he had Stan isolated from his own family and made the false emergency calls to make Stan think he was in danger. And of course, that was all to control Stan and, more importantly, his money. The investigation would also reveal that Jerry, who as I mentioned had power of attorney over the Marvel creator, had used his authority to steal millions from Stan. Jerry even faked a medical order to convince Stan that they needed several vials of his blood for lab tests, and instead the blood was used to create literal blood-stained comic books sold in Vegas. Now, all of these actions were only possible after the passing of Stan's wife, Joanne, as she'd been the one keeping track of her husband's schedule, business, and bank accounts while he enjoyed the spotlight. So her death actually left Stan vulnerable, more than emotionally. And unfortunately, even after the comic book icon left this world, the exploitation didn't stop. Fans visiting the Los Angeles Comic Con in September of 2025 were shocked to see Stan greeting them despite being dead for 6 entire years.
It's great to be back at conventions like this, surrounded by fellow Marvel fans and enthusiasts. Excelsior!
This was made possible due to Cartoon Studios acquiring rights to Stan's likeness from his former company, Power Entertainment. Cartoon Studios then created an AI hologram of Stan to allow fans to speak to him from beyond the grave. All for $20, of course. Now, aside from Jerry and Kaya, Stan's former assistant and self-proclaimed friend, Jonathan Bolajak, also revealed himself to be profiting from the legend. After Stan was gone, he set up a Kickstarter to help him release his documentary on Stan's final days. He claimed that he'd been recording interactions with the creator to document how people took advantage of it. Why didn't Jonathan simply protect Stan when he witnessed everything? And why did he need the Kickstarter fund when he already had the footage? A Reddit post and YouTube video also exposed how Jonathan, despite claiming to be a friend of Stan's, had been profiting from him through selling valuable memorabilia, especially after the Marvel's creator's passing. Ultimately, in his final months and even after his death, Stan became not just an icon, but a lure for the greedy. Meanwhile, this next comic convention icon managed to gain the attention of his favorite Marvel creator, only to drag his own name through the mud in a bizarre way.
Remember D. Pity, the guy who cosplayed a Predator and an Assayer, apologized and said that he would leave the community, deleted that apology, came back, and then doubled down by saying he was never really sorry?
Cosplayer and YouTuber D. Pity was known for cosplaying as the Merc with a Mouth Deadpool and doing antics during conventions, which were filmed and made into GIFs, turning him into a living meme. And he was well received by Deadpool fans, so much so that he even inspired an official variant cover of 2012's Avengers #1, after he posted his viral video of Ryan Reynolds' character dancing to the K-pop song Gangnam Style. And Deadpool himself even name-dropped his cosplayer twice in his comic books, which would be mind-blowing to any fan. Now, despite having a YouTube channel that has over 3.1 million subscribers, D. Pity has kept his identity a secret, at least as of making this video. He hasn't posted his name online, nor even revealed his face, as all of his cosplays, including Deadpool, have him wearing a mask. Now, D. Pity likely thanked his decision to remain anonymous, since in 2024, he became the center of one of the dumbest cosplay skits in history. At SumiCon 2024, a strictly adults-only anime convention, D. Pity and fellow cosplayer Whole Wheat Pete decided to take things in a different turn. Instead of cosplaying as fiction characters like most would, they walked into the convention hall in Houston, Texas, dressed as rapper P. Diddy and singer Justin Bieber. Now, in the previous decade, this might not have ringed any alarm bells, but this cosplay duo was chosen specifically because of the horrible accusations and lawsuits against Sean Diddy Combs. And the cosplay choice was further criticized for Whole Wheat Pete dressing in Justin Bieber's trademark purple jacket from his years as a young singer. This was in light of rumors spreading about how the Canadian-born singer, who was at the time, was alone with the rapper and music producer for 48 hours back in 2009. Connecting this and the accusations that P. Diddy used people for things we really can't say on this video, the public began to speculate what happened in those 48 hours. And D. Pity and Whole Wheat Pete were not only aware of this controversy, but they referenced this and poked fun at it throughout their appearance at the convention. D. Pity even bought oil to splash all over Whole Wheat Pete and posted a skit where he doused the other cosplayer with the liquid while in the bathtub, hinting at what the rumors believed happened in the infamous 48 hours. Now, D. Pity, who's Filipino, was also called out for wearing a P. Diddy mask, which many considered as wearing blackface. Now, expectedly, people were angry, as they saw this as making fun of an already disturbing story, and famous cosplayers like Yaya Han spoke against them and told conventions to stop allowing this type of content. Fans also demanded for the two to be banned from future events. Now, as if to do damage control, Whole Wheat Pete posted an apology video a week later, only to delete the video soon after. D. Pity also apologized over on his Instagram account, even saying that his skit served as an example for others on what not to do when trying to create content. And yet, like his friend, he'd also delete the post, and even said in a later comment that he didn't want to apologize for the cosplay skits to begin with, showing his lack of remorse over the questionable cosplay choice. D. Pity simply changed his handle to just Pits, or Pits, to lessen the impact that the controversy is having on his socials. And since he's always kept his face hidden in his cosplays, he'll look like any other Deadpool cosplayer out there, so convention goers will continue interacting with him, most of them not knowing that he was the cosplayer that everyone is trying to cancel. From one community outrage to another, this next series of events has caused years of alarming hate and consequences.
I do not need a 40-year-old white dude to tell me what didn't work for him about A Wrinkle in Time. It wasn't made for him.
Back in the MCU's Infinity Saga, actors of the beloved comic book characters had been well received by fans. But as this saga was nearing its end, everything suddenly turned on its heel. This began with the addition of Brie Larson as Captain Marvel. Although announcements of her casting were initially met with positivity, things changed when the actress went on her press tours. Fans noticed how her humor didn't really land well with her co-stars, and that she seemed smug when claiming that her character was the strongest one in the MCU.
There's no competition for me because I'm the strongest.
Then there was this speech.
Other people besides white dudes like Star Wars and would love the opportunity to do a set visit. And I'm also saying I don't hate white dudes. I'm just saying we need to be conscious of our bias and do our part to make sure that everyone is in the room.
The comment and her repeated claim that she didn't hate white dudes led people to accuse her of being a man-hater. This resulted in her movie getting review bombed, the actress getting harassed online, and some fans even wishing that she'd left the earth. And sadly, Brie has become one of the most hated actresses even outside of Marvel. And while she received backlash for her comments and jokes, Wyatt Russell received threats because of his character. We know it's not easy to replace Chris Evans as Captain America, so when Falcon and the Winter Soldier's US agent was declared as the new star, fans were actually meant to hate the character. And yet Wyatt, the actor playing John Walker, aka US agent, received backlash and even death threats for his antagonistic role. Now more sensible fans came to defend the actor, but the damage was already done, and Wyatt then chose to leave social media to avoid the criticism. And if that didn't make sense, America Chavez actor Xochitl Gomez also became the center of online hate, not for her behavior or even her character, but for what her character was wearing. A patch of a rainbow flag and the words Amor y Amor, or Love is Love, on her jacket got her MCU debut film Doctor Strange 2 Multiverse of Madness banned in Saudi Arabia. The country also didn't want their people to see that America had two mothers, since it represented the queer community. And even though the actress likely had no control over her costume design and Marvel's decision not to cut the controversial plot point, Xochitl got burned because of it, and her social media was filled with comments like,
"You're the reason I can't watch the movie on cinema,"
and
"Quit acting."
Another commenter even sounded like they were putting a curse on her through the internet. The Marvel star, who was only years old at the time, also received death threats because of her connection to her character. Now even after the movie was released, the young actress became the target of a different kind of attention, this time with the use of AI to create fake, explicit videos of her. The videos even reached her mother, who tried desperately to take the deepfake posts down, something no parent should have to do. These are disturbing enough, but another young MCU actor also faced severe hate just for living their lives, showing how some fans don't see the celebrities as human beings. Lexi Robb, who played the lovable Morgan Stark when she was only years old, was suddenly called out by an MCU fan because the actress didn't seem approachable enough to ask for an autograph and photo from. Now the thing is, this all happened in a mall where Lexi was playing with her brother just like any other normal sibling would do, and the fan had apparently criticized Lexi and told her mother to
train her daughter how to act in public.
Now her mother Jessica also revealed that since Lexi starred in the blockbuster movie, she was bullied in school as well. And Jessica, who ran her daughter's Instagram account, also had to remind people that Lexi and her family were still normal people with busy lives, and that they too become grumpy when stressed. And Lexi herself pleaded with fans to stop bullying her family and reminded people of her age. Now meanwhile, this next wave of bullying led to far more consequences that spanned for years, and it all began because of a milkshake.
On July 2017, 5 days after the death of legendary comics publisher Flo Steinberg, a group of Marvel Comics female staff went out to celebrate her by ordering milkshakes. One of the ladies, Heather Antos, decided to snap a picture and post it on Twitter, and that's when things took a turn.
Marvel's all-new, all-different initiative introduced iconic characters in a different light, including an Asian American Hulk and a version of Thor who was actually unworthy of Mjolnir. Many fans celebrated the stories, especially with the diverse representation. But as many of us know, on the internet, diversity isn't generally accepted by everyone. After the new comic books were launched, critics emerged and accused Marvel of disrespecting tradition, and among these critics was Richard C. Mayer, who launched his YouTube channel called Comics Matter, formerly known as Diversity in Comics, where he ridiculed wokeness in media.
It's a Captain America Doom book, and I still say that this one is not a recommend.
And his channel gained thousands of views, creating a following of people who agreed that the representation of non-traditional cultures and lifestyles didn't belong in the comic book industry. And then on July 28, 2017, Rich's followers found a target for their hate. On that day, Marvel Comics editor Heather Antos posted a very ordinary photo on her Twitter account. The photo was of her and her female co-workers at Marvel posing with milkshakes, as if to give a toast to one of Marvel's longest members, Flo Steinberg, who passed away just days before. But what looked like just any other post on Twitter became the start of a years-long war within the comic community. Suddenly, Heather's page was bombarded with hateful comments, with people calling her an
clown and a fake geek girl. The creepiest collection of stereotypical SJWs anyone could imagine.
Two commenters even talked online about doing something unspeakable to Heather, but only after she signed a consent form, since
she looks like the false charge type.
Heather was then also doxxed by having her information leaked online, which could put her in real-life danger, given the earlier comments. Now Heather quickly called out the behavior, and a slew of support backed her and her friends up, creating the hashtag #MakeMineMilkshake in reference to the comic juggernaut's Make Mine Marvel tagline. However, this online war was just getting started. A group named Comicsgate was formed, claiming that they're a
combination of comic book fans who are disappointed with the way that politics have been forced into the comic book medium.
People, however, recognized that what the group meant by politics was actually the inclusion of diverse characters such as women, people of color, and non-cis people. One of Comicsgate's prominent members became Diversity and Comics, Richard, who uploaded a now-deleted video on his YouTube channel titled The Dark Roast. In the video, he targeted Heather, calling her and her co-workers defamatory names, and accusing them of doing certain favors to climb the comics industry ladder. Comicsgate then released a blacklist in February of 2018, urging people to not buy from a list of comic book creators that they believe were enemies. And this of course also included Heather. And as if granting their wish, just a month later, Heather actually announced that she was leaving Marvel, even though she framed this as her seeking new opportunities. But people from Comicsgate of course took that as a win. But while Heather began to avoid the controversy by separating from Marvel, the battle was still far from over. Also in 2018, Comicsgate's Richard launched an Indiegogo campaign to publish his new series Jawbreakers Lost Souls, and his supporters were quick to fund his creation and donated over $400,000 in total. This allowed Richard to push for Jawbreakers to be published with Antarctic Press, which was a publisher that could seriously skyrocket a success. However, when they agreed and announced the YouTuber's creation in their lineup, Marvel writer Mark Waid, who was amongst those blacklisted by Comicsgate, reached out to Antarctic Press to warn them against working with Richard. And mere hours after Mark's post, Antarctic Press actually retracted their plans to publish Jawbreakers. And this only added fuel to the fire of the online comic war. Richard decided to immediately sue Mark for interference with contract and defamation, accusing the Marvel scribe of bullying the publishers into canceling his contract. But Antarctic Press denied the claims, while the Comicsgate community, who saw the not publishing of Jawbreakers as proof that they were right about recent comics. And so they took their rage to social media again. This time they set their sights on Marsha Cook, the widow of Marvel and DC artist and writer Drain Cook. And this began when a Comicsgate supporter claimed that the deceased Darwin would have been on their side, to which Marsha responded by saying that her husband saw them as crybaby losers. And this comment of course triggered a slew of attacks against the widow, and apparently became the final straw of comic book creators to finally stand against Comicsgate. Major creators showed their support for Marsha, including DC artist Phil Hester, who criticized the fans of
heroes who are in one way or another outcasts but still choose to fight for the world, explicitly rejecting them.
While Richard dropped his lawsuit against Mark in 2020, the battle he started by being one of Comicsgate's unofficial leaders continued to this day. But this next story involves thousands of dollars going missing and a comic book fan who had to take matters into his own hands.
Most people lock their stuff in storage and trust it will be there when they return, which is complicating things for police, who worry that additional people may have been victimized and just don't know it yet.
With the comic industry spanning over a century in history, some prints from the past have become high-valued commodities. For example, a 1939 first edition of Superman, #1, was sold for over $9 million in November of 2025. This shows how nostalgia and history of comic books can propel them from being originally sold for only 10 cents to being auctioned for millions today. And this is why a Waterbury attorney rented a CubeSmart self-storage unit in Shelton, Connecticut, to store one of his comic book collections. The collector, who we'll call Larry, kept 532 rare comic books that he spent years gathering. And the comic books included the first appearance issues of Spider-Man and the Fantastic Four, a signed copy of Daredevil #1, and a Silver Age issue of Captain America. All in all, the comic books were valued at around $200,000. So Larry trusted the self-storage facility, which offered climate-controlled units, secure access, and 24/7 surveillance. Larry thought that his years of investment would be safe there, and he didn't even bother to check his unit for more than 2 months, trusting that the password-protected entrances, elevators, and his own lock was enough. But this would end up being a mistake. On July 25th, 2019, Larry visited his secured unit and knew immediately that something was wrong. The lock in his unit was new, and it wasn't the one he'd left when he last visited the place. And so alarmed, Larry reported this to the police, and with assistance, the collector was able to access his unit again. The place was filled with other possessions, and yet nothing else was touched except for his 532 high-valued comic books, which were all missing. And besides the newly placed lock, there was nothing for the police to go with. There was no sign of forced entry, and the supposed 24/7 surveillance provided no trace of the theft. There were no fingerprints and no leads. No clue to where $200,000, years of work, and precious memories went. This was absolutely devastating for the comic book collector, and what's even more frustrating was how the police were ready to shelve this incident as a cold case. And even more mind-boggling is how this isn't the first or last time a high-scale burglary happened in a CubeSmart storage facility. Thousands of dollars have already gone missing in multiple branches across the country, including a branch in Queens, New York, where $30,000 worth of items were stolen during New Year's Day 2018. Larry realized that he placed his faith in the wrong company, and with the investigation seemingly going stale, he took matters into his own hands. Being an avid comic book collector, he knew where his merchandise would likely end up, and so for several weeks, he continuously checked places where the thieves might sell his comic books, and luckily, his efforts actually paid off. By September 3rd, 2019, Larry found 14 of his comic books being sold at an alternate universe comic shop in New Haven, and so very quickly, he reported this to the police, who would then interview the shop owner. According to his statement, the comic books were sold by 3 men carrying large bags, and the store owner didn't actually know the men, but he did write a check for one of them to pay for the comic books, and the name written on the check was James Wadsworth Sr. Investigators easily tracked track James down, but the man claimed that he'd gotten the comic books from a co-worker who owed him money, and the comic books were simply there to settle their debt, and James insisted that he didn't know how his co-worker got them to begin with. Now this should have called for more investigation, and yet the police didn't follow up with his co-worker or looked further into James' possible involvement in the case. Days would go by, with Larry not knowing where the rest of his collection went, and so frustrated by the slow investigation again, he took yet another step to solve his own case. This time he placed an ad offering $5,000 to whoever could give him information to catch the thief and recover his comic books, and almost instantly it worked. On October 7th, 2019, a tipster who remained anonymous told Larry that a man named Saul Salazar stole his collection with the help of James Wadsworth Sr. and his son James Wadsworth Jr. In fact, Saul had a unit in CubeSmart that was close to Larry's, and with the help of a relative who worked in CubeSmart, Saul managed to break into Larry's unit to steal the comic books, while the Wadsworth father and son helped him sell them. The tipster was even confident that if the police looked into Saul's car, they would find the remaining comic books. And so thrilled by his discovery, Larry relayed everything to the police, who in turn contacted Saul. Now to their surprise, Saul actually agreed to head to the police station to give a statement, but then he never actually showed up. This made investigators think that Saul was not only guilty, but was probably attempting to escape now that they were onto it. And with hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of comic books potentially in his trunk, Saul could very much just disappear forever. But fortunately, after just 2 hours of searching, officers managed to arrest Saul in his car, seemingly attempting to flee. But Saul actually claimed that he was on his way to the police station, but this was hard to believe considering that the officers found a large bag of rare comic books in his trunk, just like what the tipster said. So at the end, Larry managed to get most of his comics back. But one mystery remained. How exactly did Saul break into Larry's unit without being detected? Did he really get help by someone working in the facility? And this mystery was why Judge Kevin Russo offered Saul a bargain to reduce the sentence in exchange for revealing how he committed the crime. This could very much reduce Saul's sentence to 2 years instead of up to 40, while the investigation could also arrest potential accomplices and CubeSmart could discover flaws in their security. However, Saul rejected the plea bargain and instead pleaded guilty to first-degree larceny and conspiracy to commit first-degree larceny. He was given a suspended sentence of 10 years, which he could avoid if he served 2 years in prison plus 5 years on probation. James Sr. and James Jr. got their charges dropped after accepting an undisclosed plea deal. This next Marvel fan, however, would discover that a movie theater was not a safe place to be in.
A movie theater shooting at Phipps Plaza in Buckhead. Police are still trying to track down the shooter.
Monday, December 20th, 2021. Moviegoers piled into the AMC Theater in Atlanta, Georgia to watch the much-awaited Spider-Man No Way Home, the third installment of the Tom Holland-led movie that just hit the theaters 3 days ago. And of course, the MCU fans were buzzing. Then at around 10:45 p.m., while people were watching their movie and eating popcorn, a different sound rang across the theater. The audience was initially left confused. The theater speakers had still been blasting, leaving them wondering if the sound was from the movie. But then a scream followed, and people realized that the sound came from the enclosed space that they were in at the very moment. And people began rushing out of the theater, with one of them recording the events immediately.
Somebody just started shooting in the movie theater, cuz I'm sitting there watching Spider-Man.
This was because the first sound, the one before the scream, was a gunshot within the theater. A real firearm had been triggered, and no one knew if there would be more. Without a doubt, many in the audience feared for their lives. Shootings within movie theaters weren't new at this point. There was already a mass attack during a midnight showing of The Dark Knight Rises Back in 2012 that killed 12 people. Then there was a similar attack during a showing of the film Trainwreck in 2015 that killed 2 people before the gunman switched the firearm on himself. In fact, there was another shooting just months before in another AMC theater just 30 minutes from the screening of No Way Home. And now it was happening again. But how did the gunman actually get there? And why was this happening again? Security footage actually captured the suspect arriving at the theater wearing a dark coat and a white hoodie that kept his face hidden from the cameras. He was acting normal, and with him was a woman who was likely a witness. The suspect was then caught fleeing from the scene after the shooting, and the car that they used was also captured by cameras in the parking lot. Unfortunately, the footage was too blurry to actually see the license plate. Police were immediately called to the scene, and within minutes they confirmed that the gunman had already left. However, the shooting had injured a 24-year-old man named Raquan Cantrell Oti, who was shot in the abdomen while his date Miranda Renee Ross was sitting next to him. According to Amanda,
a man had approached them since her date, Raquan, was sitting in his assigned seat. An argument broke out, and the gunman reacted by retrieving his handgun.
Miranda immediately rushed out upon seeing the firearm, and when she looked back, Raquan had already been shot. Now he was rushed to the hospital.
The victim was in stable condition when paramedics took him to the hospital.
While the other civilians were safe and gave their statements to the police.
It's crazy because it's a movie theater. Why would they shoot someone at the movie theater?
But fortunately for Raquan, he survived after receiving medical attention. So now the focus quickly switched to finding the shooter. Media outlets showed the theater's security footage of the gunman and his companion. But since they both had their faces hidden throughout the security footage, it was difficult to track them. And shockingly, despite the numerous footage of the suspects and their car, no arrest has been made in this case. The shooter, as of making this video, is still at large. The only justice Raquan Khan can go after was suing American Multi-Cinema, the owner of the AMC theater where the incident happened. And according to court documents, he believed that the theater lacked security measures despite another shooting happening in a nearby theater just months before he was shot. He intended to hold the company accountable, and sadly this wasn't Marvel's course of action when one of their actors committed a disturbing crime against a fan.
He told me that he can't trust me, and the only way he can trust me again is if I hop on video chat and send to him.
When the show Ms. Marvel dropped on Disney+, the audience watched bright-eyed Kamala Khan get her wishes granted when she discovered her superpowers. This coming-of-age story about an Avengers fan turning into a potential young Avenger had a wide supporting cast, including Kamala's father, Yusuf, played by Indian actor Mohan Kapoor. However, mere months after the Disney+ show started streaming, one social media post revealed a dark secret. The actor playing Ms. Marvel's father, Mohan, was called out over a post on X, accusing him of attempting to get a little too close with a person who isn't even allowed to vote yet. The accuser, whom we'll call Emma, as her name is kept secret, claimed that she was when she befriended Indian actress Ashin Kaur, whom she was a fan of. Ashin would later connect her with her husband, Mohan, and at first the younger person looked up to and confided with the couple like they were her second parents. But then, just when she turned a year older, Mohan began acting differently.
We constantly talked until I noticed that he started flirting with me. Then Mohan sent explicit images of himself to me. He apologized and was depressed, but he continued to harass me, said things like how he was in love with me, wanted me to grow up to be with him, and can't wait for me to get older so I can sleep with him.
The unwanted attention even made Emma want to leave the planet, and yet when she told Mohan how his actions were affecting her, the actor turned the tables and blamed her for being untrustworthy, and he then demanded Emma to send him private things to regain his trust. With Mohan not showing any guilt over what he was doing, Emma went to his wife instead. But instead of protecting the younger person, Ashin had allegedly blamed the incidents on Emma, since she threw baggage at them, likely referencing the days when she confided in them about her life. Now, as expected with stories like this, the accusations outraged the fans, but at the time of this writing, Mohan still has been charged for the inexcusable behavior. Yet what makes things even worse was that despite the allegations coming out in 2022, Disney and Marvel have kept the actor in succeeding projects. Mohan appeared again as Yusuf Khan in the 2023 film The Marvels, and more recently he appeared in the Disney Plus reboot series Daredevil, Born Again in 2025. Fans believe that he should have at least been recast or his character taken out of the scripts. Instead, Disney, Marvel, and Mohan himself have yet to make a public statement about the accusations and have turned a blind eye from it. Now, people might think that Marvel and Disney are keeping Mohan around since it's difficult to recast him or remove his character completely from the MCU, but this isn't even the case, since the next two actors were far more influential to their cinematic universe and were still fired for their disturbing actions.
Miller's accuser spoke to the Daily Beast anonymously and said the actor both physically and assaulted her while they were both attending George Washington University.
Stand-up comedian TJ Miller seemed to be the perfect actor to play Deadpool's sidekick Weasel. His comedic chemistry with Ryan Reynolds worked on screen, so it was expected that he'd be playing the role throughout Deadpool's cinematic journey. However, this wasn't the case. Months after the first Deadpool movie was enjoyed in theaters, TJ made headlines after he attacked an Uber driver over an argument about politics. On December 9th, 2016, he made a $20,000 bail and soon reached a settlement with the driver to avoid charges. But this wasn't even the beginning of his history of violence. While playing the comedic Weasel on screen, TJ was already hiding a much darker secret, one that was about to derail his entire life. By late 2017, around the time TJ had already finished filming his scenes for the Deadpool 2 movie, the #MeToo movement encouraged an anonymous woman whom we'll call Sarah to reveal TJ's dark past. Sarah claimed that she dated TJ in 2001 while they were attending school at George Washington University. However, it was this relationship that allowed TJ to do something horrifying to her.
He just tried a lot of things without asking me, and at no point asked me if I was alright. He choked me, and I kept staring at his face hoping he would see that I was afraid, and then he would stop. I couldn't say anything.
She also alleged that TJ shook her violently and punched her, leaving her with a fractured tooth and a bloodied up lip. This all happened after Sarah had been drinking. So at first, she couldn't bring herself at the time to believe that it happened.
It was me not wanting it to be true.
With her in denial, she continued the relationship, which led to the second, more violent event.
We started to fool around, and very early in that, he put his hands around my throat and closed them, and I couldn't breathe. I was genuinely terrified and completely surprised.
Her roommates had heard her struggling, so they went to check on her, and likely saved her life as TJ released her to talk to them. But still confused, Sarah assured them that she was fine. This, of course, was another mistake. After her roommates left, Sarah said,
"He put me back to bed, and more things happened."
Now, the other things that happened are acts that we cannot say on YouTube, but her statements were enough for Daily Beast reporter Asuan Subsang to dig deeper into the incident. Asuan eventually uncovered school records and spoke to people who were studying there at the time, and some testified that they heard violent thuds from Sarah's room at the alleged time of the incident and would later see Sarah with bruises. Sarah's ex-boyfriend also confirmed that she eventually filed a complaint against TJ to the school, saying,
"I had a romantic relationship with her, and she spoke with me about TJ Miller attacking her. She was engaged in student conduct proceedings regarding the attack, and I remember the emotional toll that it and the subsequent conduct hearing placed on her."
Asuan then attempted to get information about the student conduct hearing against TJ, TJ, but the documents of course were sealed. Instead, witnesses to the proceedings claimed that TJ was expelled after he graduated, and despite the waves of testimonies against him, TJ still insisted that this incident wasn't true, but the damage was already done, and since he'd already filmed the scenes for Deadpool 2 at this point, it became his last appearance as Weasel. Now, not only did he lose his role in the MCU, he was also replaced mid-production in DreamWorks' How to Train Your Dragon: The Hidden World. As if to bite back after getting fired, TJ then began lashing out at his co-star Ryan Reynolds, saying,
I got along with him a lot better on the first Deadpool because he wasn't a huge movie star. We had a really weird moment on Deadpool where he said, let's do one more take. And then as the character, he was horrifically mean to me as if I'm Weasel. So he was like, you know what's great about you, Weasel? You're not the star, but you do just enough exposition so that it's fun. And then we can leave and get back to the real movie.
Likely in an attempt to save face, TJ also said,
I would not have done Deadpool 3 if they came to me and were like, we want you to do Deadpool 3 and we're going to pay you twice as much.
Now, fans were understandably enraged about his comments, and if they think TJ couldn't get any lower, his next actions proved them wrong.
Right now, Amtrak, the MTA, and Westport police continue to investigate a bomb threat on an Amtrak train. More than 200 passengers and crew members were evacuated at the Greens Farm station in Westport around 7 last night.
Losing his roles in two major film franchises likely caused TJ to go into a downward spiral, so when he boarded an Amtrak train from Washington DC bound for New York, his mind might have gone into panic mode. Suddenly, police received a call from TJ claiming that a woman in this train was carrying a bomb with her, and so immediately over 200 passengers were evacuated and officers were sent to investigate the scene. Hundreds of people feared for their lives, while TJ told the police that the woman in question
kept checking her bag without taking anything out
and seemed to want to get off the train without it.
I'm worried for everyone on the train. Someone has to check that lady out.
However, officers soon noticed that TJ was slurring his words, and a search concluded that there was no bomb on the train, and witnesses claimed that they've seen TJ drinking multiple drinks in the train and had hostile exchanges with a female passenger. Because of this, people believed that the drunk actor just wanted to get the woman he argued with in trouble, and so TJ was actually arrested for making a fake bomb threat. He made a $100,000 bail, and eventually charges were dropped, as prosecutors agreed that the actor wasn't of sound mind at the time due to a previous brain surgery. TJ also promised to pay the expenses for the bogus bomb threat, and while it was easy to remove an MCU sidekick from the franchise, the next actor had such a big role that when the stories of his crimes broke out, Marvel went into a complete panic mode.
Verdict in the case of Hollywood star Jonathan Majors. A jury has found him guilty of some charges in this New York criminal case, which stems, of course, from a domestic incident with his former girlfriend.
After the mad titan Thanos was defeated at the end of Avengers Endgame, fans were eager to hear who would be the next big villain in the MCU. And when the Disney Plus show Loki came out, everyone went crazy over the reveal of He Who Remains, played by Jonathan Majors. And comic book fans immediately figured out that He Who Remains was a variant of the time manipulator Kang the Conqueror. It made sense that Kang, who can control and destroy entire timelines, would become the next big villain. And in Comic-Con 2022, Marvel confirmed this by announcing Avengers: The Kang Dynasty set for May 2nd, 2025. But things didn't go as planned. While Jonathan was praised for his portrayal of Kang, his personal life took a surprising turn that derailed Marvel Studios' plans for the next couple of years. On March 25th, 2023, less than a year after the Kang Dynasty announcement, Jonathan called 911 to get help for his ex-girlfriend, Grace Jabari.
911, you need police, medical.
She's unconscious.
Okay.
She's naked from the bottom down. She's my ex-partner. We broke up, I came back.
Officers found Grace with a few broken fingers and a cut on her ear, which she claimed were the result of Jonathan beating her. And security footage from earlier that day were also found, showing Jonathan lifting Grace and throwing her into a vehicle. The two would then come out of the vehicle with Grace chasing Jonathan, who pushed her away. The actor was immediately arrested, and when the news broke out, his fate with the MCU began to crumble. While Jonathan faced charges of assault and harassment, Marvel Studios panicked, as the next Cinematic Phases villain could soon be in prison. He had just appeared in Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, where they teased the numerous Kang variants at the end. He also had a major role as another Kang variant in Loki's Season 2 later that year. That's years of story building that might end up going to waste. And the court hearings for Jonathan's case didn't do him any favors either. While on the stand, Grace testified that the fight began when she noticed another woman texting her boyfriend, saying, "Oh, I wish I was kissing you." And she added that as they argued over the text, Jonathan hit her on the back of the head, which caused a wound to her ear, then twisted her arm, which resulted in the broken fingers. She also revealed a recording of Jonathan months before the incident.
How dare you come home drunk and disturb the peace of our house? I would like to get to the point. My temper, my trauma block, all that said, right? And I'm not saying I'm a great man. A great man.
Along with the recording, Grace revealed text messages between them from September 2022. She alleged that these messages were after Jonathan had hit her, and he was encouraging her from going to the hospital, saying, "I fear you have no perspective of what could happen if you go to the hospital. They will ask you questions. And as I don't think you actually protect us, it could lead to an investigation, even if you do lie and they suspect something." And Grace replied, "I will tell the doctor I bumped my head. Why would I want to tell them what really happened when it's clear that I want to be with you?" This painted the actor as having a history of violence and aggression, and so the jury found Jonathan guilty on 2 misdemeanor counts of harassment and assault in December of 2023. free. And not long after the verdict, Marvel Studios officially announced that they were cutting ties with Kang's actor. Marvel Studios president Kevin Feige would also later claim that even before Jonathan's arrest, they were already considering changing their main villain.
We started to realize that Kang wasn't big enough, wasn't Thanos, and that there was only one character that could beat that, because he was dead in the comics for decades and decades.
Fans, however, weren't convinced that removing Kang was already planned, since Quantumania obviously was released 1 month before Jonathan was arrested, and the end credit scene clearly showed that the counts of Kangs were being set up as major characters in future films. Then Avengers Doomsday was announced to replace Kang Dynasty, and former Iron Man actor and fan favorite Robert Downey Jr. was revealed to be cast as Dr. Doom. This, however, left fans divided, with Reddit discussions saying,
as much as I love RDJ and I'm sure they'll give a great performance, they will be hard pressed to come up with a reason for the casting that doesn't smell of It feels like it's a distraction from something bigger.
And while Marvel Studios attempts to cover up this major controversy, their animated studios are also in hot water.
But more concerning is that they're a smear campaign designed to discredit my credibility in order to cover up egregious, prejudicial misconduct, stretching from select crew members on X-Men 97 all the way to the top of Marvel Studios.
Like many kids in the 90s, Bo the Mayo grew up watching X-Men the animated series, until it was cancelled in 1997. His love for the larger-than-life stories, like in comic books, is what inspired him to become a screenwriter, fulfilling his dream to work on projects like Netflix The Witcher, Star Trek Strange New Worlds, and Marvel's Moon Knight. He was even considered to write the upcoming Blade movie, and almost 30 years after watching the X-Men series, he was actually tapped to be the writer and executive producer of the series' reboot, named X-Men 97. But just when X-Men 97 was about to premiere in March of 2024, Bo was suddenly fired by Marvel and wasn't even allowed to attend the show's events. This came as a shock, since not only his work in X-Men 97 was well received by fans, he'd also worked on the show's second season and was building up the storyline for the third. Both Marvel and Bo remained silent about this event for months. That was until August of 2024, when the writer announced to his fans that Marvel planned to completely erase him from the animated series he'd worked so hard on. Over on X, Bo reposted a drawing of himself as the character Cyclops. The image was originally posted on June 4th of that year as the writer's way of celebrating Pride, but in the comment section he added,
Marvel sent a letter notifying me that they stripped my season 2 credits due to the post. Sadly, this is the latest in a troubling pattern I suffered through while working on X-Men 97 and Blade.
And just days before, the X-Men series he helped create was nominated for the Best Animated Series in the Emmy Awards. However, Bo revealed that
Marvel Disney has not reached out to arrange my attendance to the Emmys for the show I created.
His words implied that Marvel and Disney were against him for being open, and he hinted that this was only part of their troubling behavior, adding that he had more to reveal later on. And of course, because of this, fans were quick to show support to the writer, but his support would die out just as quickly. Mere hours after the post, Marvel revealed to news outlets that Bo was actually fired prior to X-Men 97's premiere due to egregious misconduct. And unsurprisingly, this created a buzz, with people questioning who was actually telling the truth now. So entertainment journalist Jeff Snyder, to dig into this he said they said drama, and the story he'd uncovered left the community even more divided. Based on statements he allegedly collected, Jeff revealed that Bo was sending pictures of himself with very little clothing while doing suggestive hero poses to younger male co-workers, and telling them to use his images as inspiration for the X-Men series. Now, other co-workers had told him to stop, but the former Marvel scribes just continued spreading such photos. On top of that, he was also reported to repeatedly give unwanted touches to an assistant, while being physically and emotionally aggressive to his staff. And Jeff also claimed that this was the same behavior that got him fired from Netflix's The Witcher series. Now, Bo's attorney Brian Friedman denied the accusations and insisted that none of this was ever reported to Marvel Animation's HR department. He also claimed that Bo was singled out due to being one of their most successful creators despite his skin color and identity. And Brian further added that they were challenging the writer's non-disclosure agreement with Disney and Marvel, calling the contract illegal to prevent the company's image as a family-friendly studio from being exposed as a lie. But Bo would then post a video to drop bombshells against Disney and Marvel.
These allegations of egregious misconduct are false. But more concerning is that they're a smear campaign designed to discredit my credibility in order to cover up egregious, prejudicial misconduct, stretching from select crew members on X-Men 97 all the way to the top of Marvel Studios. Back when I was in high school, we called this gossip.
According to Bo, this all started because he fought back against executives who wanted to change storylines, while he wished to remain loyal to the source material of the comic books and the 90s animated show. This disobedience is where the rumor of him intimidating staff started. To him, the rumor was only weaponized due to his muscular physique and his skin color. He then went on to accuse Marvel producers of suspicious behavior themselves, including one who got too close with an assistant and another two who showed his son a photo of Bo that was meant for dating apps. The final straw was when Bo was working with a fellow dark-skinned creative and a producer joked about cracking a whip at them. Bo allegedly reported all of these, but he revealed that
in return, I was removed from the project in the middle of moving to Atlanta for production, and then had my role on season 2 of X-Men 97 aggressively marginalized.
Bo also claimed that he had the receipts and eyewitnesses to back up his claims, and rather than dump them on the internet, he would prefer to relay them to authorities at Marvel and Disney,
so that those responsible are able to receive what I did not, a full and fair investigation away from the public eye.
Fans, however, weren't convinced. The rumors that similar behavior was what got him fired from from the Witcher series. People were now left wondering if he was only accusing Marvel and Disney of questionable behavior to divert the story from him. So far, the feud between Marvel and Bo is still ongoing. His civil lawsuit against Marvel's NDA is still pending, so we can just wait and see what will happen next. This next Marvel creator, however, not only lost his reputation, but also something else more permanent.
He has never ever been in trouble. Ever in his 40 years of living. I'll tell you this, he's totally innocent.
Ed Piskor was another creator for the X-Men franchise, particularly the comic book series known as Grand Design, which he practically worked on by himself. Beyond Marvel, Ed was also known for his work on the comic series Hip Hop Family Tree, Red Room, and Switchblade Shorties. He also co-hosted a Comic Book Insider YouTube channel called Cartoonist Keyfabe with fellow creator Jim Ruck. Overall, Ed became one of the prominent names in the modern comic industry, only for his legacy to be tarnished in a matter of days. Aspiring artist Molly Dwyer posted a series of screenshots on March 23, 2024, containing text messages between her as his and the 40-year-old comic book artist. According to Molly, Ed found her after she liked one of his posts, and he first complimented the art she posted, and then went on to ask,
"Are you 18 or 18? I'm gonna be so mad if you say because this crushes me at that age."
He even called her nicknames like Naughty Girl, and told her,
"I feel like you'd be a good partner in crime. You're not a snitch, are you? If we robbed some banks, you wouldn't rat me out, would you?"
And Molly answered,
"I wouldn't dream of it."
To which Ed replied,
"Good girl, you give the correct answers."
In the post, Molly added,
"I find nothing normal or friendly about a 40-year-old man asking a high school girl about her classes, calling her a good girl or naughty girl, asking her to come visit him. This is not a cancellation of Ed Piskor. I'm just telling you the truth about this person. The truth a lot of other cartoonists are aware of. Switchblade Shorties is disturbing, coming from a creep who likes small humans."
And the following day, another woman, Molly Wright, went online to report her experiences with Ed, saying,
"I reached out to Ed, and he eagerly invited me over. We had plenty of fun and discussed animation and comics. This was until he asked me to do something to him in exchange for his agent's number. He then asked me to join him for an open relationship, so that if I wanted to eat, I'd be free to do so. I've recently learned that he was attempting to line up some of those women at the time, and guess what? Today I learned that some of them were from a more recent generation."
And these stories came at such a bad time for Ed, as he was set to have an exhibit in the 707 Penn Gallery the following week. Now the exhibit was postponed indefinitely because of the accusations. Well, Ed turned off the comments on his Instagram to avoid people flooding him about this. Despite this, these stories opened the floodgates, with people over on Reddit sharing their creepy experiences with Ed. One claimed that the artist
slid into my DMs, initially complimented my work, then my appearance, before eventually soliciting clothes, images, and becoming increasingly demanding that I perform services.
Another Redditor shared that
even though I was dating a friend of his at the time, I knew Ed. He would say creepy stuff to me and my female peers on the regular. He would specifically highlight how he chooses not to drink while frequenting bars with young women in the scene.
As more and more stories popped up online, his art exhibit was completely cancelled, along with a $75,000 deal with Abrams Publishing for his Switchblade Shorties comic books. Jim, his co-host on the YouTube channel Cartoonist Kayfabe, also announced that he was ending his connection with Ed due to his allegations. And so in a matter of days, Ed went from having multiple projects going on and being one of the most respected comic artists of his generation to having nothing. And just when things couldn't get any worse for him, a news report sent Ed over the edge. On March 27, 2024, WTAE TV Pittsburgh, a local news station, attempted to get a statement from Ed about the accusations. And when they couldn't reach him, they instead went to his parents' house, where Ed's father adamantly defended his son.
He has never ever been in trouble. Ever in his 40 years of living. I'll tell you this, he's totally innocent.
But what the news crew failed to do was hide the house number of Ed's parents' home, even mentioning in the report where the house was located, which ultimately led Ed's parents to being doxxed on national TV, and with his parents not only getting involved in the controversy, but also potentially being in danger from outraged fans who saw their home on TV, Ed finally took matters into his own hands. On April 1st, 2024, just a week after the first post that ruined his name appeared, Ed took to Facebook to post his side of the story, and the post linked to a Google Doc simply titled Facebook Note. He began saying,
"I'm so sorry for being so stupid. I definitely should have never talked with Molly D. The language and optics look real dumb at best, but I promise my innocence. Especially out of context, it looks horrible. It was at the height of the lockdowns with no end in sight, and I was alone through most of it. I was just happy to have the internet to talk to people with common interests. There was no way I'd have a 18-year-old stay at my place. Maybe not 18 even. I was forward projecting to some unknown future when lockdowns were finished, and we could see people again."
While he seemed apologetic about his interaction with Molly Dwyer, he denied everything that the other Molly Wright, said. In fact, he called her actions criminal and asked his family to file a lawsuit against her. He claimed,
"I never had anyone lined up for an open relationship with her. I was never interested in a relationship with her. We had relations twice, and she initiated both times. We quit hanging out during lockdown, but kept in touch here and there, and I thought things ended naturally. She's a petty woman scorned, punitive and false. My house was burning and she threw gasoline on it. Reputation destruction is her form of aggression, and there were very real consequences."
And as people went on to read Ed's lengthy Facebook note, names from the news sites and the comic book industry popped up, with the shamed artist calling them out for contributing to his online bullying, and thus adding to his already declining mental health and destroyed reputation. The post also showed him entrusting his business partner and his co-host host, Jim, to protect his intellectual properties and to post unlisted videos on the channel once the dust settled, so the artistic work won't go to waste. Now, readers of his note were already forming the outcome of his letter due to these specific requests, and his last message confirmed what they feared.
I was murdered by internet bullies, massive amounts of them. Some of you out there absolutely contributed to my death as you were entertaining yourself with gossip. I wasn't AI, I was a real human being. You chipped little bits of my self-esteem away all week until I was vaporized.
And Ed was actually found lifeless in his Pennsylvania home hours after his final post. His family announced his tragic end the same day, but the official cause of death and other details were kept from the public. All we know is that the hate and controversy that began mere days before had pushed the comic book artist to leave the world. And suddenly the online community went from lashing out against Ed to remembering him and speaking out against online bullying. Sadly, this change in mindset was a little too late. This next story is also another case of personal struggles coming out too late, but this time the casualties were far greater.
I don't think it would have taken too much at this point in time. He'd expressed criticism openly of his mother for the first time, so I think this was something that was coming. It was not very far off, and if it wouldn't have happened on this day, it probably would have happened not too long afterwards.
21-year-old Jed Allen was a groundskeeper for Didcon Town Council and Oxford University Parks. On social media, however, he's known as Mr. Meat Tank, a bodybuilder who was an avid fan of comic books, video games, and horror movies. His favorite character was known to be the short-tempered mutant Wolverine, whom he based his hairstyle on, copying even the character's sideburns. He would post photos of himself with blades between his fingers to mimic Wolverine's claws, along with other posts with him carrying weapons. And despite the seemingly intimidating images on social media, Jed's friends knew him as a kind person and a responsible big brother to his sister Darren. And of course, he was also a frequent gym goer, making it seem like he had a stable life. To those very close to him, however, knew that this was far from the truth. Jed would occasionally post about his troubles and confide in his friends about struggles at home. His mother, Janet, always had a problem with misusing medicines and alcohol, so much so that she once even crashed a car while intoxicated. This led to Janet losing custody of Jed's two younger half-siblings, leaving him alone to grow up watching his mother spiral out of control. Now, things seemed to get better when Janet married Philip, and together they had Darren. But what seemed like the start of a happy family ended again when both parents started using substances. And as if this wasn't enough, Jed himself started spiraling as well, and told his friends that he discovered a dark family secret, though he didn't tell them what it was. Then, on May 23rd, 2015, Jed spent the afternoon with friends at a pub. He parted ways with them like he normally would on any other day. But that night, between 6 to 7 in the evening, 7 of his friends would receive troubling text messages. The messages hinted that he'd done something bad, and that his dog, Ted Lee, deserved better. More alarmingly, one text said,
"I know what I've done is wrong, but I love you all, and I will soon be in a better place. I need your help. I need you to call the police."
His friends feared that Jed was about to attack himself, so they rushed to his family home and found the worst possible thing. Jed's mother, Janet, his stepfather, Philip, and his half-sister, Darren, had all passed away from multiple stab wounds. The entire house was a crime scene, and Jed was nowhere to be found. The brutality of the scene was only made more devastating when Jed's friends found a red message on a wall saying,
"I'm sorry, I know the truth. I don't want it for me and my family. This is the end."
Immediately, the police were called, and the autopsy soon concluded that all 3 victims were attacked using the same hunting knife that Jed owned. All of them also had defensive wounds, suggesting that the victims, including Darren, tried to fight for their lives before their tragic ends. These shocking details prompted a manhunt for Jed, since police believed he was dangerous, and so over 100 officers searched for the suspect, scouring the parks that the groundskeeper worked in. Now, CCTV footage was later discovered. It showed Jed calmly buying water from a convenience store at an Oxford train station, then of him walking through the city mere moments before his family's bodies were discovered. And as the manhunt stretched, news outlets began calling him the Wolverine Killer, after discovering his Instagram account that showed his fascination with the comic book character. Meanwhile, people were left wondering what pushed Jed to commit the crimes, only to soon discover that the man had taken his motives to the grave. After a 30-hour search, Jed was discovered to have used a rope to leave this world too, in a wooden area near Marston Ferry Road. And a toxicology report showed that he wasn't under the influence of anything at the time of his death, so Jed had consciously left this world. With the killer found now, people were still left wondering what caused the events on the night of May 23rd. Earlier that day, for example, Jed didn't show any kind of signs that he was planning out the crime, and even if he didn't get along with his stepfather and his mother, friends knew that he adored his little sister, so why did he attack her as well? A former neighbor, Jane Illott, shared that Janet was the troubled mother even when her eldest son was just a boy. In fact, Jed, who would be around 11 years old at the time, had asked Jane for help whenever his mother was having a bad day, and that Jed ended up taking the responsibility to care for her mother and his siblings at such a young age. When his siblings then were taken away from him, Jed had allegedly taken it too hard, feeling guilty that he couldn't protect his siblings. Now in 2012, he actually started seeing a therapist who put him under medication for his depression, although the therapist quickly saw him doing better. But Jed was most likely just hiding his troubles, and his mental health still continued to decline. Given this history, experts believe that Jed might have had a psychotic break that led to this crime. Another theory was that Jed didn't want to repeat the cycle of his family falling apart due to his mother's dependency, while others wondered if the man had only meant to hurt Philip, but couldn't bear the idea of his mother mother and his sister being traumatized by his actions, so he chose to end their lives as well. Ultimately, we may never know why Jet committed the crime and what he meant when he told his friends that he discovered a dark family secret. However, experts did believe that his fascination over Wolverine was an outlet, as he saw the mutant as a heroic figure despite his rage. However, in contrast, this next Marvel fanatic committed an act of violence for the strangest reason.
Courts also heard that she could have literally died. I mean, one of the stab wounds was literally centimeters away from the main artery in her neck.
When Marvel Comics introduced Frank Castle, aka the Punisher, fans were shocked at how much he contrasted the usual comic book heroes. While others would fight crime through mostly lawful means, the Punisher was an anti-hero who was willing to deal with criminals using illegal and morally questionable action. This made him stand out and even became a fan favorite for fans who enjoyed some gritty violence. One of these fans was Connor Deegan, who cosplayed the Punisher during comic conventions. However, Connor didn't only want to look like the Punisher, he wanted to be him, and this wish resulted in a shocking crime. On February 17, 2020, Connor was hanging out with some friends, including Amber Raven, who recently broke up with him. Amber decided to head home, but needed help in finding the nearest train station, and so Connor offered to accompany her, and against her better judgment, she said yes. As they crossed the little Ilford Park in Newham, Connor lured Amber into one of the public bathrooms, and there he launched a horrific attack. Using a large combat knife, Connor stabbed the woman repeatedly on the stomach and neck. Then he stared down at her motionless body before finally leaving her on the bathroom floor. Now no one knows where Connor went or what he did after leaving the park, but 6 hours after the attack, Connor was found by the police, still wearing his blood-soaked clothes and carrying a bag. And in the bag was a bloodied combat knife, along with a baklava, black gloves, and a pocket knife. These showed that his crime was planned all along, and police also learned that earlier that day, Connor mentioned to people how he wanted to put Amber in a chokehold so he could become the real Punisher. He truly believed that attacking and killing the woman who ended her fling with him would turn him into a sort of Marvel anti-hero, and so this was a clear sign that Connor wasn't right in the head. But what he didn't know at the time was that he already failed his imaginary task. Amber, who suffered several life-threatening wounds, was apparently still alive after Connor left the bathroom. In fact, she was smart enough to pretend to be dead to convince her attacker to leave. And once Connor was gone, she crawled her way to a nearby home. Although she was in excruciating pain and lost a lot of blood, Amber bravely fought for her life and managed to reach a house to ask for help, and the residents who found her immediately called for help. In an interview, they said,
"The knife wound was centimeters from the main artery in her neck. The paramedics said if it wasn't for us, she would be dead."
And so once properly stable, Amber would give her testimony to the police, and with her DNA all over his bloodied knife and her clothes, this was enough to seal Connor's fate. Meanwhile, as detectives dug deeper into his story, things sounded even darker. According to Amber, she ended her fling with Connor after he suddenly acted creepy, mere weeks after they started the relationship. And when she decided to break things off, Connor was adamant about keeping the relationship, saying
he wouldn't take no for an answer.
Then on the day of the attack, while the two were with their friends, Amber claimed that Connor kept stroking her hair and hugging her as if they were still together, and this is why she decided to go home early. But unfortunately, she accepted Connor's offer to walk her to the station. Detectives also learned from text messages that Connor was planning on building his own weapons and body armor, as if to mimic his favorite Marvel character. These suggested that the Punisher wannabe could have attempted a more gruesome crime if he had been caught. In the attempt, Connor pleaded guilty to attempted murder and possession of an offensive weapon. He's been sentenced to 9 years and 4 months in prison. As for Amber, she recovered from multiple stab wounds but still bears the scars of the attack. Understandably, she's still traumatized by the event and has experienced panic attacks. Meanwhile, this next story also involved fans of the Punisher, but this time it's a group of people who use their authority to destroy someone's life.
I still got to deal with PTSD. I still got to take medication on and off my life. I'm not the same guy I was before.
Frank Drew Jr. worked as a truck loader at a medical supply company, but also moonlighted as an entertainer for bachelorette parties to make ends meet. His friend Lovell Harris helped him out in his side job by carrying and preparing his equipment. On the night of October 23, 2004, Frank was hired to perform at a party attended by Kirsten Antonisson and Katie Brown. Now after they did their whole gig and the celebration was over, Frank and Lovell had befriended some of the partygoers and went to a bar with them to extend the evening, and so they spent time together past midnight on October 24. Kirsten and Katie then invited Frank and Lowell to a housewarming party that they were going to, and unfortunately for them, the men said yes. The four of them arrived at the housewarming party that was hosted by Andrew Spangler, a Milwaukee police officer, at around 2:30 in the morning. Among his guests were his fellow officers and friends, and because Frank and Lowell were of a different skin color, seeing that the alcohol-filled party comprised mostly of white people made them a bit uncomfortable. This awkwardness was heightened when Katie and Kirsten left the two men for a few minutes, and then returned to find them claiming that they'd heard unsavory comments from the already intoxicated guests. Because of this, the four then decided to leave the party, mere minutes after arriving, and this was the second big mistake they made that evening. Just when the group was getting into Kirsten's truck to leave, 10 men suddenly burst out of the house and marched towards them. Among the men were Milwaukee officers Andrew Spangler, John Barlett, Daniel Mazarik, Ryan Packard, and Ryan Lemke, John Closing, and Joseph Stroman. Apparently, moments after the group left, Andrew noticed that his wallet was missing, and the wallet contained his police badge, so it made him panic. And because Frank and Lowell, whom he didn't know, had just left before he noticed the wallet missing, he jumped to conclusions and decided that they'd stolen it and left to escape. Frank and Lowell denied the accusations, but the group was unconvinced and started threatening them, even using racial slurs against the men, and vandalized Kirsten's truck. Now, the group inside the vehicle desperately kept them safe, themselves locked inside and called for help, but ultimately the men were able to drag them out of the vehicle one by one. The off-duty officers then began searching for the wallet inside the vehicle and amongst the terrified guests, and even though they didn't find any signs that they'd taken the item, the men proceeded to commit one of the most brutal crimes the city would know. The men began beating Frank and Lowell, forcing them to confess to a crime that they didn't even commit. Lowell managed to escape after receiving a cut on his face, but Frank was cornered. The women immediately called 911, and though some of the off-duty officers tried to threaten them against calling for help, cops were dispatched to the scene by 3 a.m. But despite this, the violence still didn't stop. The officers who arrived at the scene, Joseph Scheibel and Nicole Martinez, knew the men who were committing the violence. And in fact, Joseph Scheibel even helped in beating Frank after hearing that he might have stolen his colleague's badge. And so even calling the police didn't help at all. Frank suffered severe injuries that night, including 2 broken fingers and damages to his ear canals, after John Bartlett used pens to press into his ears. Making matters worse, the officers on duty arrested the bloodied Frank by 3:09 a.m. despite being the victim of brutality. Because of the injuries, Frank was taken to the hospital where doctors and nurses were left horrified by his state. But luckily, the events triggered an internal investigation into the officers who were involved in Frank's beating. And in the investigation, Captain James Golewski would discover that within the Milwaukee Police Department was a rogue group of officers who called themselves the Punishers. And of course, the name being based on the hero we just mentioned. Now, Captain James alleged that the officers who harmed Frank during the housewarming party were part of this group, which could explain their violent behavior despite not having evidence that Frank had committed any crime at all. The officers were allegedly found to have tattoos, car decals, and stickers on their lockers, and memos inspired by the skull emblem of the Marvel anti-hero. Some even had the skull logo with the number 7, indicating the Milwaukee District 7 Police Department where they were employed. John Bartlett was even caught trying to purchase a heavy firearm, similar to what the comic book character used after he was out on bail, awaiting the Frank Jude Jr. trial. Ultimately, the so-called Milwaukee Punishers were sentenced for their crimes against Frank, while the victim received a settlement of $2 million from the city of Milwaukee. But still, the official Milwaukee Police Department denied that the Punisher group ever existed, and the investigation into this matter seemed to have stopped. For the last story, however, investigations and even arrests are still ongoing to this day, and this is because a seemingly vibrant event has turned into the venue of a disturbing crime that has countless victims.
It was all part of a sting operation targeting traffickers at Comic-Con last weekend. The San Diego Human Trafficking Task Force worked with the Department of Justice as well as the San Diego Sheriffs and the police departments to conduct this sting.
Earlier, I mentioned the jaw-dropping announcement of Avengers Doomsday and the casting of Robert Downey Jr. as Dr. Doom. This happened during the Marvel panel in San Diego Comic-Con of 2024. But apart from this announcement, this panel also hyped up the upcoming releases of Deadpool and Wolverine, Captain America Brave New World, Thunderbolts, and Fantastic Four First Steps. Much like in every other Comic-Con in the last 2 decades, Marvel dropped their biggest news to great fanfare. But what their audience failed to notice, however, was that just outside the walls of Marvel's Hall H, a bigger and more disturbing event was unfolding. Unbeknownst to thousands of people attending the celebration of geek culture, up to 50 officers in plain clothing mingled with the crowd throughout the event. And this was because multiple government departments, including the FBI and Homeland Security, had formed a special task force to investigate and prevent a crime that they expected would be committed during the Comic-Con. And what was this crime? It was human trafficking, especially involving younger people. San Diego, California apparently ranked 13 with the most reported cases of trafficking in major cities at the time. And according to General Attorney General Bob Bonta of the San Diego Human Trafficking Task Force,
traffickers specialize on large-scale events such as Comic-Con to take advantage of their victims for profit.
With this in mind, agents from the Special Task Force posted ads on online chat websites luring both potential victims and suspects for meetups during Comic-Con. And then on the day of the event, 34 to 50 undercover cops posed as buyers during Comic-Con weekend to approach people they believed were victims. This all happened around people who were innocently cosplaying, buying merchandise, and eagerly waiting to meet and greet their favorite celebrities. Surprisingly, despite the large operation, even organizers of San Diego Comic-Con weren't notified about the sting. Event goers also didn't suspect anything was happening, as the entire operation was kept quiet. And then eventually they struck. By deploying their ads and posing as potential sellers of human trafficking, they arrested countless potential buyers. Overall, 14 buyers and traffickers were arrested. At the same time, 10 victims were rescued, including a 16-year-old girl. This confirmed what the Special Task Force feared, that vibrant events at Comic-Con were being used for crimes against the younger generation. So far, the department has yet to release the names of the suspects, and the charges against these people haven't been made public. The victims' information, of course, is also protected to secure their privacy. However, the director of Bilateral Safety Corridor Coalition, Marisa Ugard, did assure the public that they would be caring for their victims.
We'll do crisis intervention, we do case management, we find them jobs, housing, and everything.
But of course, the battle isn't done. After the success of the sting operation during Comic-Con 2024, similar missions were done in major events like the Super Bowl 2025 in New Orleans. Another operation also happened during the San Diego Comic-Con in 2025, which arrested another 13 suspected traffickers. Now let me talk about the Steam community as well. With Steam holding an estimated 75% of the PC gaming market, it didn't come as a surprise when indie game studio Wolfire Games decided to launch their new game Overgrowth on the platform in 2017. However, after their CEO, David Rosen, decided to sell the game at a cheaper price on other platforms, Steam and its parent company Valve weren't really happy about that fact. In a blog post made on May 6, 2021, David explained the reasoning behind this decision, saying,
"When new video game stores were opening, they charged much lower commissions than Valve. I decided that I would provide my game Overgrowth at a lower price to take advantage of the lower commission rates. But when I asked Valve about this plan, they replied that they would remove Overgrowth from Steam if I allowed it to be sold at a lower price anywhere, even from my own website. And while talking to other developers about problems that they were having with Steam, they kept referring to it as a monopoly and saying that there was nothing that we could do. I wondered, has anyone actually checked if Valve is obeying antitrust law?"
And so in April of 2021, Wolfire Games filed a lawsuit accusing Valve of violating antitrust law, which ensures that companies are using fair business practices to protect both consumers and other businesses. According to their lawsuit, Valve prevented developers from selling their games at a cheaper price outside of Steam, all while taking an extraordinary high cut from nearly every sale in their store. And this extraordinarily high cut is Steam's 30% commission for every purchase, or downloadable content that added new elements to their games. With Steam only giving 70% to developers, they had to raise prices in order to maintain their profit margins, which meant that players had to pay even more. And since Steam had completely dominated the PC gaming marketplace, developers and gamers had no choice but to comply, at least according to Wolfire Games. While the legal proceedings were still pending, it actually inspired a larger lawsuit in the United Kingdom, which accused Steam of ripping off 14 million gamers in the UK since 2017. On June 5th, 2024, Vicky Shotbolt, a digital rights campaigner, alongside a law firm named Millbrook London LLP, filed a class action lawsuit against Valve for violating the antitrust law, suggesting that Valve forces developers to increase prices, which in turn makes players
pay too much for purchasing PC games and add-on content. Valve is rigging the market and taking advantage of UK players.
The lawsuit demanded that Valve reimburse UK gamers for their overpriced games, which could cost Valve a total of £656 million or over $880 million. But even though gamers and developers were supposed to be the biggest winners in this legal drama, many of them defended Valve instead. They argued that the extraordinarily high cut that Steam takes from developers is the industry standard, and as it turns out, other online gaming stores and Microsoft applied the exact same commission rate of 30%, while Humble Store gets a 25% cut, which isn't really far off. Console stores, mobile gaming stores, and even physical stores also get the same 30% cut per video game sold. The only outlier here is Epic Games, which takes only 12%. And as one Reddit user also pointed out,
Valve brought devs and publishers back to PC, offered the same cut as consoles, and also saved them a ton of money due to all digital sales, which means no manufacturing, inventory, space, shipping, or shelf space needed, no resales or used markets, unlike the physical market for consoles, and no additional cut given to brick and mortar stores. Valve helped devs and publishers become more profitable than ever.
And as for the game developer side, another Redditor mentioned,
there are active game developers who were in the industry before Steam. They talked about how annoying and expensive it was to manage their own sales, returns, and credit card fraud, and how happy they are to pay 30% to Steam for them to do all of that. This is even before taking into account the exposure and visibility, Next Fest and season sales and all the rest.
As for Steam blocking developers from selling games at a lower price outside their platform, Valve clarified that they're only implementing this rule for games unlocked with Steam keys, because even if a game was purchased outside of Steam, these keys allowed users to run it while using the platform's features, such as the Steam library storage and cloud saves, both of which let gamers access their game and their save progress through multiple computers. Now Valve discourages developers from selling Steam keys for their games at a cheaper price, as it is important that they don't give Steam customers a worse deal than Steam key purchasers. This means that developers can actually sell their games at a lower rate as long as they're selling a non-Steam version. But since both the Wolfire Games and UK lawsuits are still pending, whether Valve is really guilty of rigging the gaming industry remains to be seen. But while this next case didn't target Valve directly, it completely devastated the user base so badly that the FBI had to get involved. On November 6, 2011, a mysterious message suddenly appeared on Steam's official forum.
Ever wanted to dominate the servers you play on with guaranteed results, but you were too afraid to cheat because of ban risks? Visit fknowned.com.
Now this notice was taken down soon after users found it, but if the hacking was only to post the ad, then there wasn't much harm done, right? Unfortunately, this wasn't the case, because 4 days later, on November 10th, a message from Valve CEO Gabe Newell revealed that the hacker did get something more. The message read,
"Our Steam forums were defeated on the evening of Sunday, November 6th. We learned that intruders obtained access to a Steam database in addition to the forums. This database contained information including usernames, hashed and salted passwords, game purchases, email addresses, billing addresses, and encrypted credit card information. We do not have evidence that the encrypted credit card numbers or personally identifying information were taken by the intruders. We're still investigating."
And since there wasn't any concrete evidence that their information was compromised, gamers were at least thankful that Gabe updated them quickly, with one saying,
"Notice how quick they notify their users? Thank you, Gabe. Hope nobody has anything too bad happen to them as a result of this."
However, on February 11th, June 2012, just 3 months later, Gabe would come out to admit that their investigation was not looking good.
Recently, we learned that it was probable that the intruders obtained a copy of a backup file with information about Steam transactions. This backup file contained usernames, email addresses, encrypted billing addresses, and encrypted credit card information.
And so while Steam passwords were safe, the billing addresses and credit card information being copied was terrifying, as they could lead to credit card fraud. And so this made finding the hackers all the more urgent, as there was so much more damage they could do with potentially thousands of users' information. At the time the statement was released, Steam had no idea who the hacker could be. But just 8 days later, on February 3rd, 2012, a mysterious leaked call between the FBI and Scotland Yard suddenly appeared on YouTube, pointing them in the direction of an individual believed to be behind the hack. This call was leaked by hacking group Anonymous, as a protest against the arrests of hacktivists or hacker activists Brian Cleary and Jake Davis, who were suspects in the hacking of government websites like the CIA. The FBI and Scotland Yard representatives were heard discussing their cases over this call, but the Steam community took particular interest when they began discussing a young hacker outside of the hacktivist group.
Just one thing, the lad who was CSL sec is his real name, known as Tawongs. He's a 15-year-old kid who's basically just doing this all for attention and a bit of an idiot.
The hacker they mentioned was only known by the name T Wong Z, a student who was arrested by the UK police just before Christmas in 2011. He was connected to a hacking attack on a credit union website, as well as a DDoS attack on a school's website. After he was taken into custody, T Wong Z wrote a statement confirming that he was indeed the one behind the Steam hacking incident.
So we're just researching that. One of the ones he is claimed credit for in this statement is a thing called Steam, which is some sort of gaming site.
According to the agent, Tae Wong Z admitted that he also stole credit card information from 32,000 Steam users. Now, the FBI eventually confirmed that the leaked call was real, but they didn't officially confirm if Tae Wong Z was indeed the one who hacked into Steam's database in November 2011. And since he was only 15 years old at the time, his identity and legal proceedings about his case have been kept from the public. Instead, the police assured Steam users that his hard drives have been confiscated and that Tae Wong Z began cooperating after getting scolded by his parents. This suggests that any leaked information from this incident was now contained. The idea that a 15-year-old could hack into a database of a billion-dollar company is troubling, and yet Steam's security would remain so vulnerable that 3 years later, Valve saw a 2,000% increase in account theft, leading to over 77,000 gamers losing their account every month. In April of 2015, Valve launched the Steam Guard mobile authenticator, where users could add their phone numbers to confirm logins using their mobile devices. But despite this extra layer to confirm authentic logins, 2015 would prove to be the worst year in Steam security breaches. Even with the new Steam Guard in place, users found their accounts hijacked and in-game items stolen. Hackers often targeted accounts that had valuable digital goods, and with Steam accounts, they could take rare Counter-Strike skins that could be sold for thousands of dollars. But by December 10th, 2015, Valve admitted that this year saw a significant increase in instances of account hijacking.
What used to be a handful of hackers is now a highly effective, organized network in the business of stealing and selling items. We see around 77,000 accounts hijacked and pillaged each month. These are not new or naive users. These are professional CSGO players, Reddit contributors, item traders, etc. Users can be targeted randomly as part of a larger group or even individually. It's a losing battle to protect your items against someone who steals them for a living.
And this was a big problem, since some players had in-game items that cost them their hard-earned money, not to mention rare items that took time and effort to obtain that were now at risk. And so by March 2016, Kaspersky Labs, a cybersecurity company, launched an investigation into how Steam's vulnerabilities spiked in 2015. According to their experts, a malware called Steam Stealers went on the market within underground forums. This malware allowed hackers to easily hijack gaming accounts. And while malware being sold as a service was new at this point, Steam Stealers was popular since it only cost $3, whereas other malware for sale could go up to $500. And so this unfortunately made hacking into Steam accounts much easier and cheaper. And since Valve's investigation suggested that the hijacked accounts were those that didn't use the Steam Guard mobile authenticator, they proposed a solution that left gamers conflicted.
Instead of trying to prevent hackers from being able to steal a Steam account that hasn't enabled two-factor authentication, we tried removing their ability to profit from the theft.
Valve would then implement a delay in delivery on in-game item trading. This meant that players who wanted to trade items like Team Fortress and Counter-Strike weapons would have to wait up to 7 days for the transaction to be completed. But this didn't sit right with the players, as one person pointed out, saying,
"So inconveniencing millions of people in order to maybe stop a few thousand stupid people from getting hacked is okay?"
Valve also promised to restore any compromised accounts and duplicate items stolen from the users. But this created an entirely new problem, since duplicating rare items made them easier to get. And the more common these rare items became, the less valuable they could be sold. So gamers collecting them watched the inventory lose worth overnight. And yet 2015 would continue revealing security flaws in Steam's system, with the strangest one happening on Christmas Day. Gamers who logged into their Steam account on December 25th, 2015 between 11:50 in the morning to 1:20 in the afternoon Pacific Standard Time were met with a scene straight out of a nightmare. Instead of the store page showing the winner's sale, users were shown personal information of other gamers. This included billing and email addresses, purchasing history, the last 4 digits of their mobile number, and the last 2 digits of their credit cards. Around 34,000 users' information were shared to random strangers on Steam, causing Valve to shut down their platform temporarily, leaving millions locked out on Christmas Day while they scrambled to fix the leak. Now 20 minutes later, Steam came back online, and the pages appeared normal, but the users were still left confused and worried about what happened. And it took Valve 5 more days to release a statement to explain what happened. In a post from December 30th, 2015, Valve revealed that on Christmas morning, Steam received a DDoS attack which flooded their store page. And while fixing the problem, they released a caching rule that allowed users to access a previously saved version of the Steam website, so they could use it normally while Valve was still trying to fix the pages. But while they were still trying to solve the problem, the hackers launched a second attack, causing the caching rule to malfunction and start serving users each other's data, exposing private information to strangers. But when the issue was brought up by fans online, Valve assured them that anyone who didn't log in during the 90-minute window was safe from this error. However, this still meant that thousands of users had their information accidentally leaked. And while Valve promised to improve their system and prevent these attacks from happening again, there have been no reports of the culprits being arrested and charged. And while these hijackers were alarming, the next mistake gave nearly everyone access to steal their favorite streamers' accounts.
The thing is with this is that it's accepting any code. As long as you don't put anything there, you can gain access to anyone's account.
Between July 21st and 24th, 2015, there was a serious security issue that affected all Steam accounts, giving anyone the chance to access and change another person's passwords by only knowing their Steam ID and clicking the Forgot Password option. This was because Steam's recovery feature didn't require the security code, which was only sent to the account's owner's email or phone number to confirm that they were the real account holder. What's even more surprising is that Valve remained unaware of it until July 25th, 2015, 4 days after this error began. According to gaming news site GameGrin, Twitch streamer SodaPoppin was on a live stream when he accidentally showed this unknown security exploit while logging into his Steam account. Now SodaPoppin quickly ended the live stream and took down the video, but his fans had already seen it, and since the flaw in the system was so easy to bypass, some of his 30,000 viewers began trying it out, and all they needed was to know someone else's Steam ID to get into their accounts. Now the internet soon began talking about it, so YouTuber Elm Ho posted this video that showed how this exploit worked.
Official Steam page, enter your account name that you want to hack, or whatever it is. Search it. Yes, email and account resets. Instead of actually typing in here, enter the account recovery you received, you don't actually type in anything there, continue. The thing is with this is that it's accepting any code. As long as you don't put anything there, you can gain access to anyone's account.
Streamers and professional gamers whose Steam IDs were shown during their live streams became easy targets, and soon Resolution, Olaf Meister, and Kerrigan, among others, flooded social media to announce that their accounts had been stolen. However, streamers weren't the only ones affected. A Redditor commented on a thread that,
"I'm not a streamer, but this also happened to me, and it seems to have happened at the same time as all those affected."
And another added,
"Same, no access to my account yet that I know of, but I keep getting spammed with emails about attempted logins, and my account has been disabled twice from too many attempted logins."
With reports flooding in through Reddit and social media, Valve finally caught on later that day. However, with people repeatedly changing the passwords of other users, gamers got locked out of their accounts. But later the same day, Valve released a statement through the gaming website Kotaku to explain that their password reset error was simply due to a bug which they already fixed.
"We are resetting passwords on accounts with suspicious password changes during the period, or may have otherwise been affected. Relevant users will receive an email with a new password. Please note that while an account password was potentially modified during this period, the password itself was not revealed. We apologize for any inconvenience."
Valve also issued a 7-day ban on any account that was logged into a new device within a time period. And although no stolen information or in-game items were reported, this supposed bug became known as one of Steam's dumbest failures. And Steam's history of security issues didn't stop there, as millions of user information would soon end up for sale on the dark web.
Word on the web is that Steam may have just experienced the largest breach to date, with credentials of 89 million accounts allegedly being sold on the dark web.
On May 13, 2025, someone using the username Machine1337 posted an ad on a Russian dark web forum known only as XXS. The ad claimed that Machine1337 was selling the information of 89 million Steam users for only $5,000. And to prove that the information was legit, Machine allowed people to check 3,000 user information samples that he posted for free. The data included users' phone numbers, SMS logs of their two-factor authentication for their Steam logins, and other metadata. Now the same day, Underdark AI, a cybersecurity firm that monitors the dark web, posted a warning about the compromised Steam accounts on their LinkedIn. And this post would immediately send everyone in a panic. Tech news and gaming websites quickly spread the news, reporting yet another major security breach on Steam. Alarmingly, a different cybersecurity company, ZeroFox, reported that the username Machine1337 was also involved in other leaks from big companies like Apple, Temu, Huawei, and Snapchat, with Coinbase, one of the largest cryptocurrency platforms, as their next suspected target. After Machine posted this message on Telegram on May 15th, saying,
"Coinbase, coming soon."
And though it's terrifying to think that millions of user information was up for grabs, people wondered why Machine would sell this much information for only $5,000. So gaming journalist Mello_online1 went to investigate if the data was even real by checking the 3,000 sample records. Now there they actually confirmed that it contained real phone numbers, previous authentication codes, and more. And Mello also confirmed that the third-party vendor that sent the authentication codes was Twilio, a cloud communications company. And so they implied that the alleged seller has back-end access to Twilio. Now the internet was quick to jump to this conclusion and blamed Twilio for the leaked accounts, forcing a spokesperson from the company to release a statement to Bleeping Computer, saying,
"There's no evidence to suggest that Twilio was breached. We've reviewed a sampling of the data found online and see no indication that this data was obtained from Twilio."
But Valve would also launch their own investigation, and the conclusion surprised everyone.
"We've examined the leak sample and have determined that this was not a breach of Steam systems. This leak consisted of all the text messages that included one-time codes that were only valid for 15-minute timeframes, and the phone numbers that they were sent to. The leaked data did not associate the phone numbers with a Steam account, password information, payment information, or other personal data."
Steam also showed their users that they
do not need to change their password or phone numbers as a result of this event.
As it turns out, the data that Machine1337 was selling was thankfully useless. The internet took another look at the 3,000 samples and realized that the information included the SMS delivery status and routing costs. This meant that the leaked data were likely from an SMS provider and not from Steam or even Twilio. Still, experts warned that Machine1337 had already sold the information on May 14th, and whoever bought it could still use the data for phishing tactics tailored to Steam users. Meanwhile, the Steam game in our next story was confirmed to have taken advantage of its gamers in more ways than one.
However, the item he received was the strange professional killstreak Australian rocket launcher attached to the game Abstractism, a virtually worthless item compared to the one that he thought he was getting.
On July 28, 2018, Steam user Poor Asian Boy saw a rare item for Team Fortress 2 being sold for only $100. It was called the Strange Australian Rocket Launcher, a rare item that had a professional killstreak effect which tracked players' kills. And since it usually goes for up to $200, Poor Asian Boy didn't hesitate in buying it at a cheaper price to use in his games. But it was only after purchasing this item that Poor Asian Boy realized that he'd made a mistake. What he bought had the same name and looked exactly like the weapon for Team Fortress 2. His rocket launcher showed that it was for a platforming game called Abstractism instead, a game he didn't play. Poor Asian Boy then went on backpack.tf, a Team Fortress 2 trading forum, to report the incident, and this single post exposed something alarming. Gaming YouTuber Sid Alpha saw Poor Asian Boy's post and immediately checked the item that he'd accidentally bought, and by July 29, 2018, just one day after the original post, he uploaded his findings.
And when I went to check the item in question, I saw the developers were already attempting to cover their tracks, changing the name of the item to Nope and changing the image as well. However, when you look at the address URL, it still clearly shows the original name of the item, Strange Professional Killstreak Australian Rocket Launcher.
Sid Alpha discovered that the Extractism developers had renamed their worthless in-game items to mimic expensive Team Fortress 2 gear, and after Poor Asian Boy's post exposed them, they renamed all the items to cover their scam. Sid Alpha also found several useless items posted on their Steam marketplace, all of which were being sold like other in-game items. And despite their products being nonsense, Extractism had apparently launched item drops just a week before. Item drops are special products that players can earn while playing a game, and Extractism encouraged players to grind for hours, promising that longer play sessions increase the odds of earning rare drops. Now, item drops and developers encouraging longer gaming hours aren't unusual, but Extractism's review page showed a different story. Some of the first reviewers mentioned that Extractism was using a lot of their computer's powers even though it was such a simple game, and one user even said that they were
100% certain it's mining Bitcoin on my computer.
Now, Bitcoin mining is using a computer's power to solve a mathematical problem to then get a bit of cryptocurrency in exchange. The problem is that these tasks require so much of a computer's power that it slows down its other processes and consumes a ton of electricity and wireless data. And this was actually what Extractism was doing to its players' computers. As more and more people went on to investigate the game, they soon confirmed that the game contained a crypto mining virus. Now, Okalo Union, the developer of the game, was quick to deny these theories, saying,
"Bitcoin is outdated. We currently use Extractism to mine only Monero coins. Extractism does not mine any cryptocurrency. Probably you're playing on high graphic settings, because they take a bit of CPU and GPU power required for post-processing effects rendering.
This of course was a weird excuse, since Monero coins are still cryptocurrency, and gamers pointed out how Extractism graphics looked more like a mobile game in 2001, which wouldn't require that much CPU or GPU power. Their July update, which was the same update where they launched the item drops, was even found to contain a Trojan, a virus that looked like a useful file but was doing damage to the user and their computer. Now Carlo Union made another statement, even adding it in their patch notes.
Extractism Launcher and Extractism Inventory Service are not Bitcoin miner and are not Monero miner too. These apps are required to connect to Steam and grant items to your inventory.
Now this was of course a blatant attempt to convince gamers to allow the virus to run despite the risk, but thankfully some of the gamers weren't convinced, with one review pointing out,
"You say you don't mine cryptocurrency, but then in the review you say you do, and the way you state it is not in a joking fashion."
And after receiving several reports against Extractism, Steam promptly removed the game from their store on July 30th, but people still wondered how it got past their security measures in the first place. Well, according to GeekWire.com,
basically it's because Valve's given up on trying to curate Steam at all. Any developer who can pay a deposit, build a store, wait 30 days, and get through a brief verification period can put their game on Steam. Thus, something like Extractism just had not obviously be a scam for long enough to get through Valve's bare bones application process.
And apart from banning Ocalo Union from their store, Valve swept the issue under the rug. They also created a system where players would click confirm a couple of times before trading in-game items on Steam to avoid repeating the poor Asian boy incident. But another thing that Valve should be doing is scrutinizing their developers, which might have prevented what happened in this next story.
Domino was liked for a while because it had Twitch integration and was a fun gladiator sim. Turns out though, the dev is an asshole.
Domina was a gladiator simulation game launched on Steam on April 3rd, 2017 by indie developer Nicholas Big Nick Gorisson. This single-person developed game received positive reviews for many years and could have set Nicholas up for life as a successful game developer. This was until he decided to use the game to share his political views. On May 6, 2021, Nicholas posted this patch note where he added,
"Weak men lack character. Strong moral fiber is hard to come by. It's earned through hard work and sacrifice, and it cannot be had via explicit content. No, those things are demonic possessions waiting to show you a succubus in the hopes you'll waste a load on her instead of spending that energy studying. No one is gonna give you a goddamn thing, and this whole mess we call civilization is only getting harder. We need solutions, and we need smart men who can work hard and implement those solutions."
While this message seemed like just some out-of-the-place rant that players shrugged off, things continued to spiral downwards from then on, because just a month later, on June 24th, he added this to another patch note.
"Supporting the developer with cash money because he lives in a socialist utopia where nothing works is the best way to ensure timely updates. We'll do our best to keep going in to work every day despite civilization collapse."
By this point, it was clear that Nicholas was using his games as patch notes to voice out his frustrations and spread his political ideologies. Things started to become unacceptable for his fans, however, when he posted this rant about the pandemic on March 9th, 2022.
"Take off the masks. Next time you're at the grocery store, try showing a woman your face. Be confident, unafraid of the lies. Women don't like dudes who cover their faces in fear. What are you afraid of? Getting laid? Grow up."
And it was this patch note that convinced gamers to distance themselves from Nicholas and his game, with one posting,
"You know what women like most? Dudes who are respectful and take care of others, especially vulnerable people. Telling people to take off their masks during a worldwide health crisis in your patch notes is disgusting."
And from then on, the once popular Domina started getting review bombed. And yet, Nicholas continued to double down on his aggressive behavior. On Twitter, he replied to the post calling him out with,
16 hours ago, you sad tweeted this. 16 hours ago, I was inside my girlfriend. Good woman expect and demand confident, unmasked men who can still pay for things."
And although there were gamers who fully supported Nicholas' views, the negative reviews started flooding in, turning his very positive status into overwhelmingly negative. And apart from Nicholas' rants, people also accused the game of locking previously available content into a paywall in an attempt to make more money off of them. And despite all that, Nicholas remained hostile, even calling out the supposed fake reviews and demanding Steam to take them down. And if his previous patch notes weren't enough to anger the rest of his player base, his next rant definitely enraged an entire community. On March 31st, Nicholas made a transphobic post.
"If you're a man who has inverted his junk, the bestiarius will automatically train animals after healing, but it won't make you a woman."
This obviously sparked outrage from the trans community, with the dominant Steam forum becoming an internet war zone itself. And in the middle of this back and forth, Nicholas' developer account Dolphin Barn Inc. would suddenly get banned from his own game's forums for arguing with gamers. But instead of pulling back on his aggressive comments, Nicholas continued to mock the trans community by posting this in Domina's forum.
"We're out of ideas, mentally unstable, degenerate, and desperate for clout. Let's pretend we're a completely different game to regain relevance. Please don't mention our dead name, Domina, anymore. It's totally normal to change the gender of a video game. Domina doesn't exist, but Dominus does exist. Always has. You just don't know you were playing a man. You have no right to be deceived the same way the poor drunk dudes who trans people like Kefals had contact with without disclosing that they were a man."
Kefals is a Twitch streamer who just weeks before the Dominus post had been swatted at her home. Officers arrested her at gunpoint after someone impersonating her sent death threats to certain politicians. The issue was a major story at the time, and since Kefals didn't seem to have any connection with Domina or Nicholas, many believed believed that the game developer chose to attack her just because of the recent controversy. This turned out to be the final nail in the coffin for Nicholas. In response to this insulting post, Steam permanently banned Dolphin Barn Inc. from their own game's forums for specifically targeting someone in the community. And then, just 2 days after the Dominus post, Steam finally delisted Domina from their store due to Nicholas's behavior. Now meanwhile, this next game developer did more than just insult his critics.
And let your jaw hit the floor in amazement at the depths some developers will sink to when they just can't handle some criticism.
Brothers James and Robert Romine wanted to make video games together, so they founded their own indie development game called Digital Homicide Studios in 2014. This development team would then produce roughly 60 games between 2014 and 2016, which was a surprising, if not suspicious feat, given that there were only 2 people working on all those games. Now, a few of their games made it to Steam's platform after being launched by the Steam Greenlight program. This program, which ended in 2017, relied on users to suggest and vote on games that they wanted to see on the online store. However, despite being nominated and voted to appear on Steam, all of Digital Homicide Studios games received mostly negative reviews, with a few positive reviews only existing since the games included Steam trading cards, which are virtual cards that could be traded for other in-game items or sold for profit. And their reputation became so notorious that gaming commentator, now called Stephanie Sterling, went on to review their game, The Slaughtering Grounds, in November of 2014.
Another day, another terrible game on Steam. The Slaughtering Grounds has it all. Its levels consist of large open maps littered with unaltered objects, enemies and architecture purchased from a storefront rather than created by the developers. And rather than beat a level, you have to sit in a map and wait for 15 minutes to pass until a new level loads, because the dev couldn't code exits or map an actual, level.
In the video, Stephanie accused the developers of constantly reusing or copying things from old games to churn out low-effort video games instead of creating original ones. Their review on The Slaughtering Grounds also gained popularity and in turn made more players check and review bomb Digital Homicide Studios games. And this struck a nerve with the brothers, so they posted a review on the reviewer video where they re-uploaded Stephanie's review but with an added text overlay where they insulted the gaming commentator.
Grounds, and then added text annotations, slagging me off and calling me an idiot. He was saying, let me flap my stupid mouth for a bit because I need to read this for you and myself, since I didn't actually try the game before I started recording the review.
And Stephanie wasn't going to let it slide, as days later, they clapped back at the brothers by reposting their video with even more negative commentary directed towards them and their games.
Hello everyone! It's Justaniano here, and I've upset a developer, I think. And what I'm going to do now is run around aimlessly, since I haven't made any attempt to actually figure out the game thus far. I will be sure to blame the developer and Steam for my failure in taking the time to evaluate the game before I review it. Why do you say? Because I'm Jim Sterling's son.
Now, after posting their review on the reviewer, the brothers also filed for a DMCA takedown on Stephanie's video, claiming that Stephanie's post was an unfair review and an unfair and unreasonable use of our copyright material. Now, this did actually get Stephanie's video taken down from YouTube, though it would later be restored after they also filed a petition against the brothers' claims. Now, in an attempt to end this drama, Stephanie and Robert went on a Skype call to settle the dispute between them, but it just ended up adding more fuel to the fire.
Does your audience, outside of my audience, exist?
Oh yeah, totally. There is people that enjoy our games. You might be surprised at the amount of games that we have sold. You'd be surprised that there's actually people that defend against the people that come and attack and spout off your nonsense. Let's talk specifically about your nonsense.
Now, after that conversation failed, Stephanie continued creating review videos about Digital Homicide Studio games, while Robert's brother, James, filed another lawsuit against them, accusing them of slander and even assault. James even set up a GoFundMe page asking for donations to support the defamation lawsuit against Stephanie, though the page only received $450, a huge difference from their goal of $75,000. Now, in the end, they had no funds to pursue the case, and the lawsuit was close to being dismissed after Stephanie's lawyer defended their actions as protected commentary and opinion. However, James decided to not give up and took things a bit too far. James went on to sue a Steam group known as Digital Homicides, who were suspicious of how many games the brothers made as a duo and how they got their games launched despite being so low quality. The group had 100 anonymous Steam members, whom James accused of stalking, harassment, criminal impersonation, tortious interference, and so on. This was due to the group claiming that the brothers were pretending to be different developers and offering Steam keys to buy votes from Steam users. And all of this was to get their games launched through Greenlight despite the poor quality. Now, James' lawsuit was in response to these claims, with the developers ordering Valve to reveal the identities of the members of the group. But unfortunately for them, Steam responded by removing Digital Homicide Studios games completely, with a spokesperson saying that
Valve has stopped stopped doing business with Digital Homicide for being hostile to Steam customers.
And with Steam no longer selling their games, Digital Homicide Studios officially closed a month later, having destroyed their own reputation and source of income. This also resulted in the lawsuit against the Steam group and Stephanie Sterling getting dropped, as the brothers could no longer actually afford to pursue them. Now, from developers openly attacking their players, this next developer created something in secret in their game that shocked everyone.
The game has been pulled from Steam, evidently permanently, for explicit content.
Now, Steam's Greenlight program allowed a lot of games to be published on the platform. However, just like Digital Homicide Studios games, many that were greenlit ended up being too controversial. One of them was Yo-Ho Simulator, a sandbox game where gamers could play as a physics-defying grade school anime character. Its trailer, which was posted on October 18th, 2015, promised a wacky fun game, similar to popular titles like Goat Simulator. Developed by Japanese indie developer Dead Factory and Sekai Project, Yo-Ho Simulator got its greenlit from Steam and was launched on the platform on November 17th, 2015. But despite being voted in by the fans, Yo-Ho Simulator ended up receiving mixed reviews, with gamers underwhelmed with the overall game, saying,
"We're paying $3.50 for a barren map now, boys. There's nothing to this game. It's just an unreal map that you can climb some stuff and hit some object. It's a small map. This feels like playing a student project or something.
And
you can literally do nothing in this game except for running, jumping, and headbutting things. 20 seconds later, you've explored the entire map."
Stephanie Sterling, who I mentioned earlier, also included this game during their Let's Play video on November 18th, 2015.
This is one of those games that had the nucleus of a headline-grabbing idea and then did nothing with it. Nothing. Nothing has been done with this. It's just another haha, look at me simulator game.
So nobody was really disappointed when Steam pulled the game from its platform on November 20th, just 3 days after its launch. However, this decision wasn't because of the bad reviews, since there's plenty of games that are still on Steam that have more negative reviews than that. Instead, Yo-Ho Simulator made its end because of something much more disturbing. YouTuber Matt Shea posted his gameplay of Yo-Ho Simulator on November 19th, 2015, just days before this game was removed from Steam. And what he discovered during this gameplay had a hand on this game's ultimate end. After reaching what looked like a secret area in the game, Matt found two NPCs. One was a man that was merely standing there, and another one was the only female character you'd find in the game, other than their main character. Now, what made the scene quite troubling was the fact that the other female was unconscious, with a piece of underwear discarded next to her.
Look, I found something. What is that? What the hell is going on over there? I gotta investigate that, okay? Because I'm pretty sure that guy is standing over something. What the f is this? Why would you put some sort of in this game standing up looking at a girl in a swimsuit? That is the creepiest thing I have ever seen in a video game, and it honestly makes me kind of uncomfortable.
The scenario painted a disturbing situation within a supposed simple anime schoolgirl character simulator, and after gamers took notice of the scene, Steam was bombarded with reports to get Yo-Ho Simulator removed from the platform, and so they did. Now, the game's publisher, Sekai Project, who ironically released beloved visual novels, soon told Hardcore Gamer that,
"We apologize for not having discovered this content before the game was released. Had we known, it would have been swiftly removed from the game. Unfortunately, this was not the case, and we're truly sorry for the severe oversight on our part. This has served as a valuable lesson and will have a significant but positive impact on how we test upcoming titles before they are released."
Meanwhile, the developer, Dead Factory, never addressed the issue, despite being the one who placed the controversial scene in the game. In a tweet posted on November 25th, they only said,
"Yo-Ho Simulator will be revived on Steam in the near future, though I can't guarantee the exact timing just yet."
And indeed, the strange simulator game was returned to Steam in February 2016, after the suspicious scene was removed. Although the publisher promised plenty of game updates afterwards, it seems that Yo-Ho Simulator had been abandoned by its developer, who moved on to new projects instead. But this next game should have never been launched on Steam in the first place, as it allowed one of the worst crimes that can be done through a video game.
No! No!
In December of 2024, the Latvian streamer Raivo Plavnieks, who goes by the streamer name Rastaland TV, was mourning his recently deceased dog when he felt a painful lump in his back. But he dismissed this as maybe just a result of bad posture. But soon, the worst news came.
Doctors, scans, more doctors. By New Year's, I was barely standing without screaming in pain. Turns out I've got stage 4 high-grade sarcoma, the kind that's growing faster than a coin pump. The prognosis, chemo ASAP, and maybe surgery if I'm lucky.
He had cancer, and this news devastated Raivo and his family, but he wasn't about to give up just yet.
Sadly, I hit the jackpot of honeypots. Found out that I sadly got so lucky that I have one of the rarest types of sarcoma cancers possible. It's killing me faster because I'm still young, and in my country, Latvia, I'm the second patient over 5 years that has something like this. They have so little research available about sarcomas that they would be basically guessing which chemicals could help. My doctors explained that the best thing I can do is get into a plane ASAP, because in Spain they're so further developed in medicine and experience with sarcomas that they should have a treatment plan ready in days. So that's what I'm doing.
And while receiving treatments in Spain, Rival returned to live streaming to entertain people while playing video games and receiving donations from his fans. He also launched his first cryptocurrency token, Survivor, on August 6, 2025, before launching another token on September 19th called Help Me Beat Cancer, or Cancer on Pump.fun, a cryptocurrency trading platform. And by September 21st, he'd already earned nearly $32,000 on Pump.fun, which would have gone a long way for his treatments. But unfortunately, all that money would disappear instead. During a live stream, one of his viewers recommended that he play an indie platforming game called Blockbuster. The game was on Steam with positive reviews, so Rival had no reason not to download it and play it for his viewers, but that would prove to be a mistake. Not long after downloading Blockblasters, Rival saw his creator fees on Pub.fun getting drained, and within a matter of seconds, the entire $32,000 completely vanished.
Oh no! No!
And this all happened during his live streaming, so Rival's horrified reaction to his life-saving money getting stolen was shown to his audience in real time. Of course, it was no coincidence that this happened right after he downloaded Blockblasters, and with Rival's reaction going viral, internet investigator ZagXBT dove deep into the story and discovered that the game, which had been available on Steam for over a month, had already stolen over $150,000 from players. An online malware export group known only as VX Underground also reported that Blockblasters contained malware that specifically targeted cryptocurrency wallet data and private passkeys. But what made the whole situation even more unsettling was that Rival wasn't even the first victim, since VX Underground found 405 people who previously had their wallets drained as well. Now, how did Steam allow this game into their platform? Well, it turns out that Blockblasters was first released on Steam on July 30th, 2025, and at this point the game was actually just that, a video game. However, after garnering positive reviews for a month, the developer of the game, Genesis Interactive, pushed for a patch that introduced malware into their files. And for nearly a month, the game was able to steal funds from players, and it would take Rival's money being drained live on stream for people to realize that Blockblasters was the culprit all along. As expected, the internet blamed Steam for allowing this to happen. Carsten Hahn, a malware researcher at G-Data Cyber Defense, revealed that they actually reported this game to Steam's company, Valve, a week before Rival downloaded the game. And just hours after Rival's livestream, VX Underground released their investigation on the matter, and even claimed that they got in contact with the group behind the Blockblaster malware. In their forensic report, VX Underground included screenshots of their chat with the suspected thieves, asking them to at least return Rival's money, and their response was,
"I will send it back, but he literally will make it back in a few hours. I checked how much he already made back."
And the second suspect added,
"He already made it back, to be honest."
And in the end, none of the stolen funds were returned despite the suspects claiming that they would send it back. But fortunately, the internet did come together in support of Rival. After his livestream went viral, crypto influencer Alex Becker donated $32,500 to cover the money he lost. Anatoly Jahovenko, the co-founder of blockchain platform Solana, also bought $140,000 worth of Cancer token, skyrocketing its value to 3,000%. And so on September 22nd, Rival thanked his community for backing him up after this incident, and even began donating to charity to help others battling cancer. And within the same day, Blockblasters was finally removed from Steam. Rival and VX Underground also filed police reports on the incident, with the group even announcing to their followers on X how they've tracked down Telegram accounts connected to the fake game's code. And using the list of contacts in their Telegram accounts, VX Underground found one of the suspected hackers joining other Telegram chat groups, where he discussed his hobbies, shared his Instagram account, and even shared photos of himself next to expensive cars. And the same account had even posted a job post looking for video game developers and for someone to help him with malware. And all of these clues led them to their first suspect, an Argentinian TikToker, Valentin Lopez. And since being identified, Valentin has deleted all of his social media accounts before releasing his video denying that he was the man behind Blockblasters.
Valentin, I'm an influencer. Just woke up with this horrible news. Probably you guys know what happened. Absolutely disgusting and making me sick to my stomach. Someone's using my image to relate me to this case, which is absolutely disgusting. So yeah, people calling me and stuff. That's why I'm making this video. Yeah.
But the video didn't actually convince anyone. But only time will tell if he and the other people behind Blockblasters will actually be caught by the police, as they have yet to announce their investigation on this. But unfortunately, on November 15, less than 2 months after the Blockblaster fiasco, Rival posted on X saying,
"My time might be over. Can't say how much I feel except I want to puke."
3 days later, he unfortunately died fighting the rare cancer that had completely derailed his life, leaving his family and supporters to continue his mission by using his cancer token to support other patients and organizations. Meanwhile, Steam has yet to make a statement about allowing Blockbusters to steal from Rival and other players. Ironically, Valve's most popular game was also under fire for draining the money of its players in a cruel way.
And a few other people, including Tom or Pro Syndicate, own CSGO Lotto.
Counter-Strike is one of the most popular games published by Valve. In fact, even to this day, Counter-Strike remains as one of the most played games on the Steam platform. So Valve continues to create new ways to make the games more interesting for its audience. And on August 14th, 2013, Valve announced the Arms Deal update, where players can
experience all the illicit thrills of black market weapons trafficking without any of the hanging around in darkened warehouses getting knifed to death.
Now, the whole black market weapons trafficking might have been a joke, but the Arms Deal update did begin a long line of shady and illegal activities within the community of Steam and Counter-Strike Global Offense, otherwise known as CSGO. With the Arms Deal update, players could collect rare in-game weapons by
playing CSGO on official and community servers, or by opening dropped weapon cases with the appropriate key, or by trading with other players through Steam's trading interface.
And the last two options would become one of Valve's biggest money makers as well as their most controversial move ever. See, to open the dropped weapon cases, players would need to buy a key that's worth $2.50. However, players won't have any idea what the item inside the case will be until they actually open it, meaning that most of the time they'll get an item that's not even worth the $2.50 they paid for. Now, of course, many of the players would end up buying more keys in the hopes that all their investments will pay off once they actually get a rare item. And although this was all happening within the game, the gambling mechanic was glaring too many people, as YouTuber H3HT Productions put it.
And it feels like Valve itself has specifically designed this game to operate almost exactly like a slot machine.
The problem is that slot machines or any gambling medium is only legally allowed for players 21 years old and above. And though CSGO is rated for 17 and older, it's widely known that younger people play it too. To make matters even worse, gambling among CSGO players didn't stop inside the game. With the rise of esports, betting on pro gamers during large tournaments became the norm. And that was no different from sports betting. But with Counter-Strike tournaments, fans used weapon skins to place their bets. And with these skins being available to young gamers, so did gambling. Now, while people started questioning why Counter-Strike was advertising gambling to young gamers, Valve defended themselves by claiming that their digital items aren't money and cannot be used for actual gambling. However, given that weapons crates still require money to be opened, this argument didn't really make sense. Not to mention that Valve themselves advertised that players can sell and trade items through the Steam marketplace, where the most expensive skin would later be sold for over $1.5 million US. And despite this, Valve continued to ignore the difference between gambling and gaming, and so others also began taking advantage of this loophole. Around November 2015, Counter-Strike YouTubers TMRTN and Pro Syndicate began posting videos of themselves gambling on a website called CSGO Lotto, where they would place whatever weapon skins they own into a pot for a chance of winning a higher valued one. The problem was that TMRTN and Syndicate actually owned CSGO Lotto, and the videos where they won high valued skins were pointless, considering they owned the website and could rig the game in their favor. But that didn't stop them from encouraging their impressionable audience to think that they'd have the same luck and start gambling themselves. Now, this of course violated the Federal Trade Commission law of deceptive endorsements, since they advertised the website without explicitly saying that they owned it, while also
misrepresenting the experience described by endorsers as the ordinary experience of users,
giving that their winnings were actually rigged. And once the story broke out, TMRTN posted a video in an attempt to make it seem like they never actually hit anything.
So basically what's breaking news now is that myself and a few other people, including Tom or Pro Syndicate, own CSGO Lotto. And this is something that has never been a secret. I don't understand why it's this big breaking news now, because it's never been like under wraps. It's never been a secret.
But this was difficult to believe, given that he first introduced CSGO Lotto as a new site he found, even saying that,
and they hit me up and they're talking to me about potentially doing like a skin sponsorship, like they'll give me skins to be able to bet on the site and stuff.
People were also quick to point out how he claimed to
get a sponsorship from his own website so he can get more of people's money.
And so the two YouTubers were charged by the FTC in September 2017, but only for this lawsuit to be dropped in a settlement 2 months later. TMRTN and Pro Syndicate didn't even pay a fine, and instead were only required to disclose that they were the owners of CSGO Lotto in any future content. Meanwhile, after people took notice of CSGO's gambling problem, Valve received several lawsuits, including a class action lawsuit filed by parents from Florida and Washington for exposing their children to illegal gambling. However, Valve won this case through a technicality, since the parents
never used Steam, and therefore even if Valve had posted warnings or information about the nature of the loot boxes, the parents never would have seen it.
Still, in an attempt to appear like they were protecting younger players, Valve sent cease and desist letters to multiple Counter-Strike gambling sites, including CSGO Lotto, but similar sites remain to this day. This could have actually prevented another lawsuit in 2023, this time in the Austrian court. An unnamed Counter-Strike player sued Valve for illegal gambling and demanded the company to reimburse him for the money he lost. And according to the Austrian government, CSGO's weapons cases were a form of loot boxes, which were viewed as gambling. And since Valve didn't have a gambling license in Austria, Counter-Strike's weapons cases were seen as illegal gambling. And with all these in mind, Valve lost their case and were ordered to refund the Austrian gamer 14,000 euros, which amounts to over $15,000. But aside from that one Austrian player, other young players of CSGO were still at risk of falling into the trap of online gambling, potentially losing thousands of dollars on an addictive habit that could also destroy their adult life.
For Counter-Strike in particular, I'm curious, do you feel like gambling has had a positive impact on the game at all? As you feel like it's grown interest in the game over the past few years that it's been available?
Yeah. So I mean, well, what's the question?
Has gambling led to greater interest in Counter-Strike?
Has it?
Yes.
We don't know. We don't have any data to support that.
Another crime was infecting the Steam and Counter-Strike community at a global scale.
One of the more common methods of laundering money is called carding.
With the changes in technology, criminals looking to clean their dirty money had to adapt new ways to do so. And the Steam Marketplace became one of the most promising money laundering platforms ever. I've already talked about how players are willing to spend thousands and even millions of dollars on video games and in-game items. With the size of the digital market and its worldwide reach, plus sellers and traders not having to confirm their identities before making transactions, the Steam Marketplace had gradually transformed into the perfect platform to launder money. The tactic was simple. Funds taken through unlawful means such as credit card fraud and hacked payment accounts are converted into the Steam platform's currency. They can be used to purchase virtual items, such as Counter-Strike weapon skins, which they can then trade through either the Steam Marketplace or a third-party site, ending with the money being returned to them in a somewhat legal way. And this was covered in a research article published on Science Direct in July of 2024. And here, the researchers summarized that
the unregulated nature of video game secondary marketplaces provides a ground for possible money laundering without the need to consider the restrictions that financial regulation on the banking sector has to check for and combat money laundering.
According to Valve, container keys, the keys that unlock CSGO loot boxes, became the target, since their value was pretty stable, while the demand was extremely high. And so to fix this issue, Valve disabled trading of container keys, so the person buying these keys is the only one who can actually use it. This aimed to reduce the chance of money laundering through the Counter-Strike marketplace. But the keys and skins weren't the only ways criminals actually laundered money through Steam. In the years after this update, some gamers and gaming journalists noticed that certain video games on Steam looked so basic yet were being sold at an extremely high cost. An example was Fast Race Game, whose title itself was as generic as you can get. On July 14, 2021, investigative YouTube channel Upper Echelon mentioned this game in their documentary about money laundering within Steam. Their video showed how the game had no marketing and practically no presence online, except for its Steam store page, and this tweet that showed its half-baked gameplay that didn't justify the price point of $700.
Absolutely no content whatsoever, and its price was $700.
Another suspiciously priced game that the documentary mentioned was Jump Fly, which was selling at $80 and even ranked number 5 best-selling games on Steam for a brief moment in January of 2020. And there were plenty of suspiciously priced and poor quality games like this, making gamers think that they were most likely used for money laundering. The theory was that criminals developed and launched low-effort games through Steam and then hiked up the prices once they were ready to make their transactions. And using the illegally acquired funds, these so-called developers would buy the game from themselves, thus getting the 70% cut through a legal meat, while Valve took 30% like we talked about earlier in the video. What's worse is that Valve has already made measures to prevent these types of transactions, but they just still keep happening. Since 2017, Valve has required developers to submit IDs alongside tags and bank documents to ensure that people launching games on Steam are actually real people. And yet, criminals are still able to create fake games to launder money due to one weak point. See, the problem is that even if Valve identifies that a developer is a fraud or is using their platform to launder money, taking any legal action is pretty challenging, since there's very few regulations and laws that authorities can use against these criminals. And so the most Valve can do is ban the user's game and account, but that doesn't actually stop them from making new ones, maybe even using stolen identities. But this next story takes us back to Steam's gambling problem and how it led to a cold launching real-life attacks. The Professional Gamer League, or PGL, holds global tournaments for esports where professional players compete in games like Dota 2 and Counter-Strike 2, formerly known as CSGO. Millions of dollars are often at stake, so naturally it became one of the most awaited events in gaming each year. On March 29, 2024, PGL Major Copenhagen hosted the championship tournament for Counter-Strike 2. The quarterfinals was supposed to see a match between esports teams G2 and Moose, but something terrifying would end up interrupting the whole event. While the audience was fully invested in the match between the two teams, a few people suddenly ran up the stage. Security was quick to chase and tackle them while the esports team continued their own virtual tournament.
Critical territory now.
But despite the numerous security officers already handling the situation, more charged at the stage, with one man shouting at the center, needing 7 officers to finally take him down. The PGL trophy, however, was broken after its podium was knocked over during the scuffle, and so in the end, the whole event delayed the match. As the people were taken off stage, everyone began to wonder,
what was this all about?
And the answer to that was no secret, since the person behind it all previously announced his plans on the live streaming platform Kick.
If G2 is gonna be playing on the stage, I was planning, if somebody's going to Germany, or if you have any friends in Germany, I can pay you a good amount of money. Just come to my DMs, and I can pay you a good amount of money if you run on the stage in the middle of the game and glue yourself on the stage, or Even better if you put like handcuffs. If you can handcuff yourself on one of the computers or one of the tables, I will pay you decent money.
This is Ossi Ketola, better known as Monarch. He's the owner of CSGO Empire, an online gambling website where players primarily wagered Counter-Strike weapon skins instead of money. Now before CSGO Empire, Monarch co-founded Big Boy Bets, a betting website for the online game RuneScape. He created this site with his friend Killiam M back in August of 2013. However, this partnership wouldn't last.
When he realized how much potential the website has, he told me that I must sell him my 30%, and then he said, "You don't own the most of the business. I am the majority shareholder, you don't have any right whatsoever."
As Monarch explained in a video he posted in 2014.
And he told me that he could pay about 20,000, which is just a joke, because I could easily sell that for more than 50,000 to other people. And as you might guess, did I even get the 20,000? Nope, I got nothing. He scammed me for my equity.
Killian responded to this video arguing that
I made it perfectly clear to him that I'd rather him leave, so I can work on Big Boy Bets by myself. He encouraged me to give him an offer for 30% equity. He even tried to buy my 70% equity. I didn't offer him 20,000. I told him I'd get back to him with an accurate business valuation, because I've never sold a business before. His claim to be able to sell 30% for more than 50,000 is beyond to me. I don't know anyone who would do that, and neither does he.
He also posted screenshots of their conversation, where Killian, under the username iZinc, asked for time to confirm how much he could offer to buy the shares, owned by Monarch, who used the name Jupi. The last message that Killian said to Monarch was,
"Waiting on more info on how to get an accurate valuation, and I'm waiting on a phone call back from a lawyer who will write up the contracts for us."
And Monarch replied with,
"Okay."
But instead of waiting for Killian, Monarch allegedly
left on his own accord on the Friday, whilst I was sleeping, and uploaded this video all behind my back, when I was under the assumption that he was selling his 30% equity after we get the debts organized as to how much money he owes me and get a legal contract written up.
And while we don't know which side of the story is actually the truth, one thing was certain. The end of their business partnership led to a years-long feud that had a lot of consequences. After Monarch founded CSGO Empire, Killian would create a rival online casino called CSGO Roll, and this gave Monarch a target to focus his anger on. Monarch went on to declare an online war through social media and CSGO Empire's website, targeting Killian's CSGO Roll alongside other Counter-Strike gambling sites like CSGO Wild, which he believed were all run by scammers. Like Empire, the other CSGO online gambling sites use weapon skins taken from the Counter-Strike 2 marketplace. These skins serve as tokens, or are converted into tokens depending on their value, which players will use to play games like in a casino. The games they play are similar to luck-based games in real-life casinos, where they bet on which color the ball lands on. And much like casinos, players aim to earn more tokens from these games, which they can withdraw outside the platform as high-value weapon skins or cryptocurrency. However, CSGO Roll was called out in Monarch's November 2023 post, saying that Roll was doing a Ponzi scheme. According to Monarch, the daily rewards that CSGO Roll uses to urge players to keep playing weren't sustainable. Depending on how much a gamer has played and won on the site, Roll players are promised these daily rewards in the form of free weapon skins, even if they stopped gambling. This meant that Roll was essentially giving out skins that could cost hundreds of dollars to users who could stop putting their money into this gambling website. Monarch believed that with more players receiving free skins without having to gamble, Roll would need to keep luring in new players to actually make up for the money they lost. Otherwise, this daily reward system would suddenly have to stop and leave all the players with less than what they invested in to get those free skins. Monarch's right-hand man, Warren, also posted on Twitter back in 2023, saying that CSGO Roll's withdrawal process would trick players into gambling even more, saying,
"They keep the users' funds locked into the platform, which often leads to them gambling more than they originally intended to. Someone who wants to withdraw $100,000 from the platform right away won't be able to due to heavy restrictions, and they would likely end up gambling further."
Warren believed that the players waiting to withdraw their winnings would end up staying on the website longer. Now, these were only some of the claims that Monarch had been using to insist that CSGO Empire was the only legit Counter-Strike online casino.
They have made millions and millions of euros from illegal casinos. And what I am going to do is I'm going to be delivering justice to these motherfuckers. Tax investigations are coming. People are gonna be going to jail.
Now, his online war captured the attention of many who either agreed with Monarch's views or were victims of other casinos, which ultimately led to the creation of what he called his cult, known as Monarch's Castle. And with his fans following every word of his, Monarch was able to take his war outside the internet.
Fun games. What is coming for you is something different. There will be people going to prison. There will be severe consequences. There will be interesting stuff coming.
This was the feud that led to Monarch ordering his followers to protest during PGL 2024. He targeted this event because one of the competing esports teams, G2, was actively advertising CSGO Roll, and he even livestreamed the PGL protest.
Guys, anybody who's in the audience and watching this is your opportunity to make thousands.
Monarch also had a countdown timer during the livestream, calling it G2 9/11, referencing the horrible attack that shocked the world in 2001. In addition to that, he also claimed that one of his hired protesters was a murderer recently released from prison, and these details left many of his audience alarmed by what he was planning. But thankfully, at the end of the day, no one was reported to having been seriously injured during the protest. His Kick account would instead be blocked during this livestream, but Monarch celebrated the success of his protest anyway, posting on X,
"We did it, boys."
But in response to this, PGL declared that
individuals involved were removed by the police. We will be pressing charges against the disruptors.
Now, so far, no reports of anyone being charged for this protest has been confirmed. However, his attack on the tournament convinced people in the professional gaming community to cut ties with CSGO Empire completely. In particular, the online casino was supposed to hold their own tournament called CSGO Empire Cup between April 3rd to 19th, 2024, just days after the actual PGL major tournament. However, because of Monarch's attack, participants and organizers backed out of this company event, with Sinners, another esports team, calling Empire scumbags. And with the rising controversy, Empire posted an apology on X days after the PGL protest, saying,
"We stand by our message. Scamming is never okay. And an esports organization like G2 should not partner with scammers since they use funds. However, we recognize that Valve and the Counter-Strike community is independent from these sites. We intend to send a message, but it was a mistake on our part to punish the wrong people, and things blew out of proportion."
And Monarch was true to his word, since he stopped creating protests during community events, and instead began targeting people involved with the CSGO Roll company directly. Even before the PGL protest, content creator Sebastian Ringerloxen, also known as Grim, was already receiving threatening messages from Monarch back in 2023. The message would say,
"You're promoting a scam site and you know it. The more you pretend to be dumb, the deeper of a hole you're digging for yourself. We're going to be making some examples, and considering our context, you're on the upper part of the list."
This was due to Grim promoting CSGO Roll, but he would respond to these messages by saying,
"Come at me with full thrust."
But he would soon regret this response, because after Grim's post, he'd receive screenshots from people inside Monarch's Discord server showing what the CSGO Empire CEO was plotting against him. One screenshot implied that Monarch would send a servant to Grim's house, then set himself on fire. Another X account, which was allegedly also used by Monarch, even posted a strange job listing in September of 2023. Some of the details included,
"We need excellent trolls all across the board. We need people who can find the most creative angles to mess up someone's life without breaking the law. Grim, as an example, we need detectives following him around."
And after gathering people willing to do his bidding, and Grim already being doxxed by his cult in August of 2023, Monarch set his plans into motion. In February of 2024, Warren posted on X that he had stalked Grim in his town. Then, in September of that year, Grim woke up to his friends and family calling and texting him in panic. This was because around 30,000 flyers were being distributed in his hometown in Norway, warning people that he was scamming young gamers. This, however, was nothing compared to what Grim found outside his house in late of 2024. On that day, Grim heard a disturbance outside his house, so he checked the security camera at his front door and realized that his life was in real danger. 18 of Monarch's followers gathered outside of his house with pitchforks in hand. They protested right on his steps, chanting and yelling accusations against him and CSGO Roll, and the only thing between Grim and Monarch's angry cult was his front door.
I'm a call them because CSGO Roll's got my house. Grim, I'm coming for you. Killian, I'm coming for you. Give him house back! Give him house back! Give him house back!
He would then receive this message saying that Monarch would
stop the house attacks if you drop CSGO Roll and take a match deal with Empire.
And despite Monarch and his followers already trapping him in his own house, there's no news of Grim taking this deal so far. Instead, he went to the police to report what happened, but no arrests or investigations were ever made. But at least CSGO Roll hired security agents to watch Grim's house 24/7, as he'd begun to fear for his life after Monarch sent his followers directly to him. Meanwhile, in another attempt to get Zillion's website taken down, Warren actually reached out to YouTube investigative journalist CoffeeZilla back in March of 2024 to take a look at CSGO Roll. And in response, CoffeeZilla investigated both Killian and Monarch without taking Warren's bribe of $20,000. In his video, which he posted in December of the same year, CoffeeZilla exposed Monarch's harassment of content creators, which had resulted in Counter-Strike streamers being too scared to talk about it.
Can't talk about the monitors. Why?
Bro, the weather was like really nice today outside.
Dude, come on! Tell me what's going on!
I can't.
Everybody talks behind the scenes!
And the only one still willing to talk against Monarch to CoffeeZilla was Grim himself.
Oh, it was definitely intimidation as well as harassing, because like obviously when they show up in my house, they make it incredibly difficult for me to be here.
But the surprising thing was, Monarch was also ready to talk about his actions to CoffeeZilla, showing how proud he was of his accomplishments.
Yeah, so we did this funny protest one day. We sent the cute little cult. There was maybe like 15 people outside of his house.
He also talked openly about his war on other CSGO casinos.
It's very important to note actually that Killian is not the only target. Like we are having war with other sites as well. And I have a track record. Like before this CSGO drama, I've been doing this thing for many years actually.
According to Monarch's side of the story, CSGO Empire was the only Counter-Strike casino that was making an effort to abide by the law, including restricting access to countries that ban gambling and implementing a KYC, or Know Your Customer system, to prevent younger people from using their site. Even CoffeeZilla admitted that after investigating other CSGO casinos. Empire was the only one implementing rules to keep their casinos running while technically following the law, and it seems that Monarch's actions eventually made changes.
The irony here being, the biggest voice of change so far really has been Monarch.
Though these changes may also affect his business. As a response to the PGL tournament protest, Valve implemented a visibility change to CS2 skins, the items used for the CS online gambling. In a patch note posted just 3 days after the protest, Valve declared that
purchase and traded Counter-Strike items will not be visible to other users who view your Steam inventory for 10 days.
This limits the online casino's access to their players' inventories, forcing them to either trust that the players have the items that they're betting with or hijack their Steam sessions to check. But Valve didn't stop there. In October of 2025, they also began allowing players to trade a number of normal skins to get one higher item. Now this might not sound too much, until we realized that allowing an easier access to rare items completely devalued them. Items that could have been sold for thousands were now easier to get, so of course people won't be willing to pay thousands of dollars for them. And since online casinos keep these rare skins to sell or trade with their customers, their inventories suddenly decreased in value as well. Now this could finally be the end of Steam and Counter-Strike's gambling problem, but since the update was fairly recent, we've yet to see its full outcome. Unfortunately, illegal gambling wasn't the only crime that was promoted within a Steam game. This next game wasn't shy about using another disturbing act that in the real world destroyed millions of lives.
What is your initial reaction to this?
We are totally disgusted.
After Steam Greenlight exposed numerous flaws in how the platform chooses games to release, Valve launched Steam Direct, which placed the responsibility of vetting video games on the company's experts instead of the public. And considering this new development, it's confusing how this next game managed to get past their quality check. The game title itself suggested a very disturbing gameplay, and since I don't want to get demonetized, I'll just call it The Fruit Grape Day. Grape Day was advertised as a visual novel set in a zombie apocalypse, and players would play as the main character, a survivor in this apocalyptic world. But instead of fighting zombies and strategizing how to create a new society, the game's goal was to commit certain crimes. The main character turned out to be a serial killer who made unwanted contact with women, and despite the world being infested with zombies, he wanted to continue this crime and target female survivors. And a game that centered on a very disturbing activity was only able to pass Steam's checks because of a change that Valve announced just a year ago. The announcement was that Valve would be allowing everything on Steam, arguing that
if you're a player, we shouldn't be choosing for you what content you can or can't buy. If you're a developer, we shouldn't be choosing what content you're allowed to create. Those choices should be yours to make. With the principle in mind, we decided to allow everything onto the Steam store, except for things we decide are illegal or straight up trolling. This means that games that have adult content, like this one, could also be launched on a platform. And so in February 2019, the game's store page was made available on Steam, with a release date announced for March. In the description, the developer, known only as Deskplant, even encouraged players to verbally harass, kill, and do intimate attacks as you choose to progress the story. Enjoy a day, you deserve it. Now, apart from the horrible actions towards the female characters, the game was supposed to also show one scene where the main character would take a smaller human out of existence, though it's unclear whether the smaller human was a zombie or not. Now, some players apparently didn't like this part, and so in a Steam update on February 23rd, Deskplant showed his willingness to remove the scene if it really made people uncomfortable, saying, "I now realize my game highly offends some people, so if it doesn't get approved for that reason, I'll make it available only from my website, and then still kick off the normal marketing plan that I had for the game." And days later, he made good on his promise, and decided to remove the scene since, while it doesn't actually qualify as ill treatment of a small person, the vagueness in this term is enough for a banning campaign to be waged against my game for just this scene alone. I do apologize to anyone who wanted to see the scene. I'll do my best not to water this game down too much. And so when it came to the disturbing mechanics of the game, Deskplant wasn't willing to back down. Now on March 4th, 2019, Deskplant admitted that the game was undergoing more scrutiny because of its controversial gameplay. In a post, he announced that the launch date was eventually pushed to April, explaining, "The game is complete. It is currently under a review by Steam before release. I learned that because the game contains content that may be illegal in some countries, the review process will take much longer than expected. Unfortunately, I was not able to get a more specific time estimate for you guys." And with the game's launch getting close, people against it decided to take matters into their own hands. A change.org petition was set up by a concerned gamer named Cecilia Caldwell on March 5th, the day after the delayed launch date was announced. In her petition, Cecilia wrote, "We need to let reviewers know that a game centered on unwanted contact and killing women is unacceptable and cannot hit the market." She demanded that Steam take the game off their platform, and soon enough, over 7,000 people signed her petition. And this made even more people aware of the questionable game, and so soon enough, even powerful people got involved in the fight.
The stats of gender-based violence are so bad So we really want to make a difference.
British Parliament member Hannah Bardwell and Scottish Parliament member Shona Robinson urged the UK government to review how a game like this was even considered for public distribution. Hannah declared that
it's time for the UK government to undertake a full review into how tech companies and gaming platforms are able to get away with this kind of stupidity. The culture to seek forgiveness rather than permission is a stain on an industry that otherwise has the potential to be a real force for good.
The 1,000 Women Trust, an organization aiming to end gender-based violence in South Africa, also filed a petition to ban the game from being released in their country.
Somebody actually sat and thought that this is a good idea. What is your initial reaction to this?
We are totally disgusted. And as you mentioned, that's why we decided together with the 1,000 Women's Trust.
But while thousands of people were fighting back against this game from being released, there were also those who supported the developer, with one saying,
"It's a fantasy, and even lived out by clubs all over the world. It's nothing too special really, not to be confused with the real thing, though some seem to be unable to distinguish."
However, the pressure on Valve eventually became too much. So on March 7, 2019, they announced that they won't continue the game's launch, saying,
"After significant fact-finding and discussion, we think the game possesses unknown costs and risks and therefore won't be on Steam. We respect developers' desire to express themselves, and the purpose of Steam is to help developers find an audience. But this developer has chosen content matter and a way of representing it that makes it very difficult for us to help them do that."
Meanwhile, Deskplan posted this statement on his website the same day his game got banned.
"I've not broken any rules, so I don't see how my game could get banned unless Steam changes their policies. My game was properly marked as adult, and with a thorough description of all the potentially offensive content. However, if Steam does change their policy, and it is absolutely their right to do so, as a private company, I will do what I can to try and create or find an alternative way of selling and marketing my games."
In the weeks following his banning on Steam, Deskplan attempted to launch the game on his website, only for online payment services to ban him from using them to sell his controversial game. He complained that,
"We live in a time when guides such as the Communist Manifesto that led to the deaths of millions are freely sold, while a fictional story that offends a vocal minority is censored and banned."
So instead, Deskplan decided to post a link for the game to be downloaded for free. Cecilia, who first posted the petition against this game, quickly noticed this and used change.org again to stop him. And so on March 27, she posted a new petition to have the game banned from Squarespace, the website platform that ran Deskplan's website. And again, it actually worked. Before the end of March, Deskplan's website was taken down, along with the links he offered to let players download the game for free. Meanwhile, this next game did get launched on Steam, only for the developer to post a shocking threat.
"I am going to kill Gabe Newell. He is going to die."
Paranautical Activity was created by indie studio Code Avarice, who submitted it to Steam's Greenlight program in August 2012 and became available to Steam via early access a year later. Early access means that the game was available to Steam players even when it wasn't complete. This allowed developers to receive funds for the game while also getting constructive feedback from their players. And many players were happy to have this influence over games they follow, but others kicked against the idea, saying that they weren't interested in buying an incomplete game. However, by October 2014, Code Avarice decided to move it out of early access and make Paranautical Activity a full-fledged game. The problem was Steam mislabeled them. Even after the developers completed it, Steam's front store page still declared it as early access. And Code Avarice's Mike Malbeck felt that this could impact the game's sales during its chances on being on the platform's front page. So he took his anger out on Twitter, saying,
"Are you kidding me, Steam? We just released out of early access, and this is our front page banner?"
And he would continue ranting throughout the day, even accusing Steam of forcing them to delay their launch due to their rule not to launch on weekends. He also called Steam
incompetent.
Then he ended his rant by saying something no one expected.
"I'm going to kill Gabe Newell. He's going to die."
This of course shocked many, as they feared that such a simple mistake from Steam could lead to a violent retaliation. And Valve wasn't about to take a threat to their boss lightly. So not long after Mike's rant, Paranautical Activity was simply pulled from Steam altogether, with the representative confirming that,
"Yes, we've removed the game's sales page and ceased relations with the developer after he threatened to kill one of our employees."
However, this only fueled Mike's anger further, with him taking his frustration out on social media with ramblings like,
"PA no longer on Steam. I'm done making video games now. It sucked while it lasted. Don't worry guys, everything is going to be okay. We sold 12 copies on non-Steam platforms today. We were selling more than that a minute on Steam."
But thankfully, Mike would eventually decide to calm down before he did anything he would actually regret. He made an official statement over at Code Average's website on October 21st.
"Following some confusion about the state of the game, I became frustrated with Steam and ended up sarcastically saying I was going to kill Gabe Newell, a statement I obviously didn't mean, but was regardless completely unacceptable. As a result of my actions, Paranautical Activity was removed from Steam. I feel it is my responsibility to step down from Code Average completely, so that Steam has no reason to harbor any more ill towards the company, and even if we can see Paranautical Activity restored. I'm sorry that my short-sighted, hot-tempered actions resulted in not only my own dreams and aspirations being destroyed, but also those of the entire team I worked with. I'm sorry that my statements made Valve and/or Gabe uncomfortable and upset.
However, just a few weeks later, Code Average announced Mike's return.
Looking for a new source of income was extremely overwhelming, and when it finally came time to put pen to paper, we agreed the best thing to do would be to have Mike return to Code Average.
Now, Paranautical Activity was then sold to a new developer, Digerati, who relaunched the game on Steam on February 12, 2015. And while Mike wasn't serious about his threats, this next Steam user got the gaming community involved in one of the most shocking assassination attempts that made global headlines. On July 13, 2024, during then former President Donald Trump's campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, 8 shots were fired, with one hitting Trump on his right ear, only 4 seconds after the first bullet was fired. The gunman was shot by an officer, and 12 seconds later, the sniper team positioned in the area found and killed him on the spot. Meanwhile, the presidential candidate he aimed for made a full recovery in the hospital. But how does this connect to the Steam community? Well, the gunman was 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks, who allegedly threatened to bring weapons to school 5 years ago. He and his friends were also rumored to have posted about explosives on the school's website to scare their schoolmates, already suggesting an aggressive behavior even when Thomas was young. To understand what happened, what Thomas' motives were, and whether or not someone helped him organize the crime, the FBI launched an investigation on him. And this was when they discovered Thomas' Steam account. And what he posted there...
July 13th will be my premiere. Watch as it unfolds.
This was posted on a Steam account named Thomas M. Crooks, giving the idea that Thomas was hinting to the gaming community about what he was going to do. And this made former FBI behavioral analyst Jim Clement believe that Thomas wasn't motivated by political beliefs, but instead...
It was the supposed fame of doing something outrageous and infamous. He was trying to make himself look and feel better than how he viewed his life as insignificant.
And with this story coming to light, journalists and the public began speculating if Thomas's gaming activity might have convinced him to commit the crime. And ironically, among the games available on Steam, one was called Mr. President. On its store page, Mr. President was described as a game where users
play the best bodyguard money can buy, sworn to protect the most hated presidential candidate of all time, Ronald Trump.
This game was obviously referencing Donald Trump, and though there was no confirmation that Thomas played Mr. President or similar games, Steam players began flooding the game with comments like how this game
predicted the future,
and that it was
based on true events.
Another one even jokingly commented that
I keep having this weird glitch where the bullet grazes Trump's ear. Is that supposed to happen?
And this game blew up when Fox News covered the story with the headline saying
Trump shooter used gaming site that featured presidential assassination game.
And this only strengthened the idea that violent video games lead to real-life criminal activity, which TechDirt, a tech-focused news site, called out saying that
to Fox News it seems that the answer is always the same. Blame video games, social media, or anything else that fits your preconceived notions.
But this debate of whether video games affected Thomas's decision to commit the crime all came to a halt just one day after the theories began, because with just a little bit more investigation, it was revealed that the Steam account named Thomas M. Crooks and the alleged warning posts were made by someone else. This was proven since by checking the Steam account's history, it showed that the account was actually renamed the day after the shooting, when the gunman was already deceased. This next criminal, however, was not only a Steam user, but someone from inside Valve itself, and his motivation for his crime was as clear as day.
Today we are starting with a topic that is rather grim. One of the original co-creators of Counter-Strike, Jess Cliff, has been arrested for the exploitation of a...
Jess Cliff is one of the 2 creators of a popular mod for one of Valve's games, Half-Life. A mod is when part of a game is changed or modified, and Jess's team turned the Half-Life's gameplay from a single shooter to a team-based multiplayer. After gaining attention, this mod was turned into a standalone video game, which we now know as the largest first-person shooter game, Counter-Strike. Having developed Counter-Strike earned Jess a spot at Valve's helm, right after he graduated in 2003, and this would have practically set him up for success. But his career and life came crashing down when he was arrested on January 31st, 2018. News of his arrest quickly spread, and Valve suspended his employment, explaining that
we're still learning details about what actually happened. Reports suggest that he's been arrested for a felony offense. As such, we've suspended his employment until we know more.
The idea of a respected gaming developer committing a felony offense got people more curious about his arrest, and soon Jess' disturbing secrets were slowly unraveled. In 2017, Jess had used dating apps to meet women, and amongst the apps he used was Seeking Arrangements, a site promoting itself as a luxury dating platform that was also known for connecting people with those willing to pay for some intimacy. Now, between May 6 and June 6, 2017, Jess met a woman through the site 3 times. On these occasions, Jess paid $300 for every hour he spent with his date, who was only named as AC on official statements. For the sake of this video, I'll be calling her Amelia. This was an arrangement that both of them agreed on, so Jess began picking up Amelia and driving her to his home for their dates. When they arrived in his neighborhood, however, Jess instructed Amelia to leave the car, go around the park behind his home, then discreetly approach his front door and act like someone who just arrived to visit him. He explained that he wanted to avoid noisy neighbors, so he didn't want to be seen arriving with her. And given what they intended to do on these dates, Amelia didn't mind having to avoid being seen with Jess. However, on the 3rd night in 2017, Jess did something Amelia didn't expect. he had bought a new iPhone 7 and claimed that he wanted to test his camera quality with Emilia. However, what he actually wanted to do was record how they often spent their nights. Emilia wasn't really comfortable with this, so she said no, and the two simply continued with their evening. But Emilia suddenly noticed that Jess's phone was still recording everything, despite her not agreeing to this. And having heard stories of women being harmed by men during such encounters, Emilia couldn't bring herself to object again. She was also aware of how small she was in height compared to Jess, making it a challenge to fight back if she had to, and so she continued with the evening, despite being recorded against her wishes. Once she was prepared to leave, Emilia finally had the courage to at least ask Jess not to post the video online, which she agreed to. However, as he was driving her back to the city, Emilia also pointed out that their paid interactions were against the law in their state of Seattle, where buying intimacy is illegal, but Jess defended that he was technically paying for her time, not for what they did in bed. Now thinking of what they did and how he'd recorded it, Emilia then wanted to say that this video was illegal in the entire country since she wasn't actually of age. And this is what made the contents that Jess had just recorded a felony crime for involving someone born more recently. But as she thought of this, Emilia realized that she wasn't sure if Jess knew her age, and it might anger him if she revealed it while she was trapped in his car. And so she ended that night without saying anything more. That was until June 8th, 2017, when Emilia shared her story to the King County Sheriff's Office to open an investigation against Jess. In her interview, Emilia admitted that she created an account in seeking arrangements to earn money from seeing men, and despite this and the idea that she willingly met Jess knowing what they'd be doing, she felt that his recording without her agreement wasn't right. The recording and Jess paying for evenings was enough to investigate him, but adding that Emilia was from a more recent generation made the crime even more horrible, whether Jess knew about her age or not. And so, after months of collecting evidence and gathering the conversation history between Emilia and Jess, investigators confirmed their connection and arrested the game developer on January 31st, 2018. At the start, Jess was cooperative with the detectives, confirming that he'd used multiple websites to arrange dates with women, and that in some cases those included arrangements that included payment for their time. But when shown Emilia's photo, Jess denied ever meeting with her. Even after the detectives showed him the messages he exchanged with the victim in 2017. Now he eventually admitted that he knew Emilia, but he also asserted that he only paid for her time and not the intimacy. He also explained that he thought Emilia was 23, something that the detectives revealed to him wasn't true. And with him in custody, Jess' story broke as he awaited trial, and some of his fans defended him, saying,
"What if he just got baited and legit thought she was 18? She even said she didn't know if he knew. She's obviously not innocent. Seems like he should be charged with buying intimacy."
Another gamer pointed out that seeking arrangement was at fault for the situation, giving that
women on this website are 18. Why should he question it? This site should take a look at the passport/driver license to verify the women's age, so they're at fault too.
Despite these, Jess was charged with commercial physical attack on a smaller person on February 5th, 2018. By October 8th, 2018, Jess took an L4 plea deal, which meant that he accepted a reduced sentencing without admitting that he committed the crime. He only served 57 days in a maximum security facility, and almost right after his release in March 2019, he finally spoke about his alleged crime in a post on Reddit saying,
"I never recorded this person at all. This was a lie from the start. I even opened my cell phone for the police, giving them full access to prove this. I also took a state-mandated polygraph regarding this and passed. It's also worth noting that the woman also scammed multiple other men, so I'm guessing she mixed me up with one of them. She also lied about the number of times we met, which was debunked by the transcript in evidence. This was a very unfortunate situation, and I had no intention of meeting someone who was lying about her age. I still got catfished on a dating website for adults, where you have to say that you're over 18. You'll also recall that this person admitted to the police that she'd lied to me, and multiple other men apparently, about her true age. But I'm glad it's over now, and there was a basically sane resolution. So be very careful with people you meet over the internet, and also ask for an ID no matter what."
And last but not least, I'm gonna cover some crimes that happen on kiss cams and jumbotrons. Imagine calling in sick and taking a break from work, only to end up getting exposed on national TV doing something completely different. On July 16, 2025, Jeff Comeux, a lifelong Tennessee Volunteers fan, found himself in that exact situation. Jeff, who'd been gifted a ticket by a friend to attend the game, was on the edge of his seat as his team was about to suffer a disappointing defeat against the Georgia Bulldogs. And just as the clock wound down, Jeff became animated in the stands, showing a range of emotions, from jumping to cheering to looking worried. And each time the Volunteers made a big play or mistake, the camera would cut back to him, much to the delight of the entire stadium. At one point, he even stood with his arms crossed over his chest as he watched his beloved team in disappointment. He knew that his team might be heading towards another painful loss. But what he didn't realize was that he became the star of the show. And with all of this happening, Jeff had no idea that people were watching him more than the actual game, as the cameras just kept panning to him over and over. And it didn't take long for the clip to surface online, going viral immediately and automatically turning Jeff into the subject of jokes and memes. But what makes this even worse is that Jeff didn't even know he was trending online until after the game, when strangers began recognizing and pointing at him as he was getting out of the stadium.
Some guy stood up and said, "That's the guy." And I was like, what did I do? Like I robbed a bank or something.
And then the messages started pouring in. Jeff, who's been recognized in several towns, including Chattanooga and Alpharetta, would later react to his viral moment saying,
"It's been overwhelming. A lot of text messages. I've been all over the place, all over the internet. The memes are unbelievable. And I'm good with it. I can take it. I'm thick-skinned."
Despite the embarrassment, Jeff claimed that the love from fans has been non-stop.
"I was was relatable because everybody was like, you were me. Honestly, it would have been me at any big game, even at home watching on TV. I'd be standing there just like that.
But while Jeff's story ended with him becoming internet famous, this next case involves an individual who lost everything after getting caught on Jumbotron. On January 19th, 2020, a man named Davy Andrade was in the stands watching a football game between Barcelona SC and Delphin, and as the game went on, the stadium's kiss cam swept across the crowd, looking for lighthearted moments, but instead it found something else. Unaware that the camera was on him, Davy was caught off guard leaning in to steal a kiss from the woman beside him, who we'll call Alice. But the moment they realized they'd been seen by everyone, their demeanor completely changed. Davy's body stiffened as he pulled away awkwardly, while Alice also looked embarrassed. At this point, the audience at the stadium didn't understand why the couple was acting so weird, but they were about to find out. The same day, a Twitter user named Roger Gonzalez shared the video with the caption,
"When you kiss your side chick and realize her marriage is over cause you're on camera."
And this tweet immediately went viral, racking up more than 22 million views. And as always, internet users started digging to uncover the real identity of the couple and figure out why they were acting so awkward. And even though it wasn't confirmed if they were married or engaged, multiple pictures showing the two of them with different partners were soon shared online. These pictures would fuel more criticism for both parties, and with the backlash getting worse by the day, Davy was forced to address the issue. However, while many people expected him to apologize to his partner, or at least admit his mistakes, he decided to take a different route. In a statement released on his Facebook and Instagram pages, Davy completely deflected the blame and minimized the situation, saying,
"If it was a woman in my place, what would you do? Various videos have been circulating of unfaithful women, but they haven't been made fun of as much as me. I hope you never have to be in my position. I'm going to defend my honor and my pride as a man until the end. We all fail and we all repent. Thank you to those who've invited me to church. And if I go, it is so I can heal my family. No one is going to be able to damage my image. God is big and strong. And these women who are criticizing me, I know too have cheated, but they still comment."
And aside from confirming that the lady in question wasn't his wife, Davy would also reveal that the incident had actually ended his relationship with his partner, as he continued saying,
"You've already destroyed my relationship. What more do you want? I hope this doesn't serve you in any way, because you're only hurting a son of God. You don't know the psychological damage you've caused with your hatred directed at me. Everyone fails, and we can forgive from our hearts. God, give me strength."
But the more he spoke, the more furious the public became, and many online users were surprised by his statement and criticized him for not admitting he was wrong. And not long after posting this statement, Davy also posted an update about his partner's decision, saying,
"Regardless, my relationship is over, and I just have to continue. I regret what I did, but I can't beg for more forgiveness. I will not fail again, and I know I'm going to find a person who loves and accepts me. People always look for the bad in others."
But then, contradicting his earlier confession, Davy quickly attempted to rewrite the whole incident by saying,
"In my defense, I want to clarify that at no point I was dying to kiss my friend, and besides, there's no kiss in the video. I don't know why they say we kissed passionately when there wasn't even a touch of our lips. They only judge and criticize me, but nobody puts themselves in my shoes. God forbid the same thing happens to them. I'm innocent of the mockery. I want to go back to living these moments by your side, my lovely. I'm really sorry, and this is why I've come out in public to comment on this nonsense, so I can ask you to forgive me here on Instagram. I'm so confused, but I want to get you back."
At the end of the day, Davy ended up paying a steep price for his infidelity, but this next sports fan left an entire stadium confused after doing something illegal on camera.
This Timberwolves fan caught on cam scores of snow during a live game. Televised, that's so hard, man.
On May 25th, 2025, the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Golden State Warriors faced off at the Target Center for a fierce showdown. For the most part, the match was uneventful though, but as soon as the Wolves beat the Warriors to secure their Western Conference final position, there was widespread jubilation among the fans. And in the middle of the celebration, the cameras just briefly panned across the crowd. And that was when viewers noticed a man who, instead of cheering or high-fiving those around him, casually poured a mysterious white substance onto the back of his right hand. Completely unbothered by the thousands of eyes and multiple cameras around him, he raised his hand to his nose and appeared to snort the substance. Now within minutes, this clip exploded across TikTok and Reddit, racking up more than 332,000 views not long after it was posted. And fans speculated wildly about what he was doing. Because while some people found the situation hilarious, unable to believe someone would do something so bold on live camera, others were outright disturbed, pointing out that children and families were seated nearby.
This might be something else, maybe snuff or salts. Nobody makes that face when they do that stuff. Maybe it was his first time or something, but that was way too casual. To be fair, I don't think that's creatine. I'm like 75% sure it's snuff. Is C considered okay now? Have I missed another culturally degenerate milestone? Bro about to lose his job over a Timberwolves game.
Now we might never know what the substance actually was, and are only left speculating. What comes next, however, is even more disturbing, since the fan did it solely because she wanted the cameras to capture her.
An anonymous New York player allegedly paid an OnlyFans model, Ava Louise, an undisclosed amount and comped her tickets to flash the New Orleans sideline as a distraction.
It began as just another end-of-year game on Sunday, December 8th, 2024 at MetLife Stadium and Meadowlands, with the New York Giants and New Orleans Saints, thousands of fans, and the usual chaos of late-season football. Now, a few days before the match, adult content creator Ava Louise took to Instagram to announce that she'd been approached and offered a free match ticket by one of the New York Giants players to carry out a stunt during the game. And later on her IG story, Ava shared a screenshot of her conversation with the player via her Instagram stories. But since she didn't include the name, fans were left wondering who could have contacted her for the stunt. And for someone known to court controversy, it wasn't surprising that Ava would be attempting to pull a stunt that could potentially get her banned from the stadium or any sport event forever, as she'd been involved in other similar incidents in the past. Back in 2023, for example, Ava was kicked out of an NFL game for flashing her chest. And in May 2024, she also went viral for flashing the connecting portal between New York and Dublin before being chased out the area by park employees. Now, a few months later, on September 19th, 2024, she was then caught on video flashing her front end towards the United States President Donald Trump during a rally on Long Island, New York. The video of the incident immediately went viral on social media, with several reports suggesting that Ava could be facing criminal charges for flashing in public. But luckily for her, the Secret Service didn't think the situation was serious enough to actually get her in trouble. And Ava claimed that she was able to talk to one of the agents and convince him to let her and her boyfriend leave without any more trouble. But it wasn't just about seeking attention, as Ava was being paid to expose herself by unknown individuals. After the Trump stunt, for example, Ava told the media that the stunts were all about making money.
I make 100k a month now. After flashing the portal, I'm trying to make 500k off my Trump-themed content to give to Donald. Trump was an entrepreneur. I'm an entrepreneur. I understand him.
And so fast forward to the night of the Giants game, Ava was seen at the MetLife Stadium, and while the match was going on, she suddenly stood up and again flashed her chest towards the field. This spicy moment was caught on camera, and within minutes, the clip was already trending across social media. And she would later post these censored pictures of the moment with the caption,
"Doing what I do for a living has its perks."
But even though she ended up facing a lot of backlash from fans who called her out for public indecency in a place filled with children, Ava still didn't end up facing any form of consequences for her actions, and it's quite likely that she will continue repeating the same stunt. This next case, however, involves a couple who went viral at the wrongest time and paid dearly for it.
Oh, look at these two. Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
It's July 18th, 2025. The famous rock band Coldplay is hosting a concert at Gillette Stadium in Foxborough, Boston. But in the middle of what started as just another show, something dramatic would suddenly happen, triggering investigations, resignations, and the end of two families within a matter of days. It started innocently as head singer Chris Martin asked the fan cameras to scan the crowd for his Jumbotron song, a common practice during the tour where he would sing a few lines about whoever the camera lands on. Now eventually the fan cam lands on a couple cuddling and smiling, but as soon as the couple realized that they'd been projected onto the big screen, everything changed. Instead of smiling or giving a playful kiss, their faces snapped into panic as they quickly separated.
Oh, look at these two. Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
Now 28-year-old Grace Springer, who also attended the concert, was lucky to capture the moment on the phone, and according to her, the couple's reaction prompted her to post the video on TikTok, and within hours the clip went viral, and before the night was over, the internet had identified the man in the video as Andy Bryant, the CEO of a software development company called Astronomer, and the woman beside him was Kristen Cabot, Astronomer's head of human resources. Both were married, but just not to each other, and so for the next couple of days, both Kristen and Andy would face heavy backlash online, as millions of people who saw the video criticized them for cheating on their partners as well as breaching workplace ethics.
LOL, if they just acted normal, this video probably would have never gone anywhere. 2 rules: never try to hide from the Jumbotron, and never run from the cops or dogs.
This clip would end up going so viral that it even became the most searched term on Google at one point. At the same time, Andy's LinkedIn was also flooded with thousands of comments forcing him to disable his account entirely. It also didn't take long for internet investigators to find his wife's Facebook account, bombarding it with heartfelt sympathy. But somewhere along the line, people noticed that Andy's wife had edited the name on her social media accounts, replacing her husband's surname with her maiden name, Kerrigan, triggering rumors that the two would end up getting divorced very soon. But that was just the beginning of the wave of consequences. Later on July 18, 2025, Astronomer made a post on Twitter announcing that both Andy and Kristen had been placed on leave and that the board of directors had launched an investigation. And just a day later, the company released a follow-up statement on LinkedIn announcing Andy's resignation.
Before this week, we were known as pioneer in the data ops space, helping data teams power everything from modern analytics to production AI. Our leaders are expected to set a standard in both conduct and accountability, and recently that standard was not met.
Following the incident, Kristen went completely silent and wouldn't get as much media coverage as Andy. However, multiple news outlets would later report that she'd also quietly resigned, which can be confirmed by the fact that both Kristen and Andy have been removed from the company's website. And a spokesperson close to Kristen's husband, Andrew Cabot, who's the CEO of an alcohol company called Privateer Run, revealed that Kristen and Andrew were privately separated several weeks before the actual Coldplay concert. But despite being exposed before the entire internet, Kristen continued to deny having a romantic relationship with her boss. According to a source close to her,
Kristen and Andy had an excellent working relationship, a great friendship, but there was no affair. It was inappropriate to be hugging your boss at a concert, and she accepts full responsibility for it. But the scandal, the downfall, the loss of the job, all of that is unfair. Kristen had people standing outside her car while she was picking her son up from work. Grown women laughing, taking pictures, pointing. It's been a tough thing to watch. In the first 3 days after the news broke, she had about 900 death threats on her phone,
the source says.
And it's overall the mockery made of someone, the way people really seem to enjoy it, and feel as though if somebody makes a mistake, public shaming is absolutely on the table as a punishment.
Right now, she's making sure her kids are okay, and that's going to take time. What comes next, however, is more unsettling since it involves a random act of violence at a sporting event.
As a paramedic, he spent his life saving others, but a brutal attack at a baseball game left him fighting for his own life.
March 31st, 2011 was supposed to be another opening day at Dodger Stadium with over 50,000 fans in attendance. The Los Angeles Dodgers had just stunned their rival, world champion San Francisco Giants 2-1. But shortly afterwards, a highly disturbing incident would erupt at the stadium parking lot. And within a matter of minutes, the entire area would be filled with the sounds of sirens blaring and emergency responders all rushing to the scene.
March 31st, 2011, in the parking lot of Dodger Stadium on opening day.
Brian Stowe, a 42-year-old paramedic and Giants fan who happens to be in attendance, was reported to have been viciously attacked unprovoked and beaten into coma by 2 Dodgers fans. In his offense, he was wearing a San Francisco Giants shirt. Brian was just talking with his work buddies while walking towards the parking lot when the attackers suddenly sucker punched him so hard that he fell headfirst on the concrete. He was then kicked in the head and torso as well, causing him to suffer severe brain damage so bad that his brain began to swell, and when he was eventually taken to the hospital for treatment, he was placed in a medically induced coma. The attack was so terrible that a part of his brain had to be removed to actually reduce its swelling. And on April 1st, 2011, which was the day after the attack, the police asked for the public's help in identifying and arresting the 2 men as they released composite sketches of the persons of interest, created by forensic artists based on the description given by an eyewitness. And speaking at a press conference, LAPD detective Percy Morris announced that the 2 suspects were between the ages of 18 to 25, and both had shaved heads and thin mustaches, and one of them reportedly had a small goatee, while the other had numerous tattoos on his neck. Now on the 6th of April 2011, just a few days after the incident, a vigil attended by clergy members, community activists, Dodger fans, and Brian's family was held outside the county USC Medical Center, where he was admitted following the attack. Now after the event, Brian's doctors actually gave an update on his condition. They revealed that he'd suffered a severe skull fracture and bad bruising to his frontal lobe, which even in the best case, has him facing a very long recovery process. It was also revealed that he remained in critical but stable condition. On April 5th, 2011, the Los Angeles City Council then approved $50,000 as a reward for information that could lead to the arrest and conviction of the people responsible for beating Brian. And the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors later unanimously approved another $10,000 for the same cause. The Dodgers then pledged a sum of $25,000 to catch the culprits, while another $10,000 reward was offered by the Giants. In addition, Brian's employer, American Medical Response, would also promise an additional $5,000. And so the police department also continued to work on tips and leads as LAPD detectives responded on April 17, 2011, sharing flyers of the sketches to Dodger Stadium employees and fans during the weekend series against the Cardinals, with the hope that the attackers might be in attendance or someone who knew them would later identify them. Now, nearly 6 weeks after the attack on Brian, over 300 billboards were installed across different locations in Southern California. A high number of them, of course, were positioned near Dodger Stadium in an effort to generate leads from the public. Now, on May 22nd, 2011, the search finally got a break after a suspect, who would later be identified as Giovanni Ramirez, was arrested following a police raid on a supposed hideout. Giovanni had been outed by his parole officer, who noticed a resemblance with the police sketch and was immediately held on a $1 million bail. But the story wouldn't end in such a simple manner, unfortunately. It began when a lawyer named Chip Matthews, who was actually representing Giovanni's daughter, insisted that he had a solid alibi, arguing that Giovanni wasn't even at the stadium at the time of the incident.
He was spending the entire day actually at the Clinton Street address with his daughter, some other family members, and his girlfriend. We're going to be talking with the police first thing in the morning. We're going to set up an interview with the detectives to get them all the information.
Another attorney named Louis Shapiro, who'd been following the case as an independent analyst, would also later highlight some more discrepancies in the case, saying,
"There's no blood, no DNA recovered, and it's all about ID in this case. And if the ID does not match up, there's not much left."
So while Giovanni was still held in jail, his lawyer decided to file a lawsuit against the LAPD, accusing them him of declaring him as the attacker without any actual evidence. He also claimed that between his arrest on May 22nd and July 22nd, Police Chief Charlie Beck made numerous false and defamatory statements to the media that Giovanni was the principal perpetrator of the attack. The lawsuit also mentioned that several people had confirmed Giovanni's alibi, so while he sat in jail for a crime he didn't commit, the real attackers were apparently still out there. And to back up all their claims, Giovanni's lawyer also claimed to be in possession of video evidence that will set their client free. According to them, the surveillance camera at the hotel where Giovanni stayed a day after the incident captured him with a head full of hair, while the sketches provided by the authorities showed two suspects with shaved heads. And so reacting to the lawsuit, LAPD Commander Andrew Smith released a statement of his own, disclosing that they'd carried out Giovanni's arrest the right way.
Mr. Ramirez is of course free to file whatever lawsuits he and his lawyer want. It's important to note that it was the same department and chief that continued the investigation into the matter after Ramirez's arrest. Remember that Mr. Ramirez was arrested because he was on parole and had access to a gun, not for the Brian Stowe beating. Also, our investigation led to the subsequent arrests. We went there where the evidence took us and continued pursuing the matter to be certain we had all of the evidence and the right suspects.
And so shortly after the back and forth, a federal judge dismissed Giovanni's claims, ruling that due process wasn't violated because the police had not criminally charged him for the Brian beating. The court also ruled that his Fourth Amendment rights were infringed upon during a search of his residence because he was on parole and subject to such searches. Now a few months later, the case was pulled from the LAPD and reassigned to the robbery homicide division, and that was when new leads began to open. First, the investigators were tipped off about a Dodgers jersey that had been dropped off at a laundry store by an unknown person. Unfortunately, this sample could not be immediately confirmed, as the clothes had been cleaned before the investigators actually got there, making it difficult to make sure if the clothes were actually linked to the Brian incident. But on July 22nd, 2011, the case was cracked wide open as LAPD announced the arrest of 3 new suspects. The 2 main suspects, Luis Sanchez and Marvin Norwood, who were arrested alongside a female, Lorraine Sanchez, were immediately charged with mayhem and battery as well as inflicting great bodily injury, and both were felony offenses. And according to the district attorney's offices, the conviction on the charges could lead to serious jail terms. The charges for Lorraine, however, were dropped by the district attorney. And so following the latest arrest, Giovanni was actually finally cleared and released on July 22nd, 2011. And also following searches of his phone records, surveillance footage around the crime scene, as well as his financial records, LAPD couldn't ever find any concrete evidence that linked him with the crime. And so surprisingly, despite spending months in detention, LAPD never formally charged Giovanni for the Brian beating. Now on February 18th, 2014, the defendants Luis and Marvin accepted a plea agreement to avoid heavier sentences. However, details about what happened that night were laid bare during the trial. Witnesses testified that Luis had gotten drunk and was looking to brawl with Giants fans seated near him on the day of the incident. He reportedly took part in about 4 other attacks at the stadium on the night of the game. And before the altercation involving Brian and his friends, Luis also threw a drink at a woman inside the Dodger Stadium. He also went as far as throwing peanut shells and sunflower seeds at some of the Giants fans inside the ballpark, as well as swearing at them, and all while the game was actually still going on. Now, as soon as the game was over, Luis ran at a group of men, swung a fist at one before then approaching Brian and his friends. Now, during the first argument with Brian, Luis allegedly pushed him and punched another unidentified man, and then Brian and his friends continued walking towards the edge of the parking lot despite this. But Luis and Marvin allegedly attacked them again a few feet from the side of the first confrontation, and even though Brian and his friends had walked away, Luis and Marvin continued to follow them in the stadium parking lot before Luis then suddenly punched him in the side of the head, knocking him to the ground head first, according to court filings. Brian's friends, who were paramedics, described that he immediately lost consciousness and fell sideways to the ground without breaking his fall. When his head hit the ground, witnesses heard his head impact the concrete and saw it bounce. Defendant Luis then kicked the unconscious Brian several times in the head. Defendant Marvin also approached Brian and kicked him. In addition to the attack on Brian, Luis was also accused of knocking one of Brian's friends to the ground before attacking Brian from behind. Now, during the trial, secretly recorded tapes of suspects were also played by the prosecutors. Unaware that they were being recorded, Luis and Marvin acknowledged their involvement in the attack during a series of secretly recorded jailhouse conversations. Marvin especially was recorded admitting to his mother during a phone call that he was involved and saying, "I will certainly go down for it." And so this was the final nail in the coffin for the 2 suspects. And so on the 20th of February 2014, and so by the time the trial was over, Luis was sentenced to 8 years in prison, having pleaded guilty to 1 count of causing mayhem. Marvin pleaded guilty to aggression and was sentenced to 4 years in prison. But while the sentencing brought some relief, Brian's family remained focused on the far bigger battle, his recovery. The father of 2 had to relearn how to breathe, speak, write, and talk. He also struggled with memory loss and performing basic daily functions. And because of his condition, Brian had to be cared for around the clock by his elderly parents, who'd become his primary caretaker. And so because of this development, Brian's family decided to sue the Dodgers for lifetime medical bills that were projected to cost around $38 million, claiming that the Dodgers were negligent for providing insufficient security during the team's opener in 2011. And following a short legal battle, the case would come to a close on July 9th, 2014, after a jury of 9 awarded the sum of $18 million in damages to Brian. What is unsettling as the story is, the next one is even more tragic since it involves people losing their lives to a freak accident.
It's supposed to be a day of celebration. One hopes the stand doesn't burn down.
It's Saturday, May 11th, 1985. The Valley Parade Stadium in Bradford is filled with a charged atmosphere as fans are excited to witness the final game of the Football League 3rd Division season between Bradford City and Lincoln City. Earlier before the match, Bradford City had just been presented with their championship trophy ahead of the match with Lincoln City since they were at the top of the table. But still, the stadium was packed and everything was going as expected until around 3:40 p.m. when the commentator spotted a small fire from the stands.
And we've actually got a fire in the stand on the far side of the ground. And that looks very nasty indeed. Now the police have gone over there to try and quell the fire.
Within minutes, the entire stand had been engulfed in flames as people ran to safety while the police tried to evacuate. But unfortunately, the conditions in the stadium were perfect for the fire to spread. The wind was blowing heavy and the roof, which was made of flammable material called bitumen, only served as fuel for the fire. And not long after the fire started, burning roofing logs and molten materials started falling from the roof onto the crowd and seating below. At this point, many of the spectators who tried to escape found it difficult as the entire passageway was covered with smoke. Some spectators made their way into the field though, forcing the match officials to call off the game. In the footage of the incident, you can see the level of confusion that enveloped the spectators, because while many were trying to escape to the pitch or neighboring stands, it was the exact opposite for some others. Quite a large percentage of the spectators were observed cheering or waving to the pitchside cameras as the fire ravaged. When in the midst of the chaos, some of the spectators who were brave enough tried to put out the fire. Unfortunately, those efforts couldn't yield any results as there weren't any fire extinguishers in sight. And so as more time passed, the fire would only grow bigger and bigger. And to make the whole situation even worse, most of the exits at the back of the stands were also locked from behind, making it impossible for the fans to escape through those doors. And so in order to minimize the casualties, some of the players and coaching staff rushed into the stands, risking their own lives to pull trapped spectators to safety. But the most grim scene of all was when one old spectator made his way to the pitch completely on fire. And even though people managed to put out the flames and transported him to the hospital for emergency treatments, he still succumbed to his injuries shortly afterwards. Now firefighters soon arrived on the scene, but by then the fire had already burned up the whole stand, with only large balls of flames and smoke left behind. And since many of the fans still needed help getting out, the firefighters couldn't start putting out the fire right away, so it continued to wreak havoc. And so by the time the fire burned out, it was confirmed that 56 people had tragically passed on, many of which were a result of smoke inhalation. In addition to that, more than 265 fans would be treated for various degrees of injuries. Now some of the people who died were found still sitting up on their seat, covered by pieces of the roof that had fallen down, and the police had to work until 4 a.m. the next morning in order to recover all the bodies. Of the 56 people who died in the fire, 3 bodies were recovered along the toilet area. They'd lost their lives while trying to escape, and several other bodies were found around the exit and gates, as some had been crushed as they attempted to crawl under them to escape. Now following the incident, the immediate priority for Bradford citizens was to help the families affected by the disaster, and within 48 hours, an appeal fund had been set up, and donations poured in from solo events, fundraising events, and proceeds from re-recording of the Liverpool anthem, You'll Never Walk Alone. And in total, £4 million were raised. Now the tragedy received serious media attention and drew support from around the world, including a statement from the Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher, all offering their sympathy and condolences. Now following this event, there were several theories concerning what could have started the actual fire, one of which was started by a man named Martin Fletcher, who was one of the survivors of the incident. In his released book, he suggested that the fire had been started intentionally, insinuating that the fire might have been started as to claim insurance payment. And to actually prove this theory, Martin tried to create a link to a history of fires at businesses owned by the Bradford City chairman, Stafford Higginbotham, highlighting 8 different instances where a fire ended up with a large insurance payout. This claim, however, was countered by John Helm, another individual who'd witnessed the fire, and he instead said this.
Categorically, what happened was this. There was a man over from Australia visiting his son, and they got 2 tickets to the game. He lit a cigarette, and when it was coming to an end, he put it down onto the floorboard and tried to put his foot onto it to put it out. It slipped through a hole in the floorboard. A minute later, he saw a small plume of smoke, so he poured his coffee on it, and so did his son. It seemed to put it out, but a minute or so later, there was suddenly a bigger whoosh of smoke, so they went to get a steward. By the time they got back, the whole thing had taken off.
And so in the wake of the incident, the UK government would make the decision to ban wooden stands at all sports fields, while fans were also encouraged to refrain from smoking in the wooden stands that were still open. Now for many years after the incident, the identity of the person responsible for the fire was concealed from the public. That was until the 30th anniversary of the fire, when a number of news organizations named the man as Eric Bennett. But following this report, Leslie Brownlee, who was the nephew in question, was reported to have said that his uncle never admitted to starting the actual fire, and that he still believed that his uncle was innocent. And as tragic as this story is though, it's not the last time a lot of people lost their lives in a stadium on camera.
We started making our way down towards the front, then all of a sudden just sort of couldn't move, you just couldn't get anywhere then. Just like in a matter of seconds, you went from squeezing through people like the way we used to at the match, to just bang.
Incidents of violent fan behavior aren't uncommon in sporting stadiums all across the world. But in 1989, a tragic event took place in Sheffield, England, that completely changed the football world forever. It was Saturday, April 15th, 1989. The Hillsborough Stadium at Sheffield was preparing to host a semi-final match for the Football Association Challenge Cup between English clubs Liverpool and Nottingham Forest. The match, which was moved to a 54,000 capacity stadium, was already sold out before the day of the match, and kickoff was scheduled for 3 p.m. as fans were advised to take up positions 15 minutes before that, and radio and television broadcasts broadcasters had also continuously advised anyone without a ticket, since the stadium was already at capacity. The only problem was that Liverpool, which had a larger following between the two clubs, was allocated fewer tickets in order to curb any form of violent interactions between the two fan bases. And if that wasn't bad enough, the club was also assigned the smaller end of the stadium with a smaller entrance, which only had about 7 gates to handle the thousands of fans that had trooped in to watch the game. And as a result of the stadium layout and the segregation policy, Liverpool fans were forced to gather on the single entrance at Leppings Lane. Now, a few minutes before the actual kickoff, police officials who were brought in to control the crowd already sensed imminent danger, but they initially thought they could actually manage the situation. And at exactly 2:30 p.m, just 30 minutes before the start of the game, a little above 4,000 fans had already made their way to the stadium. But with kickoff fast approaching now, thousands of other fans were still actually waiting to get in. And the CCTV footage, which was also being monitored by the police that day, also showed how the crowd outside was growing by the minute. And so concerning officials who were obviously struggling with the crowd knew it was only a matter of time before injuries or crushes actually occurred. And so police officials even thought about delaying the start of the match, but later decided against it. And as the crowd just became bigger and bigger, officials did what they thought was the best option to manage the situation. At 2:52 p.m, they gave the order to open the gates and allow all the fans to enter over the next 5 minutes. And so more than 2,000 fans rushed in. Now inside the stadium, the fans who were able to get in were mostly heading to the crowded center pens, which were directly behind the Liverpool goal. So pretty much the best spots, despite the fact that there were plenty of spaces at either end of the terrace. Now the wired fencing between the pens made it difficult for fans to actually spread evenly. And so within minutes, several people were pressed against the steel fence at the front of the stands, immediately triggering a stampede. And many of the fans who were at the back didn't realize what was going on at the forefront until it was too late. A lot of the affected fans tried escaping the stampede by attempting to climb the parameter fence, as those in the upper decks began lifting the ones from the lower deck to safety. And with the match now 6 minutes in, officials had no idea what was going on until a dividing fence on one of the pens collapsed, sending hundreds of people tumbling. And by the time the officials went up to the pitch to inform everyone that the game should be stopped, a serious chaos had unfolded and many people were already dead. At both the back and front of the pens, several other fans were trampled in desperation as they tried to escape. The intensity of the crush broke through more barriers on the terrace, as holes were made in the parameter fencing by fans desperately attempting to rescue others. And the crowd in the Leppings Lane terrace spilled onto the pitch, where the many injured and traumatized fans would climb to safety gathered, and the entire disaster would be captured on camera and broadcast on the stadium screens. Meanwhile, on the pitch, police, stewards, and members of the St. John ambulance service were overwhelmed with the number of casualties, and so fans soon began tearing off advertising billboards as makeshift stretchers to move the injured out of the area for emergency treatment. And even though multiple ambulances were already dispatched, only 2 were able to make it into the stadium due to the crowd. And by the time the chaos settled down a little, 96 fans had been crushed, and out of these 96 people, only 14 were eventually transported to the hospitals for treatment. The rest had already passed away. Now 69 of those were under the age of 30, with the youngest being a who wasn't even a teenager. Many of the fans had been pressed so tightly in their pens that they'd suffocated while standing and passed away before anyone could actually get to them. Now in the following day after the incident, more than 200,000 people visited the memorial site inside the stadium. A disaster appeal fund was also immediately set up with donations of £500,000 from the UK government, 100,000 from Liverpool FC and 25,000 each from the cities of Liverpool, Sheffield and Nottingham. And it wouldn't take long for donations to pass £1 million. And by the time the appeal closed a year later in 1990, it had raised more than £12 million, with much of the money going to victims and relatives of those involved in the disaster. In the aftermath of the incident, several memorials have been erected in memory of the victims, and every year on April 15, the community in Liverpool and the football community in general host an annual memorial ceremony held at Anfield and at a church in Liverpool.